29. Uncle Crackface. The trough was shallow and just wide enough to crawl along. A thin crackle of ice slid beneath her hands and knees. Hand, foot, one after the next. That much she could manage. By the time she reached the culvert's opening, Simo and the prince had killed the 2 sentries left on the nightly guard. She'd heard nothing, no altercation, or maybe she hadn't been listening to anything except the shame and anger that pounded in her heart. Even the viper stayed wrapped up tight, as if it knew better than to jostle her brittle control. Kem shoved forward, stepping over a corpse to grab her arm and then embrace her hard. He didn't say anything. His cheeks were moist. Had he been crying? She had no tears, not even for the proud and self-possessed child who had shut herself back in the Atona's passage and watched them go. "Deputy Courier," hissed the prince. "Where to now?" She had to move. The palace's encircling canal met at the culvert, a low tunnel beneath the palace compound's outer wall. A wooden barrier separated the channels, one flowing in and one out, with one side higher than the other. She didn't remember if it had been like this 20 years ago, nor did it matter. A stone ledge gave them space enough to shimmy beneath the wall without having to get into the water. On the other side rose the wooden scaffolding of the waterwheel's house, and looming over it, the old aqueduct's heavy shadow. They hid, catching their breath, crammed in on a lower platform alongside the thunk, thunk, thunk of the waterwheel as it redirected a constant stream of water through the canal. Stairs led to a second platform above. People were stamping around on the platform beside the big mechanism, speaking to each other, although it was impossible to make out distinct words above the noise of the waterwheel. Whoever they were, they had a lantern whose aura spread just far enough that Elen could see Simo's gesture, drawing a finger as if across his own throat, as he looked a question at Gevulin. "No," she said softly, "it's retainers at their work. Let them be, they're no threat to us." "They can call an alarm," muttered Simo. "Hush," said the prince. They listened to get their bearings. From afar, the sound of fighting hammered on and off in a spreading tumult of clashes within Southring. Huddled beside the noisy waterwheel, it was impossible to know who was fighting where, much less who was winning. Down here, they couldn't really see anything. Above, the lantern was abruptly doused. The retainers fell silent, but stayed up top. She guessed they were hunkering down, frightened and worried. Eventually, Thelen's soldiers would search through this area, but she guessed no one really thought the prince would trap himself by running back into where he had been captured. Not unless one of the kitchen staff confessed. But if one spoke up, the rest would be executed by Thelen's people. It might be a good risk for a person who could be assured of reward from Lord Thelen, and who cared nothing about the people they had worked alongside for years, as long as they were assured the bastard would win the struggle for control of Southring. But no one could know the outcome of tonight's desperate battle. Not yet. Suddenly, Barrow whispered, "There's a walkway atop the aqueduct. People walk it back and forth every day to rake out debris." Elen translated for the others. "Where does it go?" murmured the prince. The boy said sullenly, "I don't know." "Captain Raven." "I defer to those more knowledgeable than I," said the Haunt smoothly. "Deputy Courier." "We get out of the walls, beyond the road first," said Elen, "and then decide. They'll search here soon. We can't stay." The waterwheel's steady thunking covered their stumbles as they slipped away from the wheel's housing and made their way to one of the aqueduct's massive stone pillars. The boy led them up a ladder fastened onto one side. They were exposed, but there was no light nearby, and the night was cloudy enough that no damning moon would reveal them. At the top of the aqueduct, they tipped over the edge to a sturdy stone walkway that ran alongside the burbling flow of constant water brought in from a nearby river in the hills. The masters kept it repaired, but they hadn't built it. They said the white-haired god raised it for their use, but it was clearly of imperial design and engineering. Good, strong, solid, and meant to last for generations. They headed north along the aqueduct, moving fast, hoping no one looked up. From here they had a view across the densely packed buildings of Southring. Torches had massed at the western and eastern ramps, and the clamour of skirmishes rose out of the south quarters. In the north, the tidy district where the lesser masters bided over the winter remained deathly quiet. People were either hiding or they were already out on the streets. Ellen followed along, numb. The weight of the past had settled on her shoulders. Hadn't she shed herself of this burden years ago? Hadn't the silence she and Al shared put it into the grave? She had been lying to herself if she thought she could leave it behind. The past would always live bound within her flesh and her bones. She was both who she was now and who she had once been. Behind her, the haunt said in a very gentle tone, "If you do not allow that child the trust that she can make her own decisions from a place of intimate knowledge of her own circumstances and her own desires, then you are not respecting her. She deserves our respect, don't you think?" She couldn't reply. Her heart was still too full. He added even more softly, "Surely we have all, in our time, made choices we regretted later, and choices we were proud to have made. Sometimes they are the same choice, seen from a different perspective on the road. I know well of what I speak. It speaks well of you that you made the offer, especially knowing the prince would not allow it." "I wouldn't have let His Highness turn the child away," Ellen muttered sourly. "Of course you would not have, dear one." She stumped along in anger and despair. "But the child is there and we are here, so it comes out the same, does it not?" "Do not drag her after you, Elle, not even in your thoughts. She had the choice, and she chose. That is not a tragedy. It speaks well of her and her loyalty and love for the one she walks with. I, for one, am glad for her sister, should they be reunited, as we must hope they will be. None of us can ever know what the future will put in our path, can we? You, me." She rubbed furiously at her dry eyes. Tears might be easier, but tears availed nothing. He was right, but she could not bear to say so out loud, nor did he push her to reply. After a moment, she asked, "What of your injuries?" "They hurt less and less as they heal, and my kind are fast healers, lest we lose our glorious shine," he said, with a tender humour she was sure was meant to soothe her aching heart. They walked the length of the aqueduct without incident. Increasing numbers of armed people headed to the palace forecourt, but she couldn't be sure whose partisans they were. Shouts broke out as a group of soldiers fought their way from the main gate to join their fellows. Arrows spat across the night. To the east, some reckless fools threw burning torches into buildings. Seen from afar, the battle might have been a theatrical production played out on the streets below, as the annual Festival of Lights sprawled its dances and historical skits and festival cakes and flirtatious promenades across all 4 quarters of Orleda Holt on a midwinter night. Thus was the darkest night made bright and filled with good cheer. But not here. Not now. That child and her sister had their own story, however it would end. Ellen was merely the old ghost in their tale, encountered once and never to be seen again. "Here," whispered Barrow, startling her out of her thoughts. "The Holy Road lies below us now." How many times had she drilled into Kem the courier's rules? Don't get distracted or sloppy. To survive and to ensure the party survived, she had to pay attention. The only ladder down was the one they'd climbed up by the water wheel. But where the aqueduct crossed above the elevated roadbed, midway between the north and east ramps, the drop to the roadbed was only about her body's length. Ellen turned to the prince. We should leave the boy here atop the aqueduct. He can make his way back to the kitchen when it is safe."
"Captain, what do you think?" the prince asked Simo. "It would be safer to kill him, but that would dishonour his royal service."
Simo patted the boy on the head in the manner of a man who might have a child or two of his own about this age, and Ellen realised she had never asked, nor had the captain shared such a detail.
"Let him go, your highness. He did well, and the deputy courier assures us he has reason not to betray us, lest he betray himself and his people."
Ellen shooed Barrow off quickly, before the prince could change his mind. "Be careful. The masters will never know you were ever gone, but don't even tell your mother what you did tonight." He hurried off, as well he ought. Working in pairs, the wardens lowered their people down to the road, one by one, after which each person scrambled down the steep embankment. As the others descended, Ellen scanned the land beyond the road. What she could see of it, as the cloud cover began to pull apart to reveal clouds and a waxing quarter moon. A strip of bare ground beyond the embankment, and on its outward side the lane by which folk travelled. The humble homes and busy workshops belonging to the retainers who were allowed to live this close to the Holy Road, which meant they had the lady's sanction to run up onto its protection should spore sprout nearby. The line of the village ran north and south as far as she could see. It was bounded at its outer limit by a high hedge, past which lay gardens, fields, orchards, and pastures. Should they go north, after the lady, or south toward the White Sea and the Empire? Or was there a third option? Speed mattered more than anything. They had to outpace and avoid the pursuit that would inevitably come, unless the lord and the lady fought themselves to a standstill. But they couldn't count on that outcome. Ellen had to assume the worst, that Thelen would win. A nudge to her ribs brought her attention back to the aqueduct. Jervy whispered, "You next. I'll stay up here with Captain Raven." She had an instinct Jervy was doing his best to protect her from the potentially lethal presence of an unpredictable Ivor. Almost she protested, but the haunt gave her a nod. An argument would just slow them down. She let the two lower her down, dropped, landed with a sting like bees swarming straight up her legs. A quick jump got her off the Holy Road's pavement and onto the blessedly quiescent stone of the upper embankment, where she crouched, waiting but ready to move. Sentry lanterns burned at the distant ramps, beacons for masters and retainers. Here you will be safe. The northern quadrant within the ring remained quiet for now. The fighting in the central and southern districts had turned into a soup of noise, bubbling, sloshing, slurping, sticks and stones and shouts and screams, but no centre to it, a wash of movement tugging back and forth. Most of the village buildings outside the road lay dark, shutters tightly closed, but skeins of movement spun half-seen all the way south by the east ramp, too far to make out anything except lantern light like fireflies rising and falling, voices arguing, a surge of shadows like people grappling with hard decisions in a crowd. Fear lay like a haze on the night air. Would the Atona meet up again with her sister? Would they seek the island of feasting and the fine land now that they knew it could be reached? Or would they stay on the paths they knew? But the haunt had spoken truly. It was not Ellen's choice to make for them. Jervy thumped down and scuttled past her to climb down to the others. Last of all, the haunt hung over the side of the aqueduct by his hands and landed deftly and lightly on his feet in a swirl of smoky wings. He didn't even wince at the impact. "You heal fast," she remarked. His slyest smile peeped out. "It's one of my best tricks." Together they descended to where the wardens awaited them at the bottom of the embankment, all their gear in order. She respected their discipline. Arrogant the prince surely was, and mired in an ambitious and power-hungry world of intrigue that she hoped never to get any closer to than this. But he'd done the work to be a worthy, all-seeing eye for the wardens who were required to obey him.
"How shall we make our way?" asked Simo. Captain Raven, have you any recommendation?"
"Best if you inquire of the deputy courier," said the Haunt. "For myself, I must return to the south, back to the Pole."
"We cannot trust either side," said the prince. "It would be foolhardy to go north, so let us return south as well. We can make good speed on the road."
"The road is the first place they'll look, your highness," said Ellen. "We're on foot. They'll have horses."
"What do you recommend?" asked the prince.
"Did you really come from here originally?" Ippis asked her. Shilsa murmured. "Out of the heavens latrine, we might say. Sorry, Ellen." Kem reached out to squeeze Ellen's hand. "I'm all right," she said to Kem. Then to the prince, "We need to get past the houses and the first hedge, then through the fields to the second hedge. From there we'll walk south to Uncle Crackface."
"Uncle Crackface?" asked Simo.
"You'll see."
A horn blared from the direction of the north ramp, a fair distance and probably nothing to do with them specifically. But why take the chance that they weren't about to be overrun?
"Be ready to fight, but don't engage unless we have no choice. Let people think we are panicked retainers running away. Captain, light your lantern." She took a final scan of the empty dirt, the quiet lane and the shuttered houses. Someone inside might see them, or their lantern could easily be spotted from afar, but they had to take the chance. Sparks spun skyward, flame caught and burned. The captain swivelled the lantern's shield halfway round to create a directed line of light. Less than a full glow, but enough to illuminate the ground. Ellen led them at a measured but swift stride across the gravel strip and over the rutted lane that ran parallel to the Holy Road. The village had grown larger from the ramshackle collection of buildings she recalled. It was now 3 lanes deep, crossed by alleys, and down each alley lay a mess of churned mud, blessedly frozen to make a hard surface. They dashed across each lane, hoping not to be seen. Some distance away, outside a blacksmith's glowing workshop, a crowd of people had gathered and were shouting at each other as they argued about what to do. The ruckus gave the wardens cover to cross another lane without being spotted. Past the last line of huts, they reached a ditch whose murky waters were patchy with ice. This they leaped across, helping each other scramble up the far slope. Here they were met by the first of the ring's yew hedges.
"Keep your steel and nose open for spoor," Simo said to his wardens.
Ellen poked with her walking staff until she found a spot they could push through the hedge with a minimal amount of disturbance. After they were all through, complaining in mutters about scratched faces and needles stuck in their hair, she directed them to cross a patchwork garden, all husks and autumn dry weeds, and wait beneath the canopy of a huge gnarled yew tree. Setting the lantern on the ground, she pushed and pulled the branches of the hedge, doing what she could to conceal evidence of their passage, anything to delay pursuit. The Haunt stuck with her, holding branches and asking, "What else can I do, dear one?" "That you are here is all that matters." His hand on her shoulder was the answer he gave. From the shelter of the tree, Simo called softly but impatiently, "Are you done?" The Haunt whistled the 3-tone warden signal that signified, "Wait for a moment more." In a tight voice, Ippis said, "My shrivesteel is tingling." The wardens all began scraping the points of their shrivesteel swords in circles against the frozen soil, feeling for the presence of spoor. Ellen backed away from the hedge. She grasped the Haunt's wrist, taking comfort from his presence. He inched his bare hand down to grasp her gloved one, even dared twining his fingers through hers, more than he had allowed himself in the prince's body. "Don't distract me," she said, "but don't let go." Exhaling, she emptied her lungs, then inhaled, seeking the rose oil scent. "Over here," murmured Ippis, who had carved her way into the stubble of a harvested field, about 20 paces east from the tree. Ellen released the Haunt's hand and hurried over, not smelling anything until she came up beside Ippis. The young warden stood with her sword's point resting on the ground. Only here did a faint aroma tease Ellen's nose. She knelt, fumbling to get her kit out of her pack. "I'll get it." Ippis drew a vial of salt spirits from an inside pocket of her coat. With a deft twist, she dug her blade's point into the ground. A sharp whine buzzed in the night air as a pale cap was revealed in the soil. Spore. At its earliest stage, before its first tendrils probed lifeward. Ippis bit the seal off the top of the vial and, in a single motion, knelt and poured the salt spirit into the hole, then leaned into the shrive steel with an angry grunt as the spore hissed and sizzled and died. "Fuck you, you poisonous shit!" Ippis declared triumphantly. Ellen rose. "That was well done. I didn't smell it until I was right on it. I'd have passed right by. Shh! Let me listen." They stood in silence for a while more. Ellen inhaled slowly. The cold was as bracing as its promise of death. Beyond the hedge and the village, a glow intensified from inside Southring. A bigger fire had caught hold, accompanied by an even more frantic pitch of shouting and screaming. "Ippis?" The young warden shook herself. "Nothing else. You're extraordinarily sensitive." "I'm a trained warden," Ippis shot back, but she grinned. They hurried back to the yew tree. An alarm bell began to ring. In the distance, out of the north, a military horn called "Ta-ta, ta-ta, ta-ra!" "Who is that?" said Simo. "I don't know, and we shouldn't stick around to find out," said Ellen. "Whatever happens, it will take the victor time to figure out we're missing and start a search for us. But we're where we need to be. This is Uncle Crackface." "Uncle Crackface?" asked Kem. "Who is Uncle Crackface?" She rested a hand on the tree's peeling bark. "This venerable yew tree. The old ones all have names. A path runs east from here. At Wellwing Stream we'll head south and get up onto a path that runs along Parley Ridge. The masters won't look there, not right away." "Why not?" Simo asked. "Because it leads to the towers of Parley Hill Hall. They're known to be haunted, and are thus avoided except in early spring, when there's a good early crop of nettles, split leaf and fat baby." "Those are weeds," said Kem. "Not for the hungry, whose winter stores have run out. That's where we're going to go next. Keep your shrive steel drawn. Ippis, walk up with me." "She's the best spore hunter I've ever trained," said Simo. "She has an uncanny gift for it." "I'm impressed," said Kem, in the friendly tone he used with Joef. Ippis shrugged uneasily, shoulders hitched up as if she couldn't decide whether to be flattered or embarrassed. "Sure, but half my cohort called me goat-eyes because of it. Said only Ivor can feel out spore like that. I'm as human as anyone." Everyone looked at the person they thought was Captain Raven. The haunt leaned casually against the tree as he listened to their discussion. The bequeather had always sat straight, stood straight, walked straight. In her brief acquaintance with Captain Raven, Ellen had certainly never seen the woman lounge with such nonchalance, as if the tree were an old friend to get drunk with. "Why did you come back, Captain Raven?" asked the prince. "After all that has transpired, I am puzzled and even incredulous to see you reappear." "So much of life is a puzzlement of incredulity, is it not? Yet I believe it is prudent for us to steal away now, while we can still do so. Get a jump on the many factions eager to devour us in their hunger for power. You excepted, of course," he added, indicating the prince in the most offhand manner. "Well, perhaps." The prince said, "You aren't the bequeather, are you?" Lantern light played a dance of shadow and light across the bequeather's usually austere face. There were a few red patches of skin still, some scratches from the hedge, but the blisters from the burns he'd taken at the blockhouse were simply gone. The haunt smiled with lazy charm. "I see you have learned something, despite yourself." The prince drew his whip, quivering with fury and pride. "You fucking monster! I'll show you what it means to insult and demean a prince of the Third Estate." Ellen took a step forward, thinking to get between them. The haunt raised a languid hand to halt her. His smile sharpened with the threat of a dragon's teeth. "I wouldn't," he said easily, gaze steady on the prince. "And you know why." The prince stood rigid with anger, expression frozen. His lips moved, although no sound emerged. To everyone's shock, he sheathed the whip. Lowering his hand, the haunt spoke in the most casual voice imaginable. "El, shall we go?" Everyone shifted from staring at the haunt to staring at her. She raised the lantern. "Follow me." 30. Always by the Emperor's design. After the rise of the pall, it was always prudent to stay inside at night, especially for those who lived outside the protection of road, moat, or hedge. Yet, walking with these wardens, Ellen felt the danger, but not the stark fear that had stalked alongside her and Ow all those years ago. Two girls so young and ignorant and alone, but for each other. Now, she couldn't have asked for better companions for such a journey. Each warden possessed a unique trait or skill that, taken together, made them stronger as a whole than as their parts. She led the way, with Ippis right behind her. It was uncanny how much the landscape flung her back into a past she had never wanted to revisit. The trees, the smells, the silence of a land so sparsely inhabited this far away from the protection of the road. The memory of the Atona she had left behind. The Atona she had once been. But Ippis wasn't Ow. The young warden had a firm hand on her steel and the stride of a person who knows what they are doing and is ready to face the unexpected. Something about the darkness gave Ippis an uncanny look, as if her acute senses were owed to a sixth sense she'd been born with, as if an invisible presence eddied around her. Not like the viper, but something else. That uncanny presence did not bother Ellen, but she could understand why it might have made the novices of Ippis's cohort uneasy, especially if they were a hidebound lot who had never trod anything but well-swept walkways. Twice Ippis made them stop. Both times she uncovered and destroyed a cap, while Ellen held the lantern to give her light enough to see. Such young tendrils of spore had not yet started releasing the scent Ellen relied on to find them. No one spoke as they went on. The path was easy to manage as they moved in and out of woodland cover. The lantern's aura gave just enough light, and they stopped twice to top it up with oil. A wind continued to tear apart the clouds, offering more light from the waxing moon. Ellen could not help but contrast the lofty, proud, unpleasant, and definitely unattractive way Gevulin held himself with the relaxed way the haunt had lived in the same body, and she wondered at it. She wondered that the bequeather had previously seemed chilly and unappealing to her, yet when the haunt ludicrously winked at her from that striking face and with those lambent eyes, her entire being lit up with stupid joy and a pleasing spasm of sexual desire. So inconvenient. So blessed. He had come back for her. At dawn, Jervy shot a pair of rabbits. Shilsa tied them together and slung them over a shoulder for later. Kem began ranging along the line of march, scanning for edible plants. He spotted autumn savoury and gathered a bunch, tying it into a bundle, which Shilsa took so he could continue looking. The prince kept his peace, settling back into the rear guard with Jervy. They reached the ridge and headed south along the chalky ridgeline path that ran just below the crest of the gentle slope. Ellen let Ippis walk ahead. When Simo came forward to walk alongside Ellen, the haunt graciously gave way to walk a few paces behind. The captain said, "I was surprised Ippis rooted out no spore in the Moonrise Hills for all the days we spent there. I've walked that route every month for 10 years. I'm always sniffing it out as I go, so it's not as if spore has months to fester and gain strength as it does here. I've taught the villages on my route the best tricks to use with what they have. Anyway, as you know, the uplands aren't as infested with spore as the lowlands, but Ippis is astoundingly good." "It's why I brought her on this mission," he said, not that Ellen had asked. "She's a little too good.
It made some of the novices in her cohort envious.
"She's not noble or august manner."
"She is. Vunas manner. In comparison, Jervy and I are mere meritorious manor-born, and from the provinces at that. But although Vunas manor is one of the august 8, Ipis comes from its minor branch line. Her great-uncle was only granted a genius to build a manor in the last years of the Lily Emperor, and that only because he brought in so much trade off the tranquil sea that the palace had to reward the man, even though his own kinsmen recommended against it. Folk whispered the family were pirates and didn't deserve the honour, and the home manor feared being tarred by such an unseemly brush.
"I used to think all the manor-born were alike, but now I come to learn you have your own ladders and rungs." She paused and decided to go straight to the heart of their predicament. "Did you suspect Luviara?" Anger flashed in the set of his mouth, the twitch of his eyes.
"I did not."
"How did the three of you come to travel together for so long?"
"By accident. Or so His Highness and I thought. We met the theurgist on the road, soon after His Highness first set out to travel the Empire. She fell in with us one day, by a ruined spire's compound, now that I come to think of it. She and His Highness had a long conversation about the archives. He invited her to accompany us."
"She knows a lot, and she's entertaining. Having a theurgist as interlocutor seems useful."
Now I understand it was no accident, but always by the Magnolia Emperor's design.
"I did not see that coming."
"Neither did I."
He glanced back. The haunt was watching them with an interested smile, but keeping just far enough back that it would have been awkward for him to join the conversation. In daylight, his face still bore the patchy remains of what looked like a sunburn, but she had a fair idea that by nightfall, even that would be gone. A powerful magic indeed.
"What did the prince mean?" Simo asked. "How is she not the bequeather?"
"Surely that question is the prince's to answer, not mine." He shook his head, looking offended, and strode forward to join Ipis. Kem came jogging up with a clump of radishes and stalks of leeks. "Look what I found! How soon to this Parley Hill place? I'm hungry." Ellen pointed south. "See that hump of ridge ahead? When we come around it, we'll be able to see the spires. They're on a spur line, off the main ridge and a bit below it."
"Spires?"
asked the haunt, in a tone of sharpened interest. He closed the gap between them. "I think so. I was just a child. I wouldn't have known then. But we'll soon find out."
"Well then," said the haunt.
Kem fell in beside the haunt. "So, I just wanted to say, I'm keeping an eye on you." "Kem!" For once in her life, Ellen blushed. Kem ignored her, in favour of shooting an accusing glare at the haunt. "Don't think I haven't figured out that you're not the bequeather. You're the haunt, come back. Let me be clear. I learned a few tricks from my mother. You better mean well toward Aunt Ellen. I'm not joking. I can give you the worst diarrhea you've ever experienced." The haunt considered this statement in astounded silence for a few steps.
"I find myself quite at a loss for words."
"You made her cry. I've never seen her cry before." "Kem, this isn't your business." "Of course it's my business. You took care of me and Mama. I take care of you." "I know you do. But you're a warden now. All the more reason to make sure no one is taking advantage of you." He looked at the haunt who wore the bequeather's body. "But I guess you have to leave again, don't you?" The haunt's amused expression vanished.
"Nothing gives me more sorrow than this knowledge."
"I'm sorry too, because you'll make her cry again," said Kem, scrunching up his face as if he needed to scratch his nose but couldn't because his hands were full of radish and leek. About 15 steps behind, Shilserd kept an eye on the interaction, even if she probably couldn't quite hear what they were saying. "Hey, Kem," she called, "come back here and we'll bundle that up." He took the exit, dropping back to leave them alone together.
"I am well scolded for making you cry," said the haunt. "I do regret it."
I'd regret it more if I'd never met you. If crying goes along with that, then I'll take it. But please don't feel you have to discuss me with my nephew." He laughed. It was incongruous to see the bequeather's features thaw in this way.
"I wish you good fortune in putting a stop to his questions and comments. I was young once too. I'm not so sure you ever were, though."
"What do you mean?"
"We all saw the child. That was you once, was it not?"
She shook her head, voice tight. "There is no point in dragging clean boots through the mud of a past I can't change."
"Ah. Let me say it another way. It seems to me that a child in such a situation must always be walking along the edge of life and death. Never any flying for the sake of flying. Constant danger wears a soul raw before its time. Yet even so, after all of it, you see light, not darkness."
"I see the darkness too. Oftentimes darkness saves us, while light makes us vulnerable. Night can be a time of peace and joy as easily as day can. I do not judge them as opposites. I love them both for what they are."
With a smile he took her hand. His fingers twined between hers, a warm contact that made her feel strangely cherished. Such an odd emotion to tremble in her heart amid the cold knot of the viper. She squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. 1,000 promises made in that pressure. She glanced before and behind and spoke in a low, hurried voice. "What did you find out there? Did you discover what the pall is? Did you find other Sean?" "I found no other Sean, but I found traces of their passage. I think there may be others abroad in the world, or so I hope. As for the pall, that is quite a mystery indeed." She waited. After a few steps he went on, carefully choosing his words. "It seems my first instinct was correct. The pall is ashes, the ashes of sorcery." She winced, a spike of dread like a harsh wind against her face. "Are you saying there are sorcerers at work in the world, now, somehow hidden from us?" "No, I'm saying the pall is ashes, the residue of sorcery, but not sorcery itself. If a deer dies and is not gratefully eaten by a hungry, if not very particular young dragon, its corpse lies upon the ground and rots. That is the way of things. It does not crumble into dust all at once, but by degrees. Leaves may cover its remains. Soil may build up and conceal it over the years, and then 100 or 1,000 years later a storm may wash away the leaves and the soil and tumble these fragments down to lower ground, where you and I might find the bones and wonder from whence they have arisen as if overnight. When really it was just chance that they came to light. Are you saying the pall arose by chance? Maybe the noxious fumes and deadly residue of sorcery lay buried in the belly of the earth for untold generations, until it finally...
Burped? Farted?
He laughed. "Never change, dear one.
At Far Boundary Vigil you said the pall was alive. Now you're saying it's dead."
"I don't know. Like ashes, it still holds some of the substance of that which it burned. There is still power there, but I don't know how it could be used or if it could be used. I'm no sorcerer to understand their secrets. When I swam through the pall, I felt other souls alongside my own. Not spirits of air or metal or salt, such as theurgists bind, for they have a different taste to them, and sorcery cannot feed on them as it feeds on animals and plants. The souls I felt lacked the substance, the flesh and bone they should have been bound to, because they had been torn from physical bodies.
Were they other Sean, like you?
I think not. Had they been Sean, they would have spoken to me. The currents that ran through the pall do not speak, nor do they have voices. Yet I cannot explain it. Water is alive, but not alive in the same way. It harbours life, but only life that can survive within it. No, water is not a good comparison. I'm out of my depth. The haunt walked in silence, gaze drawn inward. He rarely fell this serious, so she waited patiently as he combed through his thoughts. She hadn't yet grown accustomed to his expressions playing out atop the Ivor's stark and inhuman beauty, so different from the prince's human ordinariness, however handsome the prince was. What had Sarah Allah looked like when he had worn his own body? Had he been fearsome? Majestic? Elusive? Aloof? Intimidating? Glorious with his shine? Did it even matter? He gave a little grunt of satisfaction. What if that which survives in the pall are the embers of the souls of those whose life force the sorcerers preyed upon? What if that is the pall? The pall is dead, desiccated souls. That's creepy and terrible, if true. But then why does the pall and the spore that creeps from it devour and distort living things when they get their tendrils into them? I don't know. Maybe these soul embers have motive, but not intelligence, and are acting on instinct to try to reform themselves. Like a passage spell gone horribly wrong? As good an explanation as any. But I don't know. I don't know how to know. That is the conundrum we face. Because there are no sorcerers left in the world, or so we hope, we can't know the truth of their wicked craft. Still, it is better to remain ignorant than to wish for sorcerers and their evil to arise again. Some things in this world are just wicked and wrong, and there is no making them good. Ahead, rounding the rocky hump, Ippis called, "I see it! Simo, look!" The haunt let go of Ellen's hand as they quickened to follow. The trail ascended for about 100 steps. Just at the hump, the lay of the land gave them a clear view back the way they had come. Threads of smoke rose from the very distant south ring. Its tower looked like a matchstick from this vantage. The prince got out his spyglass and studied the smoke. "I believe there is a large troop of mounted soldiers heading south on the road. I can't make out the banner." "We'd better get off this high trail, then, lest we be spotted," said Simo. "Is that where we're going?" Ippis asked. She shaded her eyes, looking east toward a valley on the other side of the ridgeline, out of sight of the Holy Road. The towers could be seen in the distance, nestled at the valley's head, jammed up against the rising hills. The architecture of the two intact towers resembled those at Three Spires. The third tower, however, had a jagged edge, as if its top half had been broken off by the angry swat of a giant's hand. The haunt's tension was evident in the way he stared. His frown displayed more emotion than the bequeather had ever allowed herself. "I don't see a way down to those towers, much less into that valley," Ippis said. The area was overgrown, it was true, but Ellen's feet knew these trails and paths and lanes even after so many years. Knowing them was how she and Au had stayed alive. Pointing, she said, "Behind that notch in the rock, always look for yew." They scraped past a growth of yew, its untrimmed branches grown wildly in all directions. A steep trail half-hewn out of the hillside descended through a tumble of boulders. Shilsa caught up with her. "How does the bequeather know our warden signals? Why did I see her holding your hand? Why did the prince say that to her? You aren't the bequeather, are you?" Elen glanced at her. "Ask the prince." "I'm asking you. Careful here, loose rocks. Why are you avoiding the question? The ladies' court takes a longer route through the lowlands, so this path isn't used by anyone except messengers, soldiers, and outlaws." Shilsa gave a curt laugh. "Very well. Don't think I'm letting this go." "Yes, indeed, Deputy Courier, just as you say. This path doesn't look as if it's been used in years. Good news for us." The distance wasn't far, or at least not as a bird could fly.
but it took them almost an hour of switchbacking and scrambling to reach an overlook directly above the towers. The compound was built to the same proportions as 3 spires. The compound wall and its towers stood on an oval terrace carved into the hillside, about 100 ells above the valley floor. The valley itself extended east between 2 gentle ridges. In the distance, where the southern ridge dipped down, a thread of water glimmered, which had to be the Eelwise River. At the head of the valley, below the terrace, lay a royal villa and village. Each set of buildings was surrounded by its own separate moat, and the whole complex was ringed by a yew hedge. Goats grazed outside the hedge, in meadows where fat baby, split leaf and nettles would flourish come spring. Some in the 4 lands had claimed goats could eat and digest spore without dying. It was true, Ellen had never seen a goat twisted into unrecognisable agony by spore, although she'd seen every other type of animal taken by it. Inside the hedge, 8 retainers were pitchforking mown grass into a hay barn attached to a corral and livestock shed that sheltered a herd of horses. A carpenter was repairing one end of the villa's stable. Another man was reshingling a storehouse roof. The sort of work retainers undertook after the harvest was brought in and before snow made outdoor work impossible. Yet the air was more clement here, not as cold as up on the ridge. The villa sat quietly, awaiting its master's arrival come spring. In the kitchen yard a retainer was tending a hearth and a large cauldron. In a courtyard a pair of women were beating a rug. The thwacks of their stout staffs puffed little booms of sound into the quiet valley. No one looked up. They had eyes only for their work. It was a decent life, left alone most of the year to keep the villa in good working order. Yet any of these people or their children could be taken away at the master's whim, never to return. Ellen experienced a strange sense of dislocation, a dim memory of herself and Au, standing down on the terrace near the towers, looking over the valley in awe at a bird's-eye view they so rarely saw. 2 little girls with their eyes necessarily fixed on the ground. A raw surge of grief boiled up. How terribly she missed Au, and how she would always miss her beloved sister, every day, every year, until she too was gone. It hurt so badly, but it was also sweet in its way, that love will endure, that the years they spent together would always be part of her, just as she and Au were woven into the bones and blood of Kem. The prince said, "I see no movement among the towers." Ellen smiled sadly, letting the sorrow settle back into the half-obscured depths where it bided in her heart. "The locals don't come up here often, Your Highness, or they didn't used to, so we should be safe for now." The wardens descended through a stand of silver birch and reached the terrace without incident. The villa and village weren't directly visible from the terrace, although Ellen supposed they could be seen from the top of the towers. She and Au had never thought to climb the towers. The story of the child killed by being pushed down the stairs would have been enough to stop them, and anyway the 2 girls were never allowed out on their own once they reached a villa. They were either locked in the Atona's pen or brought out for specific tasks like walking a field in front of a plough, or accompanying the royal cook when she went a-gathering plants in the wood, or up on a protected terrace like this one. "What a pretty place," Ippis remarked. The northern edge of the terrace's wide oval was taken up by the triangular spires compound. In the central area, autumn white pea-grass and low-growing shrubs, like Gentleheart and Sweet Blue, had been neatly trimmed, which meant sheep had been pastured here recently. The ground itself was so flat, Ellen was sure it had been levelled long ago by its unknown builders to create a stable foundation for the mighty towers. She'd never noticed that as a child, never thought about what a massive construction project it would be, or who might be able to manage it. She and Au had only been brought up here once each visit, because the head seamstress wanted the earliest starfall flower buds for blue dye. She hadn't wanted atoners handling her precious plants, so such expeditions had given the two girls a rare chance to wander at will throughout the terrace as long as they stayed in sight. Thick stands of starfall shrubs still grew thickly along the southeast-facing side of the terrace, which got the most sun. There was also an old yew tree that Ellen remembered well, so twisted and low to the ground that it was named Snake Mother. There was also a row of cypress. Simo finished his study of the terrace and turned to her.
"Why have we come here, when we could have continued more easily along the ridge?"
"The ridge turns east, just south of here. We'd have to come down off it regardless."
"I think there's another answer," said the prince stiffly, "but perhaps only the bequeather can speak to what it might be."
"I didn't even know the towers were here," said the haunt sanguinely.
"The deputy courier knew," said the prince with an accusing glare. "I haven't forgotten how she warned me against entering the spires by Orleda Holt. In retrospect, I suppose I should have listened."
And yet he trailed off. No one spoke. In truth, it was confounding to hear Gevulin muse in this way. Perhaps he'd never have done so before the passage spell and the haunt's temporary residence in his body. And she guessed he certainly wouldn't have done so in front of others, except maybe his blessed mother and perhaps Lord Genir and Hemelin. He went on in a thoughtful tone.
"Yet if I hadn't, I'd have taken Luviara's bait without having any retreat open to me, which suggests that, strategically, I am alive now because I entered the spires. A conundrum, is it not? Your Highness, I hope you're not considering going inside any of that wall around the towers, not after you fainted last time," said Simo. "As well, there's no gate. I can't recommend any attempt to climb over the collapsed section of wall."
"Might I sit down for a bit?" Ippis asked. She was favouring her scraped leg, leaning on her walking staff. Shilsa took a step forward. "Your Highness, I suggest we eat before we go on. A decent meal and an hour's rest would do everyone good. Cook the rabbits, take a nap. No use getting too weak and exhausted to fight, should it come to that."
"Cook where?" said Jervy. "The villagers will see our smoke and wonder. Lighting a fire inside the towers would be the only way to disguise smoke."
Everyone looked nervously at the tower compound and its wall, which had indeed collapsed into rubble in two places. Simo was right. It could be climbed over, but not easily. By their expressions, no one wanted to go inside. Likely the memory of the prince's mysterious collapse still hit hard.
"I doubt anyone dares go inside," Simo said to the prince.
"I dare say at least one person does," said the haunt.
"That person being me. There's no risk in daytime. But where are the shorn who attend this place?"
"I don't think there's a gate here, not like at Three Spires," said Elen.
"There have to be shorn," the haunt insisted.
"Shorn?" Simo asked.
"Are you speaking of sheep? The grass shows signs of their having been here recently, but I see none here now."
The prince waved Simo to silence, his gaze on Elen and the haunt. There was nowhere else to have the conversation with the haunt, so Elen simply went on. "Maybe there are no shorn here. There's no approach avenue, no statues. The compound is set right up against the hillside."
"Then you and I will go inside and look."
The haunt turned to the others.
"There will be a pure water spring inside. If access to it has survived, we can fill up our water pouches."
Elen said, "As for Jervy's question about where we can safely cook, behind the cypress there should be a shelter and a hearth built up against the rock. It should be safe enough to light a fire there." Shilsa looked at Jervy, who waggled a hand in a signal the two of them clearly understood. Shilsa then said, "Kem, let's you and me and Ippis go find that hearth and shelter. Captain?"
"Yes, go ahead. Jervy will stand watch. I'll sweep the terrace for Spore."
"I don't feel Spore," said Ippis, rubbing her knee.
"Nevertheless,"
said Simo, drawing his Shrive steel sword.
"I'll go with the deputy courier and the bequeather," said the prince.
"I'd rather you didn't," said the Haunt, in a tone that wasn't combative but so blunt, even if mild, that the wardens all gaped. One did not deny a prince. Yet the bequeather was not an imperial official to be obliged to obey an imperial prince. In the warden's eyes, they were dealing with a temporarily allied but potentially hostile Ivor. Only Kem and the prince knew otherwise. After a moment of awkward silence, the prince said, through a tight jaw, "I will do as I see fit." Simo cleared his throat, his gaze coming to rest on Elen. "For my part, I remind you that I stand surety, day and night, for His Exalted Highness's safety. Do you understand me, Deputy Courier?" "I do, Captain," she said, managing not to look at Kem. The prince gestured toward the valley. "Captain, we'll need the horses. I'm tired of walking when we could ride." Simo looked at Jervy with a faint smile. It was so rare to see him showing any sign of amusement. "You're the expert here, Jervy." Jervy chuckled. "I do know a bit about horse stealing, Your Highness, but under these circumstances, in broad daylight, I don't advise it. We'll be seen, or worse, we'll have to kill some of the locals, and I don't fancy killing menials. Besides the dishonour of it, the survivors will send word and our trail will be blown. Deputy Courier, is that a river out there, flowing south?" "That's Eelwise River. Yes, it flows south into the pool. I see what you're thinking. Boats are easier to steal and care for than horses. If we can get to the river without being seen—" "I know a way," she said. The prince raised the hand of command. "We'll take 2 hours to eat and rest." The Haunt collected everyone's water pouches. Once he had them all, he scrambled up the collapsed section of wall. Elen gave Kem a nod of reassurance, then hurried after him. 31. One kiss. The upper half of the wall had fallen outward to mix in with the collapsed upper part of the third tower. The debris created a rugged spillway suitable for climbing. The texture of the remains struck her as odd. She'd thought the walls to be whitewashing over stone, but they were a single substance without seam or edge, not blocks of stone at all, but rather seemingly something erected all at once, strong and mighty. When she reached the raggedy top, she looked down to see the Haunt waiting. The interior courtyard looked very like the one in 3 Spires. There was a circular pavement of holy stone and a basin where a trickle of pure water burbled softly before flowing away down a hole into the ground. The spring lacked a catchment trough. The hollow wood trough at 3 Spires had been installed by a previous courier, but as this was not the Empire, no courier nor any other imperial official was inspecting or maintaining this courtyard. The bare dirt surrounding the pavement was riddled with the detritus of years. The tower doors were shut. If there had once been a scaffolding linking the towers above, no sign of its destruction or debris littered the triangular courtyard, but there was an archway that, strangely, seemed to open directly into the hillside, as if into a tunnel. How bizarre. The Haunt patiently waited for her to examine the scene as thoroughly as she liked to do when encountering a new place. Since she was still up on the wall, she looked over her shoulder onto the terrace behind to check on the others. Simo was quartering the ground with his steel. Jervy was nowhere in sight, having found himself a hidden spot to keep watch. Shilsa and the others had reached the cypress. Kem ducked through in the lead, waving eagerly to the others as he spotted the hearth, which she couldn't see from here. He moved so naturally amid the others. The wardens were his future now. The thought gave her a pang. It also gave her ease, hoping he was in secure hands. As long as he wasn't executed for being part of the prince's treasonous plans. From the middle of the sheep-mown pea grass, the prince stared at her, tapping his whip against his leg. She was surprised he hadn't followed her up the wall, but on the other hand, he knew better than anyone here what the Haunt's capabilities were. That was a protection she was glad for. It wasn't that she feared the prince as an individual precisely, but rather the power a prince held. He could kill her or Kem and never be called to account for the deed. He might still do so once the haunt departed, as the haunt must. But not yet. Not today. Today was theirs. She shifted her legs over and lowered her pack to the haunt, then lowered herself by her hands and dropped. He caught her before she struck the ground, softening the impact, and didn't let go. Instead, he held her with her back to his chest and rested his cheek against her hair. His breathing was as slow and measured as the inevitable procession of years. She might never need to move again, content to become stone as long as she could share the weight with him. At length, he sighed, released her, and stepped back. When she turned, she briefly expected the prince's face to be looking at her, so it was a bit of a shock to meet the bequeather's eyes. Yet it was the haunt, after all, who was awake and aware in the flesh he had borrowed. It was his presence, his emanation, his aura that attracted her. She couldn't look away from the shining glamour of his expression, which blended mischief and deadly power. His lips quirked. "What? You have such a look that I question my very reason for existing in this world." "The oddest thing is, I can appreciate and even admire their physical beauty, but it doesn't attract me in either of them, unless it's yours. Can you explain that?" He pressed a finger to her lips. "Must I?" His touch was so precious because it could be hers for so brief a time. A flower to bloom for scant days before its brilliance must pass. Not even to fade and to wither in the course of time, but to be plucked and thrown to the uncaring winds while still in its glory. Elle. He withdrew his finger, and because she did not want the contact to end, she leaned after it into his body. The bequeather was lean and tall, strong without being bulky. Her body had a womanly perfume, a scent like jasmine, if that was a woman's scent, and in the Empire it was said to be. Ellen pressed against her, breasts warm against the bequeather's chest, whose breasts were small like her own, hips slender, shoulders broad. Nothing like her one-time lover Bymer's generous body. But what did Ellen know of Ivor, and how they were framed? None of it mattered. What passed between them was lightning, so bright that it lit the entire sky and yet could not be held in hand. Well, maybe it could, because she dared to slide her hands around his back, to pull him close, to feel him embrace her in turn. The sun drifted behind the clouds. A spatter of cold rain misted across them. "One kiss, since it seems the bequeather kindly gave you permission for this one boon," she whispered. He muttered darkly, "She and I bargained at length." She smiled, charmed both by the prospect of him bargaining and by the mystery of wondering how he had managed it. She wondered what the bequeather had demanded in return. "Well then, Sarah Allah, why wait? Even as the high heavens endure, the world we walk in will end soon enough. Though we be not here to see it, our bones long fallen into dust." His eyelids fluttered, as at a rush of emotion too powerful to endure. "Only you, dear one, would speak of death as an endearment." He bent his head. She rose to meet him. It didn't matter what she might have imagined with her eyes closed at night. His lips touched hers as hers touched his, and all this was only a small part of all else they shared. Arms clasped around each other, bodies trembling as if they might melt together in the heat of their desire. And even more beyond that, the intangible pull that is two souls who yearn for what they become in and to each other. Warmth and trust, the sharp anticipation of desire, and the heat of hands moving with such tender pleasure along the small of a back. She kissed him and he kissed her, and they were in no hurry about it. All she wished to say she spoke into their embrace. As for him, if anything, he burned beneath her hands as if about to catch fire. Maybe it was what dragons did when they gave their hearts to another. But a breath cannot last forever. They had to part. Parting was sweet, and it was sharp, and it hurt, but Sora Allah smiled as if joy were also pain, and Elen had tears in her eyes, she who never cried. Tears of joy and of sorrow, of astonished wonder and anticipated pain, and even of hope, whatever hope was. For what was hope, if it was anything? What was love, if it was anything? What is this? The weaving together of two chance-met souls? Even if the high heavens had taken a hand in guiding her footsteps to Three Spires, where his shorn soul waited for what the ocean of destiny might wash up, the tide of chance was more powerful still. He was free, but he was not free. She was alive, that was true enough, but only because, years and years ago, a tiny girl cast into the sea to drown had instead been caught in a chance current and swept to shore, though maybe she had stubbornly swam. She would never know how she came to be alive and not dead, not that time, and not all the times after. "I wish it were not so," he said, in such a low voice that she barely heard him. "I am glad that it is," she said firmly. "Better this than nothing. One slice of festival cake, even if that is all, is better than none." "What is festival cake?" "Quite delicious, I assure you," she said teasingly. He studied her expression, for once not pouring his strongest emotions into a deflecting smile. "I love how you relish what you have." "Just one kiss?" He set his forehead against hers, eyes closed. "The bequeather said she'd have gone for more with Shilsa." "Shilsa? What, I'm not pretty enough?" "Whatever her objection may be is beyond me, I confess, for I can think of nothing but you. Are you offended?" No, I'm delighted on Shilsa's behalf, although apparently she would refuse any offer of pie. Still, it would help her get over Jervy." "Oh, no, I beg you, not more of that. Are they still at it?" "Do you know, I think the journey has done them good, even if they have somewhat farther to go on before they can find a measure of peace with each other." "But what did you bargain with, my love?" He pulled back, setting her at arm's length. "What did you call me?" She smiled with a giddy sense of ebullience, floating on the sweetest breeze. "Unfair to tease me with that smile, since I have already used up my one kiss." His features twisted into a bittersweet expression, resigned, mordant, and yet, like her, also glad of even this span of time together. The oddest thing was that although the prince and the bequeather looked nothing alike, he a human with black hair and willow-leaf eyes, and she an Ivor with shimmery skin and a lambent gaze, in each of them the haunt was entirely himself. She would know that mischievous, ironical expression anywhere. It struck her with a pang to know that soon enough he would give back this body too. Nor would she ever ask him to keep it, against all honour, nor would he agree. That was part of what made him so beloved. He sighed. "But you must have questions, dear one. We haven't much time." "I do have questions, so many. Do you know the one that's been nagging at me most?" "I do not. If I did, I would surely have answered it already, so you need suffer not a moment's distress." "I should hope not," she laughed, then sobered. "Why didn't you tell Luviara about the dead griffin? Did you know?" "I'm not sure what you're asking." Did you know that Luviara was an agent of the Emperor all along? She betrayed the prince.
Ah, I see. That explains why she's not with you. I didn't want to ask in front of the others, lest my ignorance betray me further.
I think only the prince and Kem know about you. Instead of saying not to tell the other wardens, why did you specifically say not to tell Luviara?
There was something off about the tone of her.
Tone?
The others rang true, each in their own way. They serve the prince or the order of wardens. Not that I care about the prince, but I appreciate honest loyalty. For as we say among my kind, eyes for truth, wings for awakening to the width of the world, limbs for the loyalty that bears the weight of our kinship, and amid our bones we offer shelter to those who have nowhere else to run. Which is a long way of saying that my whiskers tickle when they sense a lie. Why are you smiling?
Your whiskers? You have no whiskers.
Not in this form, nor in that of the prince, although I suppose he could grow whiskers had he the desire to do so. But I think he is a vain fellow like me.
Not like you at all.
Closer than you might imagine. To finish my sadly interrupted thought, I suspect the prince feels whiskers would not enhance the pleasing symmetry of his handsome face. He turned his head a little from one side to the next to display both sides of the bequeather's striking profile. The broad cheekbones and sharp chin, the tufted ears, the spiky hair. Yet this is a fine form too, is it not? Strong and pleasurable. These soft mounds are breasts, I believe you call them. I like the feel of them, and such interesting nethers, quite different from the prince's.
More pie than sausage?
He gave her a severe look. What an astounding comparison.
There's a lot a person can do with nethers. Thinking about exactly what that might be made her a little hot. She instinctively pressed her hips harder against his thigh, then eased a step back as she remembered he hadn't gotten permission for anything beyond a single kiss. He studied his hands, the metallic sheen of the Ivor's skin, healed of any trace of burns.
There's a great deal to be said with regard to the obvious beauty of this stunning complexion, which is not so much different from what I was once accustomed to delight in before I was shorn. Although, of course, I shone then with the gilded majesty of the golden sun. But enough about me. What do you think of this body?
I think I haven't had the chance to admire quite as much of this body as I did the other one. Although now that I think about it, I can't shake the bequeather's off-puttingly cold stare from my memory. I'm not at all sure she'd be the sort of person willing to exhibit herself the way the prince so easily does. He chuckled.
To parade around naked? No, indeed. I cannot argue with you in this regard, as she told me so herself.
Did you actually ask her?
She shook with suppressed laughter. Shouldn't I have? I admit that sexual congress is but one small part of a larger life, but I have thought so longingly of you.
Have you? She wanted to put her arms around him again, but hesitated, not sure what the two of them had agreed to. Yet the bequeather wasn't an innocent, nor a passive participant. She'd agreed to a kiss, and all that a kiss implied, and by the haunt's account had bargained hard to get what she wanted in return.
Enough! I have questions!
The voice struck like a blow hacked down between them. They jolted apart as the prince dropped from the wall to land lithely on the ground, followed by a slap of his whip against stone to command their attention. 32. A poetical figure of speech. The haunt spun to face the intruder, snapping into an aggressive posture. Smoky, intangible wings flared out around his form. A cold spatter of rain hissed where it fell on his face, as if onto a sizzling hot surface. Prince Gevulin's expression flashed from arrogance into startled fear. He drew his sword.
"Put that away," hissed Sarah Allah,
in a voice that rolled like distant thunder.
unless you want me to snap you in half and eat you for my supper, although I confess it would be a sad waste of your handsome nethers. Is it possible that, after all that has passed, you have no idea what I am and what I can do? Is it possible you have the ignorant arrogance to believe I am but a vain and frivolous fellow, which, even if true, is but a tiny part of the truth of me? For a breath, Ellen thought the prince might succumb to pride and fight, because he certainly wasn't going to flee. But maybe he was smart enough, or maybe he'd been humbled just enough by his recent defeat. He sheathed the sword, but kept the whip in his hand. "I thought you came in here to explore, but instead I discover you wasting precious time with sentimental play-acting." He gestured dismissively. "I demand answers." "Do you?" The haunt's smoky wings receded into a tight aura around him. "How do you mean to obtain them if I am not willing to speak?" The prince ignored this statement. "What are you?" The haunt lifted his brows in the haughty way he had that charmed Ellen, especially when used against the prince. "I am as you see me. I have always clearly and honestly stated I am one of the shorn." The prince paced a few prudent steps away, to get out of biting and eating range, Ellen supposed. But he wasn't cowering as any normal person would. Maybe cowering was trained out of a prince born into the flower court, or maybe only young princes who didn't cower were elevated to the third estate. After all, one couldn't hope to rule as emperor without an exaggerated sense of one's own importance, alongside a lofty belief that people would naturally bow to you because you were the single most consequential individual in all the world that existed below the high heavens. On the whole, it was more restful to be a deputy courier. "Prince Sirrah Allah, I assume the deputy courier told you that I heard and saw all when you walked in my body." "I am not a prince." "But you are a dragon. Dragons are the royalty of beasts. Thus you are a prince." "Dragons are not beasts. We are intelligent beings, in the same manner as Ivor, Gagast, Swalters, Phrygia, and even humans, if humans can be said to have intelligence, which I often doubt. I must insist you cease such insulting language immediately. And I am not a prince. That is a human word. In my experience, only humans believe princes are different from ordinary folk." The prince studied the haunt. Gevulin's utter confidence gave him a kind of power, but it also made him vulnerable. He couldn't fathom that the world might not bow to him because, for his entire life up to now, it had. But a prince's status was built upon the edifice of the palace. Where the palace's law did not reach, then he was just another man with a good-looking face, some useful skills, and a bad attitude. The haunt had something vaster than confidence. He didn't need the edifice of a palace. He had wings, however smoky and intangible they might be, now that his soul had been shorn from his body. Yet he, too, was vulnerable. He had limitations as well. If the bequeather died right now, not that Ellen wished any such doom upon her, what would become of the haunt? Every soul was vulnerable. She'd stake her life on that understanding, never taking for granted any scrap of peace or happiness, and cherishing all that flowed her way for the blessing it was. The prince tapped the whip against his leg as he considered the haunt. It was clear he'd dismissed Ellen as inconsequential, and bent all his attention on the shorn. "We can become allies, we two." "Are you in need of allies? I thought the lady of this far land was your ally." "She was, but she is overthrown, as are my carefully laid plans. The Emperor has discovered too much. I cannot return to the palace until I can strike and win it in one blow. If you can come back, then why not the rest of your brethren, these shorn?" "How do you mean?" "If I provide bodies for them, then they can use the passage spell. Is that not correct?" "You would coerce your own people to give themselves up, so the shorn can inhabit their bodies in order to use their skills and magic to place you on the throne of the tranquil empire. Is that what you mean?" "Why not?"
The words were spoken with exactly the blithe arrogance Ellen expected from Gevulin. "To start with," the haunt said acerbically, "because we shorn are sworn to a different task, not your petty ambition. That was my next question. Are there sorcerers at work in the world again? And if so, how may we find them?" "You are exactly the sort of fool who believes he can enslave a sorcerer rather than becoming oil to a sorcerer's flame. But so that we may never speak of such reckless idiocy again, I will tell you what I was about to explain to the deputy courier, before you distracted us." He glanced back to make sure of Ellen. She nodded. No use in being annoyed with the prince, or no more than he generally deserved. Gevulin was desperate. It stood to reason that desperate people would act to save themselves. She knew the feeling well. "Go on," ordered the prince. "I am not sure you fully comprehend the circumstances of the ancient days of the Sorcerer Kings, as you call them. Even Luviara had only a most fragmentary understanding. It seems the archives and chronicles of your empire lack a comprehensive account of the age of sorcerers. They rose in quiet fashion, one by one. Some were overly curious scholars, while others were greedy to engorge their hoards or hegemony. Many died, for they developed too deep into the lore and did not understand that sorcery gains its power through stealing the life force of living things. Therefore, sorcery is always evil, not to the righteous, especially to them, since they believe most fervently that they will not be corrupted. But sorcery corrupts all those it touches. Usually it kills any who attempt it. But then some discovered they could leech what they needed from others, from animals first, and then from their enemies, and then even from their own allies. Power breeds lust for more power. A truism, said the prince scornfully. The high heavens must rule, else all would be chaos. So those who rule will claim. But let us not wander down this tedious philosophical path. My point is that, as sorcerers gained the skill to wield sorcery without killing themselves, they took more power, and more, and more. Eventually they made themselves rulers. As one may imagine, to be ruled by sorcerers is to be ruled by fear and death. This the other dragons would not tolerate. For generations a war raged between the sorcerer kings and the gathered armies of the dragons who opposed them and their allies, among which were Ivor, Gagast, Phrygia, Swalters, and even a few righteous humans, as you would say. The final conflagration produced a cataclysm that blasted coastlines, twisted and transformed the landscape, swallowed mighty rivers, collapsed the great Swalter mines, and churned up storms of such severity that even dragons could not fly in them. In the end the Alliance won, but at what cost I cannot tell you, for I did not witness the final battles. All I know is that the Alliance sacrificed much to cast the last and strongest of the Sorcerer Kings into the abyss. The abyss? The prince asked sharply. It is meant as a poetical figure of speech. I do not mean some physical place out of which fools such as you, with great folly, would spring the cage doors and release long-chained evil onto an unsuspecting and unprepared world. The Alliance killed and burned every single one of the sorcerers. So the world was changed, and most of the dragons were lost. The Phrygia vanished, refusing to say where they were bound. The Gagast crept into hiding. The humans crouched in the ruins among rags and bones. The Swalters fled their caverns for the forest. The Ivor were scattered, and their high halls and brilliant cities were broken. "Is that what I saw from atop the spires?" Elen asked. remembering the shadow city that she and Kem had seen at 3 Spires on that long-ago full-moon night. A vision of a lost past? I do not know, dear one, for I have not seen what you have seen. The prince gestured to the 3 towers. Were these spires raised by sorcerers? Are they vessels of sorcerous power? By what power they were raised, I do not know. They were built to house the shorn as guardians for the future. They have in them the power of holding, and the power of listening, and the power of releasing. Ellen began to see how the pieces fit together. They hold the shorn in stasis. Somehow the shorn can listen for the signs of sorcery, the bells, and if they hear them, they can use a passage spell to release themselves, if there is a person willing to carry them in their body. The Ivor must have retained some memory of the tradition, since the bequeather knew of the legacy of the shorn and wished to learn more, so she could pass the knowledge on to the other clans. But in the Empire the shorn have been forgotten, except for village stories about haunts. So what use is the guardianship of the shorn against sorcerers if there is no one to go to the spires to offer themselves up? Memory is the weak link, is it not? I asked the theurgist about this in a roundabout way. She investigated many spires on her travels. I saw them too, interjected the prince, like a child who hasn't been given his piece of festival cake, while others have already started eating at the public ceremony. The haunt blinked. Did you? Fascinating. As I was saying, she said that, in the Empire, many statues were smashed or broken. People saw the statues as wicked and corrupted souls, not as honourable guardians. It grieves me, for these were my comrades, now lost to me. They were honourable and brave enough to give up the lives of our present in the hope of aiding a future they might never see, and will now indeed never see. What about here? Ellen asked. Why does the archway here lead into the hillside instead of onto the terrace? As a child, I came here every spring. I never heard a single person mention statues of any kind. Not hidden, not broken, not intact. Nothing. No one ever came inside these walls that I recall hearing about, except, so people said, a child said to have died on the night of a full moon. So that is why you led us onto this route, rather than taking the road, said the prince. Your Highness, it is true I wanted to give our companion a chance to explore this place, because maybe it has answers that will be useful for him and for all of us. But it would have been foolhardy to take the main road regardless. You yourself saw a troop of riders headed south. You made a good decision, Deputy Courier. She was so shocked by this praise that she offered him a bow. Her deference was of little interest to him, though, not now that he'd got the scent of something he wanted. He raised his whip to point at the archway that led into darkness. Let us go and see for ourselves. 33. Water Sisters. By the time she untied the lantern, filled its reservoir with oil and lit it, the haunt and the prince had disappeared inside. She paused beneath the archway into the tunnel. The light swung her shadow into grotesque shapes on the wall. She caught sight of the two standing among a group of people, faintly illuminated by rays of sunlight. But they weren't people. They were statues. The tunnel expanded into a small domed cavern with slits in its roof through which pale beams of light shone. The 6 statues were all dragons. At least they had once been, if the sleek dragon heads each clutched in an arm told the truth of how they had walked in the world before being shorn of their bodies and placed into human-headed statues. The lantern light framed the haunt as he stood stock still, a hand pressed to his chest as if he'd sustained a shock. He murmured, "My water sisters. Do you know them?" One by one he examined their sculpted features. First the human-like face, and then the dragon visage. Each time he shook his head with resignation. "I do not know any of them. They are my kinfolk, nevertheless." The prince watched intently, avariciously. "Do they have powers like yours? With such a cohort, I could easily take the palace." "Why do you want to overthrow the Emperor, Your Highness?" Elen asked. "Because she tried to kill me." "You did rebel against her." "No, she tried to kill me long before, when I was a child. That's why my blessed mother arranged for Hemelin to protect me. Later, after yet another incident with the kitchen, Hemelin brought in Fulmo." "How can Hemelin protect you? He's just one man." The prince curled his lips disdainfully. "Because Hemelin knows the palace better than anyone. But of course you cannot be expected to know that, a mere deputy courier as you are. You grow too familiar. Address me with more respect." "Yes, Your Highness." "You needn't jump to his bark," said the haunt, a little snippily. She gave him a gentle smile. "I will do so, and gladly, for I have to live on in the Empire, as does Kem. But why are these statues here? Why are they not outside, as at Three Spires? Why go to so much effort—" She pointed at the slits in the roof, "when they could just have been placed outside?" The haunt cocked his head, listening. "What do you hear?" A steady rush thrummed as a faint backdrop to the enclosed cavern, now and again amplified with a shriek, as of a whistle when the wind gusted outside. "I hear the wind." A familiar scent tickled her nose. "I smell pure water, although I'm surprised it carries all the way in here from the spring outside." The haunt said, "Can you not hear it?" "Hear what?" She shrugged. The prince stared, and he and the haunt exchanged a glance as if they had both come to the same conclusion. "It's the sound of running water," said Gevulin. "But from whence does it come? Where is the water?" The haunt nodded slowly as he thought over their surroundings. "We've got it turned around. It's not that the statues were placed in a cave instead of at the entrance. It's that the entrance to this compound isn't from the terrace. Whoever came here was expected to enter from deeper inside the earth." "Well then," said the prince, waving a hand toward the darkness. Elen brought the lantern forward. They paced onward with caution. The floor remained smooth, the air was musty, the walls began to close in on each other. First she could touch either wall with her arms outstretched, then with elbows, and then there was a mere hand's breadth between her shoulders and the solid stone. It was unnerving, as if the tunnel was deliberately tightening around them like a trap, like an atoner's passage. But no, she was an atoner no more. Ahead, the haunt spoke a warning and raised a hand. The tunnel ended at a big hole, like a well that plunged into unknown depths. Steps carved out of the curving wall descended into black. Elen shivered, and yet she also wondered. "Listen," said the haunt. She listened to the soft rise and fall of their breathing, the hiss of the lantern's flame, and beyond all that a strange rustling, rumbling sound she could make no sense of, for it reverberated in distorted ways, growing louder and then fading before rising again. The prince said, "Is there a river running down there, underground?" "So it would seem," said the haunt. "How deep?" "Hard to say," said the haunt, "though I would swear to you, on the bones of my respected ancestors, that it is pure water." "Pure water?" cried Elen. "That would explain how I can smell it. Could it be the source of the spring that rises inside the spires?" She held the lantern over the hole, peering down. The steps descended out of sight, down and down and down, with no visible bottom. What lay down there? Abruptly she realized that she wanted to know. "Descend, and tell me what you find," commanded the prince. "I think not," said the haunt in a mocking tone. "I am not one of your wardens to command." "I meant the deputy courier." "No," said the haunt so quickly she guessed he sensed Ellen's curiosity. "Perhaps your hearing is not as keen as mine, Your Highness. That is a longer way down than you seem to understand. Perhaps you cannot hear all the varied tones that water carries, but I can. This is no nearby trickle. It is a mighty flood.
That we hear it so faintly means it is a very long way down.
Hold on. Elle found a stone on the ground and, leaning out over the opening, dropped it, counting in her head at the steady pace she used when on her courier route. She halted at 20. She'd heard no splash.
"It's too far for us to hear such a tiny noise," said the haunt. "No one is going down such a distance into darkness on a narrow stair with no evident handholds, not without a better idea of what may await them in the depths."
"It is time to test this passage spell you speak of," retorted the prince with a flash of anger. "Maybe statues abiding in darkness don't need moonlight to wake and cast their spell. I'll call Kem." In a searing flash of anger, Ellen began to protest, but the haunt cut her off.
"When I said no, I meant no."
The words were calm, yet so threatening that the prince braced himself with a hand on his sword. Not that a sword would do him any good. The shadowy flare of intangible wings spread to fill the darkness around them, cutting ripples through the pale lantern light. The haunt carried on in that same calm and intimidating tone.
"You do not understand who the Shorn are. Even if you and I wait until the light of a full moon wakes these Shorn, even if you coerce Kem or all of your wardens to accept the soul of another to walk in their body, you do not command the Shorn. We are sworn to a purpose, not to your callow, selfish concerns."
"The stability and prosperity of the tranquil empire is not a callow, selfish concern."
"Ambition makes fools of people. These water sisters will remain undisturbed because they are guardians of the world, not weapons to be wielded in service of your greedy desire for power. Unlike you, the bequeather had many questions for me, because she wanted to understand the true nature and purpose of the Shorn, the better to aid them if that was needed. I would have told her the whole without asking anything in return, although, as it happened, she had something I wanted."
He glanced at Ellen with a softening of his gaze. "Tell me what you told her," demanded the prince.
"I think not," drawled the haunt.
Ellen broke in before the prince threw a punch, and the haunt retaliated in a manner that could not be answered or forgiven. "In truth, I wish you would tell His Highness, so we needn't have this discussion again and again as we otherwise will. His Highness already knows everything you told me when you were in his body." "The deputy courier is correct," said the prince with a sneer.
"We need not give in to his demands," said the haunt, a little peevishly.
The prince smiled, although not at all kindly, but more as if he'd just discerned the winning move in a game of cock and bull. "Need I remind you, Sirrah Allah, that for all your talk of honour and righteousness and the need to never coerce people into a passage spell, it could be said that you twisted your own words to me, back on that night when we first met, you and I. Is trickery not a form of coercion?"
The haunt sighed.
"I think you should tell him what you told the bequeather." Ellen wrestled with how to say what needed to be said. "He's not wrong when he says he didn't fully understand the nature of the bargain he agreed to. You have said as much yourself, have you not?"
The haunt sighed again, wearily, much put upon. But she was right, and so was Prince Gevulin, even though it was a chore to admit it. "Very well. I gave the good captain the responsibility to record and pass on, to bequeath, to the other bequeathers of the many clans, this duty, that they must actively seek out and protect such Shorn who remain in the world, whether awake or still held within a statue. The Ivor must remember always that in a day yet to come, some among their clans may be called upon to provide bodies for the Shorn. This duty was laid down long ago upon the descendants of those who defeated the Sorcerer Kings. A few may need to sacrifice their lives, so most can live in as much peace as can ever be found in the world." All this she agreed to. If the world loses all its shorn, then who will fight should it come to that? Who will prevent another conflagration should it come to that? Sorcerers must be tracked down and eaten before they become too powerful. "Eaten?" murmured the prince, looking at the haunt with new suspicion. "Like the mouse at Grinder's Cut?" "That is the only way to stop them," said the haunt, without a trace of humour. Yet Ellen smiled, because possibly the moment the haunt had so blithely eaten that poor, doomed, spore-ridden mouse had been the moment she'd truly fallen in love with him. It had been such a swift and decisive solution, if perhaps not so tasty. "So after all that, what have you actually accomplished?" the prince went on inexorably. "You woke, you walked north in my body, and then you departed into the pool. How did this expedition advance your purpose as one of the Shorn? Did you identify or eat any rogue sorcerers, find any trace of them at all?" The haunt shook his head regretfully. "I did not. I misjudged the bells, thinking them a sign of sorcery rising again, but probably I was simply too eager to cast myself back into the world. I found only the ashes of sorcery, the pall, but no trace of living sorcerers, no active sorcery. Thus my effort was wasted. A typically comic and pointless end to my noble sacrifice." "So the Shorn are no longer needed, which means I can wake them and use them for my own purposes," said the prince. "To the contrary, it means the Shorn remain more necessary than ever, as long as those who still survive in statues are not destroyed by ignorance. I suppose that means I have served some small purpose in warning the Ivor," he added, with a fresh lilt in his tone, never one to dwell for long on his own failings. He smiled slyly. "For that matter, I suspect it wasn't the bell of sorcery that called to me. I think I must have gotten distracted by the comings and goings of a certain deputy courier, which might seem months apart to her, and yet to me but a blink of an eye." "Yes, a song for the wine shops, I'm sure," said the prince sarcastically. "It would be a mercy if it finally pushed that honey-rotted melody about Shilsa Bakassar out of everyone's mouths, even after all these years." "Why does everyone talk about the Shilsa song?" Ellen asked. "Did she not tell you, now she has befriended a deputy courier in her condescending way? She refused Astalin's proposal to become her elegant consort. That's not surprising, since she doesn't like pie. Why would any manor-born person eat pie? Pie is the food of menials. Anyway, what has food to do with anything? Such a match was a political triumph, but Shilsa turned her back on it and joined the Wardens. The wine shops have been singing about it ever since." "I knew they were singing about her, but I thought it was about her and Jervy." "Jervy? What has Shilsa to do with Jervy?" "Can it be the observant prince has missed the entire drama?" murmured the haunt. "Fortunate man." Taking advantage of the brief span of privacy to ask a question she could not ask in front of the Wardens, Ellen grasped the haunt's hand. "If this is the end of your noble sacrifice, then what will become of you? Can't you go back to Three Spires?" "How would I get there?" "I would take you." His wince was in his tone. "Ah, so you would, for it is exactly like you to offer, dear one. Yet that would be cruel, would it not? Always together, yet always apart. However, I was speaking the truth the first time you and I met. Because of the viper, the passage spell will not work on you. And anyway, even if it did, returning to Three Spires would serve no purpose. I do not know the spell by which a soul can be poured into a statue. I have no passage back into the shell I left. I was given only passage to get out." "What about the pall? You entered it and left it." "It seems I can pass in and out of the pall because the pall has a similar substance to my own. That's what gave me the idea that the substance of the pall is related to the substance of the souls of the Shorn, and thus possibly to souls in the general sense. All souls of living creatures, I mean." Listening intently, Gevulin abruptly said, "You are no sorcerer, I'm sure of it. You've little enough ambition, that is for certain.
Do you even know the means by which these ancient adepts wove or sealed their spells, how sorcery works, by what means this ancient alliance defeated them despite their terrifying power?"
"I do not," said the haunt.
"You might be lying to mislead me," said the prince. "But after everything I have witnessed, I begin to think you are not. I think you actually do not know. A dragon you may have been long ago, but I come to suspect that in wisdom and education, and in the discipline to improve yourself, you have more in common with the lowest rank of foot soldiers in the Imperial infantry. You were given a simple task appropriate to your level of accomplishment and ambition in whatever sort of life you had back then."
Ellen bridled at these insults, but the haunt chuckled. "I see we understand each other at last. Yet consider this, Gevulin. The most ill-educated and laziest dragon can still easily snap up the most highly accomplished and skilled prince. So where does that leave us? I, for one, look forward to a bite to eat, even if it is spoilt by being cooked."
Ellen snorted. The prince, of course, had no such sense of humour. He took the lantern from Ellen and walked past the shaft into the shadows at the back of the tunnel, poking around to see if there was another chamber or stairway, but it was a dead end. When he returned, his expression had become intent and calculating, a promise of perilous demands to come. "What if this sound we truly hear is a river of pure water? Rivers are marked on maps. Might not an underground river be a passageway that a mapmaker could know of and wish to record?"
Ellen and the haunt exchanged a puzzled glance. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Ellen asked. The prince handed the first lantern back to Ellen, set down his spyglass case, and unhooked his own travel lantern and tinderbox. Ellen didn't expect a prince to be so skilled at such a humble task, but he lit the travel lantern with one strike. Of course, this prince would never settle for anything less than mastery. Probably he could launder clothing and mend harnesses too, if need be, better than any riverbank laundress or royal groom. The wick took to flame. The cavern brightened. Gevulin stuck his whip back into his belt and raised the lantern. "I refuse to leave this mystery unexplored. We may never have another such chance." With that, he started down the steps into the black pit. 34. The Brief Aura. The haunt pressed a hand against his eyes, as if to shield himself against implacable folly. "We have to go after him," Ellen said. His shoulders heaved. He did not lower his hand from his eyes. "Must we, dear one?" "Yes, we must." Ellen licked 2 fingers and pinched off the wick of her own lantern to save its oil, should it be needed later. Without waiting for him to say anything more, she went to the shaft and set a foot on the top step. Here she paused, intimidated by the way the well-like opening went down and down and down, as if an impossibly giant spear had been driven deep into the ground with a single stab. The prince did not look back. Probably he expected them to follow, or perhaps he truly did not care whether they did. Maybe just a little. She admired his determination. She no longer doubted that he was, through his own efforts and relentless practice, adept of the bow and the spear, conqueror of the 10 Peaks race, eloquent grace of the wind dance, artist of the brush and virtuoso of the pen, master of the lyre and preeminent bard of the 12 cycles and the 360 poems of the glorious founder, and doubtless more besides. Enough of this wool-gathering. The descent scared her, a truth she had to face. Either she was going, or she wasn't. She exhaled, steadying herself by pressing her right hand against the curve of the wall. The haunt came up behind her. "A fool's errand," he remarked. "Thus, I suppose, in the end it was inevitable I should feel obliged to go. Shall I precede you or follow? Is it the darkness or the depth that disturbs you so?" "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this." Below, the prince kept going. He wasn't in a hurry, but he wasn't dawdling either. His light, now the only light, slowly drew away, getting smaller as the darkness crept in around them.
She took another step down, then a third, then a fourth, each easier than the last as she became accustomed to the height and width of the steps. The best practice was to pay attention and not falter. Don't get distracted or sloppy. Stick to the routine. Stay calm. By keeping her right hand on the wall and her gaze fixed on her boots, she avoided the gulf of air to her left, where her unlit lantern, held in her left hand, hung over the emptiness. The fall would kill. So she wouldn't fall. The haunt's presence behind her steadied her nerves like the pressure of the sun on a fine, hot, summery day. He had come back for her. As they descended, the rumble below grew in volume, echoing weirdly and wildly around them. Even had they wished to converse, they soon could not have without shouting. The deeper they went, the stronger became the smell of pure water, its blissful scent and embrace to shelter and bathe the traveller, exhausted by the travails and troubles of an indifferently brutal world. It was a long way down, farther than she would have thought possible. Who could create such a shaft to begin with, much less one that had remained stable for an unknown number of generations? Did the stonework resemble the Swalter cavern, whose tunnels showed no sign of decay, no crumbling, just dust and abandonment? Here, too, she thought. Was this also a place Swalters had once constructed and used, since abandoned or lost? By now, the boom and rolling roar of flowing water had gotten so loud that it buzzed in her bones. All at once, the light ahead vanished as if flicked off. She swore under her breath, drenched instantly in sweat from a spike of terror. What if they were trapped? What if she fell? What if a Paul had taken the prince, and his newly spore-distended and monstrous form came surging out of the darkness to attack them? A reassuring hand touched her back, as if to say, "I'm here." So close to pure water there could be no Paul, and no spore. Stay calm. The light reappeared, held steady. The prince had halted. The steps ended at the base of the shaft. Gevulin stood in the mouth of a tunnel, grinning as triumphantly as a child who has just won his first competition against all expectation. The expression made the prince look younger and almost approachable. He mouthed words, shouting, but all she could make out were scraps of sound. Ooh, ah, ee! He turned and led them into the tunnel. A short passage beneath rock opened onto a greater tunnel, a vast span whose roof and far bank she could not see in the darkness. They stood on the embankment of a wide river. Its waters swelled and poured past like the floodwaters of spring. The boom and rumble changed tone and texture here, less clamorous and intense than it had sounded in the shaft. The embankment ran about 50 paces to either side before it was cut off by rock. A stone jetty stuck out into the current to provide a sheltering barrier for a stone pier, marked with 8 stone pillars where boats could be moored. The prince knelt and stuck a hand into the waters, cupped his fingers and tasted it. He shook his head in wonderment. "Pure water!" he shouted. "Have you ever heard of such a thing?" It was a question that required no answer. Ellen walked to each of the pillars in turn, looking for any sign of mooring ropes or recent activity, but there was nothing. This embankment was surely as old as the spires above, and possibly older, one of the lost secrets of the ancients. Either they had stripped away all signs of their presence here, or the span of generations had swallowed it, piece by piece, until no trace or memory was left. The prince's lantern, set on the ground, sputtered and went out. They were plunged into utter darkness. Ellen could not see her hand in front of her face. The space around her was reduced to the river's relentless power, to the taste of its spray, like hope on the tongue, to the ineffable sense that the water arose from an unknown source and flowed inexorably to an unknown outcome. Like souls who arise not knowing from whence, and live out their lives inside the brief aura of a lit lamp, only to depart, not knowing to where. The world was great, and terrible, and wondrous, and frightening. Each weak flame burned for as long as it could manage, until it, too, was snuffed out. But a deputy courier came prepared. Kneeling, she set her lantern on the ground. It had enough lamp oil left to make the return ascent. By feel, she opened her tinderbox, snapped, sparked, and lit the wick. The lantern's flare wasn't so very great, but out of this darkness its shine hit so harshly that she blinked several times until her eyes adjusted. The light caught the prince crouched in consternation at the embankment's edge, not knowing what to do with his light gone. She fought down the impulse to smile, but the haunt didn't. He seemed happy to mock as he scooped up the prince's lantern, which he offered to Gevulin with an exaggerated bow. "Humble foot soldier I may be, but unlike you, I can see in the dark. And if I couldn't, I'd make sure I had enough oil for the return journey." Ellen did not wait, having little patience for this petty display of one-upmanship. She signalled to the prince with a wave of a hand, and without waiting for his command, headed back through the tunnel to the shaft. The haunt waited for the prince to follow her, and took up the rear. She assumed that if Sarah Allah slipped, he could unfurl his smoky wings to save himself. And could he really see in the dark? She'd have to ask him, should she ever have the chance. As she ascended, she began to despair of ever having that chance for the most mundane of reasons, just getting there. Half of each month she walked the paths of the Moonrise Hills, so walking came as a second nature. But so many stairs were another thing entirely. At first she climbed steadily, thinking it not much worse than a steeply sloping path in the hills. Then, starting to feel a burn in her legs, she counted, thinking to distract herself. Then she halted to catch her breath, the prince waiting impatiently 2 steps below. Starting again, she made it another 100 steps. Halted. 50 steps. Halted, panting. "We are almost at the top," shouted the prince. "Keep going." Almost had never seemed so far, but the sense of confinement and her fear of falling gave strength to her legs. At last she staggered up and out over the rim of the shaft. With an intense effort she managed to set down her lantern neatly on the ground before collapsing next to it. Her legs ached and her lungs burned. The prince emerged looking barely winded. And why would he be, if he were truly a conqueror of the 10 Peaks race? He went to her pack and, without asking permission, unhooked her leather bottle of oil. The moment the haunt arrived and halted to kneel beside Ellen, the prince took the empty travel lantern, filled it with her oil, and lit it again. He opened his spyglass case and slid out the spyglass. From the ground, watching him, Ellen realized the instrument was wrapped in vellum. This he unrolled, anchoring the top edge with the spyglass and the bottom edge with the case. It was the map they'd discovered in Mekfo's staff at Far Boundary Vigil. Ellen rolled up to sit and scooted closer. The haunt stood behind her. "So, you see," said the prince, tapping a line on the map, "here lies the watercourse we found below." "Luviara said the map was a fake, drawn by the Crown Prince to expose you as a traitor against the Emperor," objected Ellen. "She did say that, but explain this to me." Gevulin pointed to the first line of writing. She read, as she had before, "Teveg ulbehot halrad." "Luviara does not know the language of the 4 lands," objected Gevulin. "She says she does not know it. She might have been lying. It might have been a test." "A test for whom? Not for you. Luviara had no reason to believe you had ever been in the 4 lands. Let me tell you a few things I learned about the Theurgist in the 3 years she and I and Simo journeyed together. She is insatiably curious and loves to talk to people about any scrap of knowledge they might have that she doesn't know. She is always on the hunt for traces of old history and forgotten temples and lost lands. She has read a great deal in the archives. Yet she can read only 2 scripts, both of them standard practice in the Palace Academy. I picked up foreign languages more quickly than she did. I could understand the sailors' cant aboard ship when we sailed to Isle Tempest, while she was reliant on interpreters. As an interlocutor, she is useful only in the Empire. Therefore, I believe she truly could not read what's written here. Why would anyone not show off their skill if they had earned such mastery? Was he truly baffled that someone would not show off their skill? Maybe so, given his list of accomplishments and how he made sure everyone was reminded of it as often as possible. Your Exalted Highness, she chose her words carefully, it seems likely that Theogist Luviara was serving the Emperor in a convoluted scheme to prove you had begun to take specific and measurable steps to claim the throne for yourself. She might have been playing the part of your loyal but somewhat hapless interlocutor the entire time she was travelling with you. He pressed a hand to his forehead, then lowered it. Like a theatrical performance, you are saying? Yet, he shook his head. Furthermore, how was my nephew, the Crown Prince, to have written this document, as she claimed he did? How can he have known the language of a land we have been so long cut off from? I can think of a few ways, said Ellen. Luviara told you the Crown Prince wrote it. Maybe she meant he commanded it to be written, which in the palace may come to the same thing. Also, how do you know the Emperor has never had any correspondence with any of the rulers of the North? The Emperor must know things she's never told you. If the Four Lands was once 4 Quarters province, that means the palace deliberately suppressed the knowledge of its location and indeed its very existence. 4 Quarters province was recorded as having been swallowed by the Pall. Sure, and maybe most did and do think that. But I'm betting there are secret archives only an emperor has access to. Maybe not. I wouldn't know. What do you think happened, Your Highness? He frowned darkly. I think Luviara knows this is a real map, but a map of something she doesn't understand, something she wants to understand, something she thought might be of value to the Emperor, something most importantly that she did not want Thelen to think was valuable lest he'd take it from her. She spun a tale so he would dismiss it as trash he need take no interest in. I'm surprised she didn't get hold of it again when she had the chance. That's due to Schultz's quick thinking. He lifted his chin in triumph, which means Luviara has no proof of my actions at the vigil except her own testimony. The Crown Prince's scheme has failed. I can return to the palace with no one the wiser. But enough. See here. Do you see? The light cast a hazy glow across the crude map with its uneven shorelines and spiky letters collected into 3 clumps of text. He traced the lines that looked something like roads. What if this is a map of underground rivers? Rivers of pure water, Ellen breathed, which grants strength to the weary and protects against spore. Unnatural, said the Haunt. Created by sorcery? She asked. Or as a defence against sorcery? I wouldn't know. I am merely an eater of sorcerers, the most humble of tasks. Yet the Haunt examined the map with interest as keen as hers or the prince's. Gevulin, I think you are onto something. I dare say you are wasted as a purveyor of petty palace intrigue and a victim of a dreary appetite for political power. You should have been a warden, in truth. Or a surveyor, said Ellen, breath hitching as she leaned closer to examine the crude outlines of what might represent the 4 lands, the blasted coast, and the desolation, once a rich agricultural province, and now an impassable wilderness stretching into the heartland of the Empire. Exactly where surveyors got lost. This discovery was something indeed. Something marvellous, something astounding, something incredible. If it wasn't just a fake meant to indict an ambitious prince. Yet, what was that blurred, faded mark in the corner? She touched the scar on her neck, then traced the faded mark with a finger. It was a jagged line, like a stylized lightning bolt. Hadn't the surveyor Berry worn a necklace with this symbol, belonging to his best friend and possible lover, the last surveyor known to have been lost in the desolation? Rotho. Could it be Rotho's own map? Don't touch that. The prince swept her hand off the map, fingers twitching as if trying to clutch a desired outcome beyond his reach. I should be emperor. I am the deserving one. Pity, remarked the haunt sardonically. It is pitiful indeed. The Magnolia Emperor is a hidebound, rigid bully who favours her snide, spoiled, vicious child simply because he was born of her womb, and she believes, therefore, that she can control him. Meanwhile, Elen simpers and pretends to virtue, all the while she courts the minor manners as if they are worthy allies. Wouldn't you want the minor manners to support you, should you become emperor? Elen asked. All the manners are required to support the emperor if they wish to keep their geniuses. Why does that matter? Asked the haunt. Elen said, without a genius, a manor loses its status as a manor, and thus the rank, access, perquisites, and privileges that go with it. Ah. The prince went on, still stewing over the unfairness of it all. Everyone praises Elen, but she is 6 years older than I am, and hasn't half my accomplishments. Not the wind dance, the 10 peaks. She is devoted to luxury and pleasure, not to hard work and discipline. Then, how did she come to be a prince of the Third Estate? She is said to be good company at parties, he said sourly. Ah, said Elen, and unfortunately she glanced at the haunt. He had the bad manners to laugh outright. The prince said, exactly so. No one ever judges an emperor's successful rule by how many guests they invite over, and whether they are willing to sing the very wine-shop song mocking them, but in a way that makes it seem they are wise and witty enough to enjoy the jest. Indeed, your highness, Elen said carefully. I can see you would not tolerate such ludicrously entertaining goings-on. What about the map? A prince succeeds by having weapons his rivals lack. You are one, Deputy Courier. This map may well be another. He rolled the map up, around the spyglass, carefully slid the 2 objects back into the tube, and rose briskly. These underground rivers are the key. That is what this map is trying to tell us. They might become a route to move soldiers and supplies beneath pall-ridden land without detection. But as I have learned to my cost, a reckless move now will only put me in more danger. We have no leisure to survey their extent, not yet. Coming to the Four Lands almost resulted in disaster. I must move quickly. What is your plan, your highness? Elen asked. It is not to be spoken of before the bequeather. The bequeather accepted the veil, and the temporary oblivion that goes with it, said the haunt. She will remember nothing. But you will. I will be trapped in the pall, where you may find a new host, even this deputy courier, if I have not mistaken what she offered you earlier. I have seen what I needed to see. My path is clear. We go south, back to the Empire. But, your highness, Elen said, the Emperor knows you are a traitor who has made a pact with a foreign power to overthrow her. Were you not paying attention before? She suspects it, but has no proof. Her lack of proof is what precipitated this entire sorry affair and her attempt to ensnare me. Luviara's testimony could condemn me, it's true, but Luviara must first travel north to the Hightmost's cold capital, must wait for the sailing season in order to take a ship to an imperial port, and then must travel overland to reach the palace. That's if Thelen even allows her to leave, which he may not. She's a theurgist. He can scarcely stop her if she binds a powerful enough air spirit to carry her to a waiting ship in a harbour. Not if he locks her up in a cell. He's not a trustworthy man. Don't say it, muttered Elen, not looking at the haunt. Don't say what? Asked the prince. Don't say the haunt was right all along. It will make him insufferable. You mistake me for someone else of your acquaintance, said the haunt. I am always sufferable. The prince ignored this byplay, or perhaps he did not understand it. Maybe no one had ever affectionately joked with him. It would explain a lot. Gevulin continued. Once back in the Empire, I will set wardens to watch for Luviara on the roads. She won't be expecting it. She'll never reach the palace. Yes, this will do nicely. The bequeather will grant us passage to Far Boundary Vigil, from whence we shall return south. Have you forgotten Lord Dwen and the Sublime Highness last seen at the vigil? Not at all, Deputy Courier. Nor have I forgotten your viper. Kill the head, and the body dies. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. She did. He still intended for her to use her viper to murder the Emperor. If he could get her within striking distance, she could manage it. That's what worried her. If the prince didn't die in the attempt, then once he became emperor, he'd either dispose of her or keep her chained to him by using Kem as a hostage. For all intents and purposes, she would become his atoner. 35. Though she had never flown. The first thing Ellen did after they'd stolen 2 boats from the banks of the Eelwise River was to roll up in a blanket and lie down to sleep on the floorboards. When she woke, the short autumn afternoon had passed, and it was growing dark. Simo at the oars was guiding their boat under the overhang of a frost-bitten willow. The other rowboat followed them in. The prince had placed the Haunt and Kem in the other boat, while keeping Ellen close to himself. They all clambered off the boats to pee and stretch. Ellen could have grabbed Kem and run, but she had no intention of getting trapped in her old homeland. Best to bide her time.
"Do we rest here for the night, Your Highness?"
Simo asked. "No, we push on," said the prince. "The clouds are moving off. We'll have enough light."
"Hush, I beg you, and get a fire started."
The Haunt had climbed out over the willow's angular above-ground roots. Holding on to a sturdy branch and with his feet braced against the trunk, he dangled over the waters that ran deep and still where the bank had carved out a quiet pool against the old tree. He dipped a hand into the water and let it rest there, as if it were just another bit of branch swaying in the current. The others stared, as if he were an apparition, and in a way he was. Ellen lucked onto a withered clump of summer dandelions and dug up their roots. There came a splash, followed by startled laughter, and the Haunt demanding quiet. She circled back, careful of the spongy ground with its layers of rotting vegetation that was a favourite breeding ground for Spore. Ippis was already out on patrol with a drawn sword, but her pace looked measured, not anxious. Just as Ellen ducked back under the willow's canopy, the shadowy figure at the river's edge twitched and with a slap of his hand catapulted a fish out of the water and onto the land. Kem pounced on it and killed the flopping fish with 2 smart blows from the hilt of his knife. While Ellen had been out gathering, Kem, Jervy and Shilsa had found stones to make a hearth. They laid a fire with dead wood Jervy had gathered. Ellen lit it with her flint. Kem gutted and cleaned the fish while she washed off the dandelion roots and boiled them in a pot with chance-met chives and a pinch of salt, for the autumn leavings were tough and bitter. With great relish, the company shared out 5 roasted fish, eating in silence while they traded off watch. Even the prince deigned to eat the simple country fare. Kem sat next to her on a log. "I'm glad I got to see it," he murmured. "I've never seen anyone catch fish like that either. Hard to be that fast." He snorted softly.
"Never thought I'd see you like this."
"Like what?" she asked suspiciously. He tipped his head toward the Haunt, who, having eaten with the others, had gone back to his fishing spot to see if he could catch a few fish for the next meal. Her cheeks grew hot with a blush, and she grinned with a ridiculous burst of joy. Fortunately, the night covered all. Kem went on, but she could hear the smile in his tone. "I meant this place. I feel I understand you and Mama better for seeing it. As long as we're not trapped here. So many things make sense now. I'll be digging them up for years. That child in the walls." He grasped her hand tightly. "What an awful place." "I'm sorry, Kem." "Sorry you kept the truth from me." He sighed. "I can't be angry after seeing that child. I wouldn't have wanted to talk about it either. And Mama certainly wasn't—" He wrapped his other hand around hers as though comforting her. Little Kem, he whom she had comforted for so long. "I never understood how hard things were for her. Sometimes I guess I just thought she was weak and difficult. She wasn't weak, Kem. Never think so. But she was difficult. There are so many things I wish I'd never said to her. But you didn't know. That's our fault. No, it isn't your fault, he said stoutly. If you force someone weaker than you into the jaws of a wolf, then you have become the wolf. You did your best. Anyway, how could I even have understood it if you'd tried to explain? I didn't listen to Mama very well, did I? She shrugged. There's my answer, he said, half a sob. Don't blame yourself. We all do our best in a hard world. Hindsight is all very well, but that's all it is. Hindsight. No one knows how they will act until the moment comes for action. No one can truly know what the best course of action is when every path looks overgrown and cruel with thorns. Learn what you can from what happened, then keep walking. Speaking of walking, how are your feet? Are those boots broken in yet? He chuckled. I guess they are. No more blisters anyway. So, after all, it takes time and patience. He leaned his head against her shoulder like old times. But he was growing up. He wasn't a boy. He was a young man now. I'm proud of you, of how you've handled yourself. I didn't expect the wardens for you, but I think you've found a good situation. I like it with the wardens, but I hate leaving you. She sighed. It was both bitter and sweet to see him come into his own. He added, urgently, Will you be okay? I'm still a deputy courier at Orleda Holt. But listen, and don't react. It's likely the prince will keep me close, now he knows about the viper. He jolted up, about to protest out loud, but she tugged warningly on his hand. Hush, say nothing for now. We can't know what the future holds. I'm far less worried about my own situation than that you'll get caught up in the prince's treason. He nodded. Shilsa had a little chat with me and Ippis, said she'll try to keep us free of any association with the prince's palace intrigues. But if anyone can slip out of his predicament, I'd say the prince can. Do you? Why? Whatever we think of his qualities, he's smart and determined and ruthless. But what I meant by asking if you'll be okay is... He gestured toward the haunt braced among the trees. I cried my tears. I made my peace. Do you wish you'd never met him at all? Oh, no. I'm glad I met him, even for this short time. He squeezed her hand, but had no other reply. The river burbled on. Simo and the prince were conferring in low voices. Jervy took watch while Shilsa and Ippis crept into the darkness to do their business, safety in numbers. The haunt hung out over the waters with a hand immersed, so still that he might have become a willow branch swaying ever so slightly in the night wind. Is he still fishing? Kem whispered. Fishing or listening? I don't know. Simo gave the bird call whistle for ready to go. They converged on the boats and slung in their packs. The haunt said, Your Highness, for this leg of the journey I intend to accompany the deputy courier. It does not please me to allow it, said the prince. Yet you escaped from the pit in which you were being held because I rescued you. I will be gone soon enough. I speak out of politeness. You, of all who are here, must most vividly be aware that should I choose to act, you can't stop me. The others watched as the prince fumed, struggling to find a reply. Finally, Shilsa said, What is going on? This is all very strange. I don't understand it. It's a trifling request, one it would be foolish to refuse, added the haunt, with a gentle blink of his mesmerizing eyes. The prince huffed. Very well. Novice Kem will attend me, Simo, and Jervy. Shilsa, Ippis, the deputy courier in the other boat, with you. Ippis had a look on her face as if she wanted to ask but knew better. She took the oars with the ease of a person who has grown up on the water. Shilsa sat at the prow, an unlit lantern beside her. The haunt settled himself at the stern, and Elen sat beside him. He twined his fingers through hers, the gesture hidden by the night. But Shilsa stared suspiciously at them from down the length of the rowboat, while Ippis flashed the oars and pulled them into the current. "You don't act like the bequeather," Shilsa said. "Are you her twin, perchance? I have a pair of cousins who look more alike than peas in a pod. You Ivor might have a similar trait." "I am myself," said the haunt, "as I have always been." "That's not an answer. Are you the bequeather we met before?" From across the water, the prince hissed, "Silence!" It was the correct command. Sound carried on night air, and it was a still night, the cold making the air seem likely to shatter if it were pressed too hard with shouts or laughter, or even what Ellen could imagine as Shilsa's exclamation of shock if she learned the truth this way. Shilsa muttered, "Don't think I won't ask again later," before she stopped talking. Ellen was glad of the silence. She was content to sit beside the haunt, hand tucked in his. Part of her wished to know more and yet more about who he had been before he became shorn. But it was enough to have this journey, to remain in his presence. He held her hand and sometimes made a funny humming noise so low she could barely distinguish it from the spill and burble of the swirling river currents, from the wind clacking and rustling in the trees and brush. Now and again she secretly squeezed his hand, and he answered in like measure. The night flowed along as the river flowed. Ellen was tired, but she did not want to sleep. She did not want to lose one moment next to him. Eventually, in the other boat, Simo let Kem take the oars. Seeing the transfer, Ippis murmured, a bit sarcastically, "He was telling me all about how he and his great good friend Joeth used to go out on the Sulwine stream. Anyway, I'm tired. Who wants to row?" "I don't know how," said Ellen. "I can," said Shilsa, "but I was at the oars all afternoon and I'm not that skilled at reading the water at night." "I'll row," said the haunt. The two wardens curled up at the stern to sleep while he took the bench. Wrapped tightly in her warm cloak, Ellen took sentry at the prow. This meant she sat on her pack, looking ahead onto the glimmering river while keeping her back against his, feeling the strong shift of his muscles as he handled the oars, rocking her forward and back. It was so soothing, like the steady beat of wings, though she had never flown and could never fly. In a whisper, he said, "They're asleep. Tell me about your favourite day." She too kept her voice low, a murmur easily drowned out by the sound of the river and the slap of water against the boat. "A specific day?" "No, I mean, what would a day be that would make it a fine day for you?" She breathed as he breathed, in, out, in, out. "Being with the people I love. That's enough to start with. That's everything if you have nothing else. And then, to not be in fear for my life. To know my body is my own, that no one can choose for me what I would not choose for myself. Add to that the freedom to walk where I wish, as I wish. Isn't a deputy courier's route set by the intendant? I have duties I must accomplish, but how I accomplish them is up to me, as long as they are fulfilled. I'm responsible for myself when I'm on my route. No one is treading at my heels, commanding me where to put my feet as I take each step." "Is there more?" "I'm not greedy. That's more than many people will ever know in their lives." "But, go on." "Knowing I have a decent place to sleep at night, one that is safe and secure, or as secure as anything can be in this world. A place that is warm in the cold season and endurable when it is hot. And, if I may be so bold, water to wash in, well-made clothing, and good boots. I really cherish good boots. To go with that, enough food that I need not go hungry more than 1 day out of 10, and if it's a very fortunate day, a pleasingly sharp mug of cider. It shall be as fortunate a day as you please. Oh, and then, with all that on offer, a chance to raise my child in such peace as one can find. The chance for me and for all those who can to learn a skill, like bootmaking or surveying or herbalism, or even just to learn to sing or write or read or memorize the old poems, to do accounts or draw maps, all of that. It seems like a lot.
It seems like so little to ask.
What about you?
Me? Oh, to fly, I suppose.
His tone was light, but she sensed the heavy weight of what he had given up beneath it.
But that gift was shorn from me, so I never shall fly again.
She whispered, "What is it like to fly? You needn't answer if you prefer not to. I don't mean to bring any pain to you." Something in the way his body shifted against her back made her think he was smiling.
The pain is not anything you have brought. It is there regardless. But as you say, I made the choice, so the choice was not made for me. I knew that in becoming one of the shorn that I would lose that which I loved best. What I thought I would gain, I am not so sure. Glory? Praise? A sense of purpose? It was a long time ago. I have had a very long time to contemplate my folly.
Did you? She hesitated to ask, but he would be gone so soon. How did you endure the passing years? Were you awake and aware the entire time? How did you manage?
Not the whole time. The spell to place us in the shell is a complicated one, so I was given to understand. It is hedged about with all kinds of restrictions and limitations. Once we are contained in the statue, the presence of the bright moon—
The full moon?
Yes, the bright moon lifts us to the edge of awareness, so we can cast our senses into the world to seek out any hint of sorcery. Then we doze again, as it were, a sort of slumber or stupor. So I suppose each year would have seemed to pass as if it were but 13 days, and even then as if a veil separated us from full waking life.
She winced, for it sounded frightful to her.
He said immediately, "It wasn't so awful, dear one. They warned us how it would be, though they could not have known the whole. We prepared as well as we could. I memorized entire sagas so I might recite them to myself if I grew frantic or bored."
Entire sagas? If only Luviara hadn't betrayed us, she would be second in line to hear them all.
"Who would be first?" he asked teasingly.
"Kem's friend, Joef."
She angled her elbow to poke at his back. Even that gesture felt unbearably flirtatious. The first round of an evening's long foreplay toward a pleasing shared bed.
How she wished. But what did wishing accomplish? It was not to be. "You didn't tell me about flying." He said nothing for a bit, working the oars as the long night swept them on its inexorable currents. Her wool scarf, wrapped up to cover her face, had slipped, and her nose felt like an icicle. She tucked it up more tightly, her breath caught beneath, and its warmth pooling against her chilled skin. The viper was quiet, content, as she was content. Ippis stirred, snorted, and sat up. "Where are we?"
"Still on the river," said the haunt.
"I can tell that. Don't you know, Ellen, from your childhood? I never boated down this river, but I am looking for a ford I remember, if it looks the same as 20 years ago."
"So it's true," said Shilsa, who knew how long she'd been awake. "You really did come from here. I'd never have guessed. You have the Orleda accent and a bit of an imperial lilt, too. I suppose from working in the residence you'd have picked it up from the intendant's people." From the other boat, not so far away, the prince hissed, "Silence!"
"Do you want me to take the oars?" Ippis whispered.
"No, I'm fine," the haunt replied. The two wardens settled back to try to get more sleep. Ellen had a great deal of practice in the art of silence. For his part, the haunt seemed content to be close to her in this way, as the shoreline glided past and the waxing moon rose amid stars crowded like
carelessly flung jewels against the roof of the heavens. Eventually, Elen dozed off as he rode on, seemingly tireless. Early she woke, shivering because her cloak had slipped to expose her legs. The first rosy glow brushed upward in the east, above a dense line of shrubs and trees grown along the river's edge. They came around a bend, following the wake of the lead boat. "Look, the U-tunnel," she said in surprise, for here the river split around a grassy sandbar. Ahead, the prince was now at the oars in the other boat, while Kem was asleep. Gevulin manoeuvred into the main channel, but to the right, through rippling shallows, a trickle of backwater flowed beneath a row of ancient yew. Their majestic curled branches made a kind of tunnel through which two hungry little girls might wade on the hunt for lantern berries. A grievous weight pierced her heart. It had happened so long ago, and Owl was dead. But they'd escaped. And importantly, hadn't they passed by this very ford on that very last trek, their last day as atoners? She slid forward to kneel at the prow as she peered into the slowly lightening dawn. "This is the path we took. Lady Eliona's court came this way every year in the summer. Usually the advance party would pause here before crossing. Owl and I would have time to pick lantern berries, because they grew all through the yew, and no one else will gather them from here. They fear the berries are poisoned because they are wrapped so close to yew bark." She turned to see Ippis and Shilsa awake and gazing at her with puzzled expressions. "We're close," she added. "Not far now to the edge of the pool. We'll have to hike west along its shoreline to reach the road, but I don't know how far the distance will be or what to expect." In the boat ahead, Jervy and Simo began readying their bows. Shilsa and Ippis got out theirs as well, stringing them, checking what arrows they had left. The haunt rode, concentrating with such intentness that she guessed he was listening beyond what a human could hear. She knelt in the prow, shading her eyes as they swept past the ford where the river widened and grew shallow enough for horses to cross, as long as the river wasn't full with flood rains. Because it was late autumn, no one was out. Folk stayed close to home, where there was heat and life. Nevertheless, she felt a prickling on her skin, as if they were being watched. She spotted 2 crows perched on a branch overlooking the water. They swept on, leaving the crows behind. The river's current grew faster, tumbling where it cut around the end of the ridge and descended from the higher ground to the lower shore along the White Sea. Elen wasn't used to boats. She gripped the gunwales as the boat rocked and yawed, sure she was about to pitch over the side, but the haunt handled the rapids with ease, as did the prince. Elen wondered if His Exalted Highness ever got tired of being good at things, or maybe his sour and harsh personality was the counterweight to all his skill and grace. Abruptly they emerged from the obscuring woodland. The pool lay before them, about half a league away, past a blackthorn hedge, a yew hedge, and rocky ground studded here and there with withered grass that had managed to grow despite the salting of the White Sea's deadly shoreline. "Thank the high heavens!" cried Shilsa. Wind gusted, rocking the boats. A horn shrilled, "Tara! Tara!" A troop of horsemen came galloping from the west, flying the banner of Lord Thelen's tree. They'd been spotted. 36. Like sharpened bones. One amid the ranks wore a circlet of gold hammered into his bright helm. Thelen had won his battle, and having anticipated their gambit, had come himself to reel them in. He was the sort of man who could not bear, ever, to lose face. Jervy knelt at the prow of the other boat, waiting for the enemy to come into range. Even so, with all his skill, they were trapped. If they put ashore on the eastern bank and ran for it, Thelen's troops could swim over and pursue them. Across the gap between the 2 boats, the prince met her gaze. Though he said nothing, she knew what he wanted her to do. Cut off the head, and the body will die. But they'd have to put her onto the western bank, even if they then fled to the east in the hope of her buying them time. She'd be cut down, and there was no guarantee the viper could even climb up a moving horse and reach its prey before it was itself killed. Even if the viper did succeed, there was no guarantee Thelen's troops wouldn't then kill the wardens in a vengeful rage. And the viper couldn't kill all the soldiers, not that quickly. She wasn't even sure if it had enough toxin in its system to kill more than one person at a time. Even if it could make it into the pool to feed and gain more toxin, by the time it returned, she'd be dead 10 times over. She stared at the pool as the current drew the boats inexorably toward the deadly white mist, which curved over the river but did not touch the water. The mist's arch formed a kind of low tunnel. She looked back to where the 2 wardens in her boat had braced themselves, arrows nocked. "Shilsa, is that story true?" "What story?" "The prince who sailed through the pool and emerged alive." Oh, it's supposed to be true, but it could be one of those things. Are you suggesting—" She swayed, looking horrified, then sucked in a harsh breath. "Do you think it could work? It's likely this river joins up with a bigger river, probably the one we crossed on that bridge in the middle of the pool." "Likely?" Shilsa shouted. "You think it's worth risking our lives with likely and probably?" Jervy loosed an arrow, but disturbed by the movement of the boat, his aim was off. The arrow skittered against the flank of a horse instead of burying itself in the chest of the rider. The horse was battle-trained and kept coming. The soldiers howled in defiance as they charged. Their archers in the back ranks pulled up their horses and took aim toward the boats. The first volley fell like rain, most arrows splashing harmlessly into the water, but several striking the boats. One bounced erratically off the gunwale and caught in the prince's fly-whisk hair. A lucky shot. Lucky not to have killed him, that is. Gevulin didn't flinch, just kept rowing. There was no time for discussion. Thelen's archers were good. They'd get their range in another volley or 2. The boats were about 30 paces from the edge of the white mist. The choice to beach on the east bank and run for it, or to risk the pool, was now or never. Elen shouted, "Everyone down! Keep your heads down! We stay on the river!" To her absolute shock, the prince cried back, "We stay on the river!" The boat he was rowing caught an eddy and turned halfway around just as Jervy and Simo released arrows which went flying into the pool instead of at their enemy. "Duck!" shouted Shilsa as she and Ippis shot. The Haunt kept their boat steady as it swept toward the gauzy fog that shrouded the land ahead. Arrows whistled down upon them. Elen flung up her cloak like wings, the only thing she could think to do to protect them all, but the Haunt was faster yet. His shadowy wings unfurled to create a great, sheltering darkness. Every arrow that touched the shadow burst into flame and crumbled to ash before it reached the boat. But his wingspan couldn't protect the other rowboat. A shower of dreadful plunking noises hammered against water and wood as arrows struck the other boat. A shout, "I'm hit!" Hit? Who was hit? The white mist swirled toward them just as the boat she was in rammed into the stern of the prince's boat. Everyone jolted. "Down! Down!" Elen shouted. She grabbed the stern of the other boat as they slid into a tunnel created by the archway of white fog. If she raised her arm, she could run her hand through it, so she didn't raise her arm. The Haunt was still sitting up, rowing, but the others flung themselves into the bottom of the boat, gasping. Someone was grunting in pain, the sound a person makes when they are trying to choke down agonized screams. Please let it not be Kem. There wasn't time to ask. There wasn't time to know. She said, "Keep rowing. I'm going to get us forward of this boat so we can tie our boat to theirs and steer from here." "Yes," the Haunt said, with complete composure. "Yes," said the prince from the other boat, equally composed. So he wasn't the one wounded. "Shilsa, keep your head down, but you've got to get ropes secured in the back." "Got it. Fuck me. I'll never criticize the blessed Willow Emperor again." Arrows splashed into the water behind them, followed by an echoing wash of sound that might have been jeers or cheers or a roar of anger from their disappointed pursuers. What use was revenge if you couldn't wreak it with your own hands? What would Elen do now? No time to dwell on what might come. They had to survive this first. The boats heaved apart, bumped together, and gapped open again. Elen strained to hold the two close, thinking first that her arms would tear out of their sockets, then that her fingers would be crushed between the gunwales as they crashed together just beyond her gripping hands. The river slipped and slid between the jostling boats as she worked her way forward. Just when she thought she was about to lose her grip, two pairs of hands clamped down on the gunwales. Jervy and Kem had figured out what was going on and shifted position to help her. Kem was safe. "Keep your heads down," she snapped, too relieved to modulate her tone. She didn't have leisure to look into the other boat, but she heard the prince swear. He said, "Novice, get my knife from my hilt and hand it to me. I can't take my hands off the wound or he'll bleed out. Cloth to bind with." A pair of hands vanished. Jervy said, "Almost there. I've got rope secured to our prow." "Good, good." The boats swung sideways until, between them, Jervy and Shilsa got the two boats secured prow to stern. The Haunt worked their boat forward, pulling first right, then left, until he got them centred in a strong current. Elen leaned forward over the prow, scanning the dim passage ahead, where sunlight filtered as through cheesecloth to make everything grey. The jostling current settled and smoothed. The boats rammed together with a loud, frightening thunk. Simo moaned. Their captain was down. "Give it more rope," said Ippis. "They're too close together. No, not yet. Let me get over there. Let me row the second boat. I know how to do this." Heads down, cried Elen, as the ceiling of the pool dipped. The mist was such an odd thing. Not smoky, but not solid. Yet it had contours, as land did. Everyone but her and the Haunt flattened into the bottom of the boats, crammed together like sardines in a barrel. The mist brushed the top of her head. In its icy touch, like sharpened bones combing through her head, hissed the whispers of her worst thoughts. Kill them, steer them into our arms, and we will reward you and the dragon free to fly." The viper burned in her heart, hungering for the ashy voices, but she couldn't let it out with nowhere to go but the boat itself. The others would see it, and then what would they do? She couldn't risk it. The current pulled them closer to the right bank of the river, a gravelled shore where the pool crept down to within an arm's length of the water's edge. Too dangerous to stop here. "Keep to the centre," she said. The Haunt pulled on the oars. Just ahead, the low ceiling of pool began to rise another arm's length, for a little ways at least. "Kem, Ippis, there's a bit of a gap up ahead. Get ready to switch. Be fast." The prince grunted something. Kem said, "I'm staying here. I can help with the captain." "Jervy then, on my mark. Wait. Ready." The pool's icy touch receded. "Go!" The boats jostled wildly as Ippis and Jervy switched places. Elen couldn't look because she had to keep watch on the pool overhead. "Fuck, that water's cold," gasped Jervy as he clambered over the stern and fell flat on his face. "Got my leg in it." "Play out the rope," called Ippis. "A little more. There, tie it off." They reached a long, level stretch where the river flowed easily between high banks. The pool was high enough that she couldn't touch it, even with arms outstretched. Elen said, "Everyone, now's the time to pee over the side, whatever you need to do. Be quick, it'll lower again." Jervy knelt on the stern bench and loosened his trousers to urinate over the side. He glanced back to see Shilsa watching. "Really? It hasn't changed since the last time you saw it." "I thought it might have fallen off. That, at least, would explain how things went." The Haunt looked over his shoulder toward Elen. "How long is this going to go on?" "I don't know, but at least a day until we can hope to reach the causeway." "Oh, did you mean they're arguing? That's up to them, isn't it? Shilsa, come hold my hand so I can pee over the side. Then I'll help you." The Haunt made room for Shilsa to squeeze past, and the two women traded off relieving themselves. Jervy made a great show of not watching. In the other boat, Kem and the prince huddled over Simo, speaking in the hushed voices of people who are helpless in the face of something terrible unfolding. All at once, the prince sat back on his heels. Kem rubbed at his eyes with blood-streaked hands. At the oars, Ippis burst into sobs. "He's dead," said the prince. 37. A Right to Know. Beneath the pall, all lay hushed but for the rushing run of the water and the occasional splash of a fish. Beyond the pall, the rest of the world might have ceased to exist, for all they knew. For all they knew, they might float through this tunnel of fog until they died. Captain Simo was dead. Grief fell as heavily as exhaustion, and they embraced it. The prince led the death prayers in a low voice, to which they uttered the proper responses. For a long time after that, the only movement in the boats was by Ippis and the haunt working the oars, punctuated by fresh outbreaks of crying from Ippis. The others wept silent tears, or did not shed tears at all, yet they all mourned. Eventually the prince roused himself. He switched places with Ippis on the rower's bench. While he handled the boat, Ippis and Kem stripped the captain's body of his knife, sword, flint pouch, salt spirits, belt, and warden's badge. "Shouldn't we let him keep his warden's badge?" Ippis asked. The prince said, "No. Should his body wash up to shore one day, someone might steal it and use it unlawfully. It will be sent to his family, in memory of his service to the Empire. The necklace, too. That was a gift from his mother and should be returned to his kin as well." From the other boat, Elen said, "Meaning no disrespect, but he won't need his cloak, his coat, winter tunic and boots. Not where he's going. His gloves, too. Ippis, his hands are large enough that you could pull them on over your own gloves. If it gets colder, we can't risk frostbite." "That's horrible," said Ippis, "wearing a dead man's gloves that were just on his hands." Kem said, "She's right. No use us freezing Ip, and if not us, then someone who doesn't have such quality gear." "You're gross," she snapped. Shilsa called over, "No, Ip, he's right. Simo wouldn't begrudge you his gloves or anyone else his coat and cloak. It's what you do on the battlefield. Your dead comrade wants you to live, not to die because you thought it disrespectful to grab his spear out of his dead hands when the enemy is right on you." In the end, though, Ippis couldn't do it. She wept, clawed at her own face, and shaking, unclasped a plain wooden bracelet from her wrist and fastened it around the dead man's. Since stripping a corpse was beneath the dignity of a prince, Kem removed the outer clothing from the body while reciting the prayers for peace. With a final prayer for mercy bestowed by the high heavens, he tipped Simo into the river. The splash hit like a thunderclap. Everyone winced. Shilsa rubbed her eyes. Jervy crouched at the stern with a hand pressed to his chest, watching the body. For a while, too long, the body bobbed and swirled in their wake. But at length, as the air left its lungs and water filled them, it sank. The last of Simo to be seen was his long black braid, trailing like a spirit snake winding in the current. An eddy dragged him deeper, and then the braid, too, was gone. Elen rubbed her face. Her limbs felt as heavy as if they were waterlogged. Jervy shifted restlessly. In a low voice he said, "I remember that morning when he introduced you and me to each other for the first time." Shilsa gave a soft chuff of a sound. Elen couldn't tell if it was grief or scoffing. Jervy went on, even more quietly, still with his back to her. "I did choose my obligation to my family over you. I'm sorry. I was so much of a coward I couldn't tell you straight out. I didn't have the courage to lose you. Maybe I didn't have the courage to admit I chose my kin over you." It was the longest speech Elen had ever heard him make. Shilsa stared at his back, then at the river that had taken Simo's body. Finally, she sighed Peace, Jervy. On the honour of the captain, let us have peace. You did what you had to do for your family. I can't even fault you for it. You are the only child of that line. It's not like you have 20 siblings and cousins to take up the slack of your branch of the lineage like I do. But I'm still mad. We could have wept together. The wine shops would have made a song of our tragic love, sundered by cruel fate and implacable law, and I'd still be in a rage forever and ever. But at least we would have done it together. Not this sneaking about while you were still fucking sleeping with me and pretending nothing had changed. That's what makes me so fucking mad. By the twitch of his shoulders, the words hit home. He touched a hand to his eyes. The haunt bent the oars to guide the boat back into the centre of the current. "That wasn't a very peaceful or peacemaking speech," he remarked, "although one hopes it may mark the end of your quarrelling." Shilsa turned on him like a storm blasting in. "And who the fuck are you, anyway? You sure as fuck aren't the bequeather, even though you look exactly like her, and are wearing all the same gear she was wearing." "Again, Warden Shilsa, I respectfully refer your question to the prince." Kneeling beside Shilsa in the prow, Ellen felt the warden tense as she drew in breath to shout. And shout she did. "Your exalted fucking highness! Who the fuck is this person rowing the boat I'm stuck in? I fucking saw some kind of creepy shadow that burned up arrows. Meanwhile, our extraordinarily pragmatic deputy courier is acting sweet on someone, an Ivor at that, she only recently met, who, by the way, told her she was poison and wanted nothing to do with her, and yet now is acting just as sweet on her. So what the fuck aren't you telling me, Gevulin?" Yet her loud voice was muffled by the weight of the pall around them, as if the fog absorbed all sounds of life in the same way it devoured the essence of life itself. In the other boat, Kem and Ippis clutched each other, shocked by Shilsa's vehemence and astounding degree of disrespect. The prince kept rowing and did not reply. Since he was seated with his back to them, Ellen couldn't judge his expression, but Kem and Ippis glanced nervously at each other, like companions who'd just realised they were going to have to face down a charge of blood wolves mounted on monstrously large spiders. Ellen called, "The ceiling is lowering ahead. Get ready." "But not you or the bequeather, Ellen," Shilsa went on, still in high dudgeon. "Don't think I haven't noticed. Ivor are said to be immune to spore, and the bequeather is Ivor, but I don't get what's going on with you, because there's only one answer that makes any sense. Are you a human passing Ivor?" "Heads down," Ellen called. The pall dropped low over the river as they all bent low, then lower still as the current churned on. The prince had to abandon the oars to lie down, leaving the haunt to manage the jerking and pulling of the two linked vessels as well as he could. The wardens lay flat. Even Ellen crouched, folded over, rather than letting the pall wash over her torso. She couldn't risk spore crawling down her body. Not that she'd ever had that happen to her, but a boat carrying vulnerable humans wasn't the place to find out if it could. Yet the deadly fog pulled and tore around the haunt's body as clouds tear apart around a mountain's peak. He seemed unconcerned that deadly tendrils might use him as a foothold to get to the people who were in the boat with him. After all, like the viper, he could eat spore and suffer no harmful effects. Maybe spore was instinctively survivalist enough to avoid him. For far too long, they rolled and pitched. Everyone stayed silent, lying low, holding on as they were violently jostled by the current. Ellen was grateful for their silence, for the chance to collect her thoughts, come up with answers, but her mind was as agitated as the river. The haunt rowed steadily onward, oars creaking in their locks. Now and again he missed a stroke as a fresh rattle of wave or wicked swirl caught the boat. After what seemed like a very long time, the water smoothed out somewhat, although the pall remained low overhead. From the stern, Jervy finally spoke. "Shill's right. Ellen, are you Ivor?" "I just don't get it," muttered Shilsa. "There's nothing about you that feels like the Ivor do, all shiny and crackling, but we have a right to know." "She's not Ivor," said the haunt abruptly. "I didn't ask you to speak for me," said Ellen, still caught in a raging current of disordered thoughts. "I beg your pardon.
I meant no offence, but it's the truth."
"Then what am I?" she demanded, taken off guard. "Why am I as I am?" "Well, I'll be fucked on the floor of the high heavens," muttered Shilsa. "You don't know either, do you? You believe me?" "Of course I believe you. We're friends. I'm a good liar." "Sure, but for once in my life I'm wrong about something." Despite the pole drifting so perilously close above the gunwales, Jervy snorted a laugh. "Wrong about what?" Ellen asked cautiously. "That there's only one answer that makes sense." "That sounds familiar," murmured Jervy. Ellen couldn't tell if he was amused or being sarcastic. Shilsa went on as if he hadn't spoken. "It's far more likely there are many more answers that make sense than I have any notion of. What do any of us know, really? We Wardens think we're the best-informed officials in the Empire, yet we had forgotten about an old Imperial road that can't have been built by the Empire. This very one we traversed that links Woodfall Province to a place we were told had vanished under the pall. I'd never seen a Swalter cavern before that one you guided us through. I thought they were a forest people. And the Wardens didn't know about the rope bridge over Grinder's Cut. Not that it would be on our route maps, but our central hall is supposed to have a copy of the most up-to-date surveyor maps. Or what about that bitch Astalin lying to our all-seeing eye about the blocked road? If it was her, I mean. Maybe it was the Crown Prince all along. Maybe he was the one who told that prick Dwen to say it was Astalin. And Luviara. I just thought she was a crazy old temple coot with some minor theurgy skills and an itching nose for knowledge who could keep up with anyone. But she was scheming with the Crown Prince and the Emperor the whole time. That's just to start with from this fucked-up journey. The whole fucking world could be a lie." "Don't go there," said Jervy. The Haunt said, "Why not? I enjoy a good anguished roar." "Fuck you, whatever you are," said Shilsa, without heat. "Warden Shilsalin." The prince's voice reached them like a whisper, but Ellen thought he was shouting. "You are promoted to captain, as of now." "Fuck that! No, make Jervy captain." "Like you'd ever take orders from me," Jervy muttered to no one in particular. "Captain, this is the command of your all-seeing eye. You will accept, or you will sever your relationship with the Wardens and be discharged without honour." Shilsa's hand found Ellen's wrist and grasped it as if she needed to squeeze something or else scream. "You'll be a good captain," said Ellen encouragingly. "The fuck I will. Simo was a good captain. I'm not him. I'll never be half the warden he was, or that Mekvo was. Fuck this world." Softly, she began to cry. Ellen pressed a hand to her friend's back. Her mind might be in turmoil, but this small comfort she could offer. The Haunt sighed. "Anyone else need to roar? May we hope for some quiet hours? Yet no, it is not to be. I sense a disturbance ahead. A deeper voice. Stronger waters." Ellen said, "We must be reaching the confluence of this tributary with a larger river. Hopefully the river that runs all the way to the bridge we crossed." So it proved. For a while longer they had to remain pressed low, but eventually the pool's ceiling rose again. The Wardens sat up with a sigh of relief. Ahead, the waterway opened onto a wide river which ran with the clamour of great force. Its steadily rumbling current reminded Ellen of the underground pure water river. A mystery, to be sure, as the real bequeather would have said. In the other boat, Ippis took over the oars from the prince. "I'll take the oars," said Jervy to the Haunt. "You deserve a short rest." "I don't need rest in the way you do," said the Haunt. "But with the Deputy Courier's permission, you might watch at the prow, so the Deputy Courier can have a nap." "I will accept with thanks," said Ellen, and caught herself in a yawn. With Ippis and the Haunt at the oars, the boats managed the transition into the big river with ease. The Eelwise had been about 30 paces across, if Ellen was any judge, and the new river was at least twice that, maybe 3 times that. A mighty stream flowing with boundless waters, although Ellen did not know from what headwaters this river sprang. There were hills in eastern Woodfall, so maybe there. Perhaps it began within the pall itself, or farther afield, for this river had the weight of waters rolling along and along for many leagues, as from a faraway country. She wondered if it could somehow be linked to the desolation, or the underground pure water river. The narrow span of open shoreline remained eerily empty of life, as it had since they slipped into the mist. The pool's edge held steady at about an arm's length from the highest reach of the water. The best thing about the bigger river was that the pool hung steadily far above them, giving breathing room. A pale disk glowed part way down the sky, its gleam made gauzy by the fog, the sun as it sank toward an early night. "Let me sleep a while," Ellen said. "Jervie, do you remember the bridge we crossed when we were on the road through the pool?" "I do." "That's what we're looking for. There's a spot by the piers that should be safe for us to put in and climb up to the road." "Should be," he murmured. "It's the chance we have to take. That bridge is part of the causeway across the pool. Lord Thelen can't reach it without the help of the Ivor. I'm betting the clan values their bequeather more than the Lord." The haunt said, "The Salt Spear clan will honour the bargain to keep you all safe." "There you go," said Ellen. "Anyone have a better idea?" No one did. Ellen curled up at the stern. To her surprise, Shilsa crept in beside her. "Mind if I sleep here? Sorry about my language, and what I said about you. I'm just really shaken. 2 of the rare people I actually trusted are both dead now. It's hard to get my feet under me." "Maybe you don't have to yet," said Ellen. With the instinct that had saved her life more than once, she peeled back her glove. "I'm going to show you a secret that will get me burned if any Imperial official ever discovers it. An official like me. I reveal this to you as my friend." Shilsa brightened, her smile swift yet tempered with sorrow. "You're a good one, Ellen. Call me El. Now don't move. A viper is about to poke its head out of my arm." Shilsa gasped. "What?" followed by a choking gurgle as the viper poked its head out of Ellen's wrist, wriggled free, tasted the air with its tongue, and promptly slithered right back into Ellen's flesh, evidently not liking either the boat or the river. "It eats spore, which means there's no spore in this boat. It protects me and those around me by proximity. And no, I don't know where it came from and why it hatched in me when I was a child. It just exists. I've never had any reason to think of myself as anything but human, except for the viper." Shilsa opened her mouth, shut it, shook her head, and said, "I'll be the high heavens latrine." "You say that, but what does it mean? It seems terribly blasphemous and disrespectful. It references a poem written by the beloved Peony Emperor. I've never heard it. There's a reason you haven't. If that creature can eat spore, and if it's a poisonous viper, and if you're not Ivor, then why doesn't its presence in your flesh harm you?" "That's a good question. I don't have an answer. But I believe that the viper is why the bequeather called me Osge. Not that she ever saw the viper. She said she sensed it, and that the scar on my neck meant someone tried to mark me to warn others. So it means the Ivor have seen it before and don't like it, that they consider people like me to be outcasts, to be shunned." "Aha! So by your own words you admit it." "Admit what?" "That whoever is at the oars isn't really the bequeather. Otherwise, why would Captain Raven, who so clearly avoided and distrusted you before, be canoodling you and holding your hand and throwing calf eyes at you like every lovesick youth in the throes of first love? This one here doesn't walk or even talk the way the bequeather did. If anything, it reminds me of how Gevulin was when we were tramping through the Moonrise Hills. He was rather pleasing to be around, which I must say has been the strangest thing of all about this entire fucked-up journey." The haunt shifted his feet on the floorboards. They both glanced up. Ellen was expecting to see him watching and listening to their conversation, but he was staring, head tilted back, at the pool above, at a shadow swimming past within the fog, like a gigantic eel, or a dragon made of molten ash. "What is that?" Jervie cried. Everyone stared as the shadow flowed past, on and on, a more monstrous creature than Ellen had ever imagined. larger than the biggest sarper she'd ever seen. Kem yelped, "Look out! Rocks! A spar!" The rowers jolted into action, barely pulling the boats aside so they didn't slam into an islet of boulders thrust up along one side of the main current. In an earlier flood, a big mass of branches had lodged in the rocks. As the boats bumped back, the rope got tangled in the lowest branch. The lead boat threatened to capsize as the rope pulled taut and jammed the vessel sideways, just before Ippis got the second boat pushed off of the grasping branch. It came free. They floated onward again, panting in relief. Everyone was exhausted by the flight, by grief, by the knowledge that no one knew how this journey would end. No one but the haunt, and then only for himself, and not the end he sought, but rather the inevitable outcome of the passage spell. Ellen met his gaze. He smiled wryly, affectionately, an unexpected expression to see on the bequeather's face, she who, in her own body, had walked with cold confidence and no displays of warm feeling. Shilsa murmured, "I'm not letting this matter of the bequeather go, but I'll let you sleep first because we all need to sleep, but mostly because I'm gracious." "My thanks, Captain," Ellen said with a teasing smile. Shilsa grimaced and tapped Ellen on the shoulder, exaggeratedly pulling a punch, but smiling as she did so. Ellen settled down and slept. When she woke, it was dark. A sickly wan globe shone above, the pallid moon beyond the misty veil. Stars flashed off and on, which confused her until she realized the lights weren't stars but sparks adrift in the pool. Were these the remnants of souls, in truth, as Sarah Allah had guessed? The embers of lives drained long ago by sorcery? Oars cut in and out of the water in a steady rhythm. The haunt said, "It's a lovely river. Shame about the pool cutting it off from the many people and animals whose lives would be enriched by its presence." "Javi, I can take watch," Ellen said as she yawned. She was so tired, and not just in her body. Walking through the land of her childhood had drained her. Maybe reliving the past was a kind of sorcery too. Jervy glanced back. "My thanks, but I'm wide awake. Too hungry to sleep. I get this way. Better you sleep more so you can take watch later when I collapse." Shilsa was fast asleep and breathing evenly. The haunt caught Ellen's gaze and held it with a tender smile that was all the answer she needed. "If I may?" She indicated the area at his feet. "I wish you would," he murmured invitingly. She positioned herself with the greatest selfishness, tucking her legs between the haunt's braced feet so that she might feel his touch as she slept. She lay with eyes closed, rocked by the water and embraced by his presence, while wishing with bittersweet pleasure of how it might be to have just one night to lie in his arms. But they would not be his arms, and so it must always remain only a dream. She woke to daylight and Jervy's voice. "Eyes up. Is that a bridge ahead?" 38, at the edge of the pool. Ellen scrambled forward to crouch next to Jervy. Blocky piers and the low roadbed of a massive stone bridge cut over the river. The current had strengthened. They'd pass beneath and sail onward if they didn't make a decision right now. "It looks like an imperial bridge," Jervy added. "Do you recognize it?" "From this angle I can't be sure, but it seems likely it is the one we crossed. What other road and bridge this size can there be?" She called over her shoulder. "We need to put in at the shore below the bridge. Ippis, do you hear me?" By now, Kem was working the oars of the second boat. He and Ippis had switched during the night. He heard her, and both boats began pulling toward the shoreline across the strong current. A shout rose from the bridge. Figures hurried down the steep embankment to meet them. As the boats swirled in, tugging and shifting, the Ivor threw ropes. Ippis caught one and looped it around her forearms, hanging on as her boat was dragged to the steep bank. Ivor, wearing soldier's garb, helped the prince, Ippis and Kem out of their boat. After Shilsa secured a rope, the Ivor pulled the second boat in. One shouted a question to the bequeather. The haunt shipped the oars as he replied with a curtly spoken phrase in the same language. An Ivor youth ran off, as if carrying whatever message the haunt had passed on. Their stern bumped against the rocks. Shilsa got out unsteadily. Jervy balanced deftly, his injuries mostly healed. The haunt tossed packs to waiting hands, then said, "Go ahead," to Elen. When she rose from the rocking boat on unsteady legs and reached for help transferring to solid ground, the nearest Ivor gave her a hard shove. She toppled backward and hit the water. The shock held her helpless for long enough that she swallowed cold river water and panicked. The current grabbed hold of her body and with frightening speed pulled her downstream. Her arms flailed uselessly as she tried to reach the surface. An impact roiled the water next to her. Arms grabbed her. More than arms, claws pressed hard into her flesh. Wings enveloped her. She broke the surface, coughing. Her knees bumped hard against stone. People shouted, although she was too dazed to make out their words. The haunt hauled her out of the water and onto the side of the embankment. She sagged onto her knees and began retching while he slapped her on the back. A strange, doubled presence loomed above her. The bequeather's body and, above it, the shadowy wings of a larger and more menacing manifestation. When her heaves finally stopped, the pressure of that shadow retreated, as if wings furled, and the haunt stood. He spoke to the Ivor in their language, in a voice she had never heard from him before. Deeper than mountains, stormier than the tempest-racked sea, harsh and yet also golden, as the touch of molten gold that sears and melts. A fresh spasm of coughing shook her. She couldn't get it all out, couldn't catch her breath. Shilsa knelt beside her, slapping her again on the back to force any last water up, but all Elen did was cough. "El, how'd you fall in? Did you lose your footing? That's not like you." "She was pushed in," said the haunt, in a grim tone that caused everyone to look at him. He stalked up the embankment, the terrible shadow seething around the body he wore. It coalesced into the shape of a ghostly dragon with wings unfurling before they splintered into 1,000 wings, spinning a whirlwind above his head. Yet there was no wind, no tempest, just the shadow. Step by backward step, the fearsome Ivor retreated to the top of the embankment. They brought out their weapons to make a bristling wall of swords and spears. The 4 wardens hastily stationed themselves in pairs on either side of Elen. Jervy, Ippis and Shilsa knocked arrows and drew, holding the strings taut. Kem secured the 2 boats in case they needed to flee. Prince Gevulin scrambled up to the top of the embankment. He planted himself between the haunt and the Ivor, with his arms extended as if to block any fight that might break out. "What means this assault on one of my officials? I demand recompense for this insult to my princely dignity, at once." The hostility between the 2 sides crackled like unseen lightning. Bit by bit, other Ivor crowded up behind the line of spears and swords to see what was going on, reinforcing the armed barrier. The seething haunt wearing the bequeather's body, the suspicious Ivor, the proud prince, all held tense. By now, Elen was starting to shiver as the cold seeped through her wet clothes. Kem draped his coat over her shoulders. The heavy wool helped a little, but as the confrontation dragged on, warden and Ivor alike as still as statues awaiting a passage spell to release them, she wished desperately that something would happen, if only so she could get warm. The Ivor were waiting, but for what? A horn shrilled in the distance, answered by another farther off, then a yet fainter one. A message passed down the line faster than a person could run. The wall of weapons remained poised, the silence uncanny. First a few, and then more and more of the Ivor began glancing back down the road in expectation of seeing something, or someone. Jervy touched his ear. "Listen, A clip-clop of horses' hooves carried to them, riders approaching. Ippis whispered, "Do you think the clan sold us out to Lord Thelen after all?" Kem said, "I think we need to trust the bequeather." Ippis slanted a sceptical side-eye at him. Back at the hall, Elen explained to the prince that the clan had accepted an offer of alliance from Lord Thelen. So why would we trust the bequeather? Be patient, Ip. You'll see. Shilsa nudged Kem rather more sharply than she needed to. Whatever the secret is, you know it too, don't you? You, Elen, and the prince, you all know. Don't think I'm not going to dig it out by one means or another. I love you too, Shilsa, Kem said, in that over-honeyed way he had that made people roll their eyes and smile. Don't think I won't kick your ass later, kid, when I put you through your training paces. I'm counting on it, he said brightly, if that's what it takes to become a good warden. Jervy's rare smile quirked. Shilsa snorted, but Kem's charm assault had worked. Or maybe Shilsa was too canny and experienced to push the question when they needed to concentrate on reaching the Empire and not getting killed or taken prisoner in the process. Ellen wasn't sure which would be worse. She was still shivering, teeth chattering, although the coat was helping a little. Above them, the line of armed Ivor took a step back in unison. An unseen one of their number barked out a command. They lowered their spears and sheathed their swords. The crowd peeled away to either side to create an opening for the new arrivals. A tall, iron-haired Ivor appeared at the top of the embankment, escorted by two Gagast. One was Fulmo, thank the high heavens, although he looked a little smaller than before, as if on the journey from Southring he'd had to harden his skin against an attack, and afterward crack his shell to move on. The other Gagast was bigger, blockier, and startlingly aggressive in posture compared to Fulmo's gentle ministrations and passive demeanour. This big Gagast slammed open hands together, the sound like a crack of thunder. In response, the massed crowd of Ivor responded, "Hey! Va!" Their voices reverberated over the rolling river, almost as if the pool, for once, reflected sound back instead of swallowing it. Seeing the newcomers, the haunt climbed to stand beside the prince. He held up a hand in a two-fingered gesture, clearly understood by the Ivor, for they all dropped to one knee, except for the iron-haired person. The two Gagast remained standing as well. The haunt spoke through the bequeather's lips, and in the bequeather's language as easily as the haunt spoke the imperial tongue. The iron-haired person answered in the same speech. Their exchange went on for some time and at one point became heated, although neither moved. The rest of the Ivor watched in ominous silence. After a particularly snappish exchange, the belligerent Gagast raised their hands to clap again, but the iron-haired Ivor gave them a sharp nod and the Gagast lowered their hands. For once in his life, the prince made no further attempt to intervene. As his gaze flashed back and forth between the speakers, Ellen remembered what he had said about picking up languages. Could he understand them? To her, the words were so much chaff in the wind, except twice when she clearly heard the word Osge. Abruptly, the discussion ceased. The haunt appeared disgruntled, the iron-haired Ivor annoyed. Maybe that was a good sign if neither were satisfied. Maybe. The haunt turned back to address the wardens. First, he gave a nod to Ellen in reassurance. Shilsa grunted softly, noticing it, but said nothing. "Your Highness," the haunt said, "this individual is the lawgiver of the Salt Spear Clan's council. He has come on the council's behalf. They will meet with you to discuss the situation in which we all now find ourselves." "What do they intend to discuss? We are leaving the north. Fulmo is here, as I hoped he would be, so there is no reason for us to wait." "I dare say their archers are better shots than Thelen's people. As well, Your Highness, this is not a request for a meeting. They will meet with you. Our arrival in the boats has complicated matters for them." The prince surveyed the assembled Ivor. More were arriving, lining the bridge to watch. Many carried bows. It would be impossible to cross over or even under the bridge against such a multitude if the Ivor did not want them to leave.
"Do they intend to turn us over to the highmost?" Gevulin asked, echoing Ellen's thoughts. "No," said the Haunt. "No? You trust them?" The Haunt's sly smile flickered. "I trust the bargain I made with the bequeather." Shilsa stiffened. She and Jervy exchanged glances. Ippis scratched her head and gave Kem a look, as if trying to figure out why he wasn't puzzled by any of this. "You've not spoken to me of the bargain you made," the prince pointed out. "Now would be the time. I cannot parley with a council who means me ill." "As I have reminded the lawgiver just now, the bequeather gave to me her oath that you and your party would receive safe passage from the Saltspear clan. All of your party," he added, nodding at Ellen before shooting a dark gaze toward the lawgiver. Thus the repeated mention of Osge, Ellen supposed. "But in truth, your highness, you and your wardens are trapped until the council grants you leave to move on. I don't see what choice you have." "We can get back on the boats." "Yes, you can. To die under a rain of arrows. But let us say you did not die, or that they mercifully held back. Whence you will emerge from the pall and how long it will take you to get there, I could not say, nor if you will survive the river journey, much less discover a path that will lead you home. As for me, my journey in this form ends here." Ellen winced. Beside her, Shilsa stirred, but said nothing. "That, too, was part of the bargain," the Haunt sighed. He never feared to look at Ellen, even when he grieved for what would come. Even the memory of shared sadness could be precious in a future that must be walked alone. He turned his gaze back on the prince. "Your highness, it will be easier for all of us if you agree to speak with the council with no further argument. I will advocate on your behalf. You know what my interest is in the matter. I am a stubborn sort of soul when I can finally bestir myself to care, and in this case I care very deeply, as you are aware." Gevulin's frown had more consideration than displeasure in its crooked curve. "That alone is what inclines me to agree. Wardens, you will remain by the boats, in case we must make a precipitous departure. I will meet with the council here, on the embankment. Nowhere else." The Haunt translated this to the lawgiver, who gave a sign. The Haunt said, "That is acceptable to the council. They are on their way regardless." "Then it is agreed," said Gevulin. For people to come to the prince was, in imperial terms, a sign of his strength. Ellen didn't know what it meant to the Ivor. Ippis murmured, "Shilsa, do you trust the Ivor?" She shrugged, her elbow giving Ellen a nudge. "I don't know what to think about any of this. But as for trusting the word of an Ivor, Meki told me that among Ivor, oath-breakers are executed. So, perhaps. But I don't see what choice we have. Be ready to move, everyone, on my signal if it's necessary." Each signalled that they'd heard. For a little while, nothing happened. People stood, watching and waiting. The Ivor had the patience of trees. Meanwhile, unable to bear it, Ellen took a few steps up the embankment, thinking to go talk to the Haunt for what time remained to them. Why not use it to its fullest? Every Ivor stiffened. Spears and swords flashed out. "Osge," they murmured. She halted, trembling. Their hostility hit like a blow. Maybe she was unaccustomed to being noticed. That was the way of the Atona. To stay small, to stay ignored. Or maybe it was fear for herself, for Kem, for the other wardens, for the Haunt. Her shivering intensified. Gevulin said, "Best remain where you are, Deputy Courier." Across the space between them, the Haunt met her gaze with a gentle smile that tore at her heart. She put on a brave face. He was caught between the two parties. They had to let it play out. Behind her, Kem said,
Deputy Courier, why don't you come down here and change into dry clothing? You'll get sick if you don't get warm." Bless the lad. She went back down to the boats and dug out her change of clothing from her blessedly dry pack. Kem and Shilsa held up blankets to create a changing space. Peeling out of the icy cold, wet garments proved difficult and time-consuming. After tugging on dry socks, she toweled off as quickly as possible, the bitterly cold air painful against her naked skin. With dry clothes on and her sleeping cloak thrown around her shoulders, she finally began to warm up. Kem bundled up her wet things to be dried out later and tossed them in the bottom of the boat. By then, they heard the rumble of approaching wagon wheels. The council had arrived. "My thanks," she said to Kem. Shilsa said, "Best you stand here next to me. The Ivor sure don't like you, or I guess it's that they sense the viper. Does Osge mean the viper, or you, the vessel that houses it? Funny to think of the dreaded Ivor scared of you." "Why is it funny?" "I meant no offence," Shilsa said hastily. "Ironic, I should say. Useful, possibly. Unexpected, definitely. You're not scared of me." Shilsa gave her a long look. "No. You are who you seem to be. It almost all makes sense now. I'm waiting for the last ribbon to be woven into the wreath, but I know I'm not going to get an answer until after this meeting. Oh, here they come." She rested a hand on her sword hilt as she stared up to the top of the embankment. Ivor came forward, setting up a semicircle of 7 stools at the edge of the road. 6 Ivor seated themselves on the stools. 2 appeared quite aged, to go by their wrinkled faces and brittle movements. 2 looked so remarkably human in appearance that Ellen wondered if the Saltspear clan included human members, here represented. Of the other 2, one was the lawgiver, and the other a man of similar appearance. Upright, stern, unmistakably Ivor at the height of his strength, and wearing the armour and arms of a soldier. His hair had the colour of copper, not iron. The haunt said, "Your Highness, you are requested to take the other council seat, as their honoured guest. I will act as translator." The prince surveyed the tableau and beckoned to Fulmo to stand behind him as his honour guard. He sat on the stool, upright, hands in fists propped on his thighs with his elbows akimbo, taking up extra space. The haunt threw a look back at Ellen, waggling his eyebrows as if to suggest she should admire his coming performance. He turned back to the 7 seated individuals and began with a speech in the Ivor language, after which he addressed Gevulin in the imperial language. "In the capacity of the bequeather, I have introduced you, Your Highness, with all of your many impressive titles, none of which I would care to neglect." Gevulin acknowledged the statement with a serious nod. The haunt's rascally humour slid right off him. "In return, I shall relate to you the stations of the council." One by one, he indicated each of the 6 seated Ivor with a nod. First, the 2 elders, healer, logistician. Then the 2 human-looking ones, navigator, caretaker. Finally, the iron-haired lawgiver and the copper-haired war leader. By these stations and in service to all the clan, do these 6 serve as council. If you will be so gracious as to be patient, Your Highness, first the council would hear the report I promised." "What manner of report?" "All that I saw and observed." "Ah, spying." Gevulin nodded in approval. "And then we can address their alliance with the Highmost." "That will be the second order of business, Your Highness. I do not have the power to alter their ritual, nor do you, I might add, however much it may chafe you to sit and wait." The prince cast him a hard glance, nettled by words that must have sounded like a taunt. But the haunt was correct, and perhaps Gevulin was finally learning patience, or at the very least he was smart enough to know this was not yet the time to kick. As Ellen waited with the wardens down by the boat, she was glad for her dry clothes. The report went on for some time, the council members asking questions, the haunt answering. She watched the flashing momentum of his quicksilver expressions and listened to the warm lilt of his voice, so different from the bequeather's chilly exterior and cool tone. How she wished to have the chance to watch and listen to his golden voice for hours, for days, for months and years, for a lifetime. She was unable to restrain a sigh, all her heart and regret in it. Kem squeezed her hand briefly, but he needed both hands to be free should they have to move fast. At length, the lawgiver gave an open-handed signal. The big Gagast clapped his hands. "Hey, va!" cried the assembly. The haunt caught Ellen's gaze. Always he looked first at her. Only then did he address the prince. "Your Highness, I will translate. The lawgiver of the Salt Spear clan acknowledges that the bequeather of the Salt Spear clan wove an oath in my presence that, in exchange for my testimony of the history of the Shorn, as well as my report of current conditions in the Four Lands, all persons in your party will receive safe passage to Far Boundary Vigil." "You made such a bargain before you rescued us?" Gevulin demanded. "In my name?" "In my name," said the haunt, with a dangerous flicker like fire in his eyes. "It is my knowledge the bequeather wished to gain, not your personage nor your alliance. As for the other, if it is safe passage back to the Empire you object to, then you may strike your own bargain, should you wish." His mouth quivered, halfway between laughter and scorn. The prince stiffened with anger, but he controlled himself. "Go on. Can we trust this bargain?" The lawgiver shifted on her stool, but said nothing. Could she understand? Yet how? Only the bequeather was a translator, surely. What need would Ivor from the Northern Islands have to speak the imperial language? How would they have learned it? "As for trust," said the haunt, "the Ivor do not break their oaths, lest they be cast from the hand of grace, which lifts all their souls out of the white death." "I see." "Yes, I think you do. A squad will escort you safely across the pool, with the help of Fulmo and this other Gagast, whose name I did not quite catch." "Safely across, and thus into the hands of Lord Dwen's soldiers?" "Ah, well, Your Highness, that is not up to me, for I will not be with you." "You will not?" "This body is only a temporary housing, a borrowed shell, as you well know. The bequeather has been called urgently north to a parley with the Highmost." "With Lord Thelen?" Shilsa cursed under her breath. Ippis said, "Oh no, he's looking for us." "That is the complication I spoke of earlier," said the haunt. "The Highmost knows you escaped on the river. He can't know whether you are alive or taken by the pall, but he will surely ask the Ivor whether they have seen you. As well, he has his own alliance with them to finalize, arrangements to be made before he returns to his northern seat of power." Gevulin tapped a foot as he thought. He met the gaze of each counsellor in turn, assuring himself that they were willing to meet his gaze. But what did such a gesture, the meeting of eyes, mean to the Ivor? Was it deemed a mark of honesty? Pride? Rudeness? Impatience? She didn't know, and Gevulin didn't inquire. After all, in the Empire, a prince of the Third Estate may impose his gaze upon all whose status is below his, which meant everyone except the Crown Prince and the Emperor. If such a gesture contented him, then Elen did not really care. All she could think about was that the haunt was going to leave her again, that she needed the wardens to reach safety so Kem could be safe. For herself, she still thrashed as if submerged in the river, unmoored, no ground beneath her feet, even as the embankment pressed solid beneath her good boots. "Fear not," said the haunt. "The clan dismantled the northern portion of the temporary bridge. They do not wish the Lord to learn about the middle causeway, this haven in the midst of the pool, any more than we do. For this reason the clan council wishes to hurry things along, so the Lord can never suspect they are not crowded helplessly onto the stub of the road,
and that he might easily pick them off as they emerge. They still wish him to believe that most of the clan hides in the hills, where it is harder for him to track them down. Therefore the bequeather must go at once to meet with him, for her clan's sake. He broke off, shrugging with a smile that tore at Ellen's heart. Thus must I also go, so that she may travel north and do her duty. Ellen understood the responsibility of Captain Raven to her people. The bequeather was tasked to protect their clan. In its way, protection had also always been Ellen's task in life. Who was she now, with Au gone and Kem leaving? She was still a deputy courier. Therefore, she would guide the prince and his wardens back through the pall to the Empire. Gevulin studied the haunt. Then, to Ellen's utter surprise, he turned his head to scrutinize her, where she stood below. An emotion she could not interpret briefly twisted through his face, after which he nodded to himself, having made a decision. "I am satisfied. Tell them so, and let us part in amity, for should we meet again, we may prove to be of help to each other." These words the haunt translated. The councillors stood. The lawgiver gestured. The Gagast clapped. The Ivor shouted, "Hey, va!" It was done. The younger council members helped the elders toward the unseen wagons, the war leader following, although the lawgiver remained behind. Gevulin descended the embankment, Fulmo right behind him. Jervy said something in a low voice to Fulmo, who answered with a hand sign. Ippis said, "I was worried about you, Fulmo," and the Gagast tapped her lightly on the shoulder. "Gather your gear," said the prince. "We're going immediately, before someone figures out there's a better deal to be made." The haunt hadn't moved. For a horrible instant, Ellen thought he had already departed, that it was Captain Raven who looked at her. Then he extended a hand. His sad smile made her wary. More than that, it fell into her heart like a stone. She'd always known, but some part of her had hoped, wished, believed their journey together could stretch on for a little longer, just a little, just one more kiss. But it was not to be. She took a step up the embankment. The Ivor all took several steps back, even though she did not come near them. The haunt grasped her hand. His touch was firm, but not tight or confining. The bequeather's skin, with its calloused fingers and smooth palm, was not his, yet she would remember its heat and gentleness, which was his alone. "We part here, dear one. You will return into the pall?" He said even more softly, "What will you do, El?" Powerful dragon he may once have been, but in that moment he was simply a sorrowing person who wanted to know if someone he loved would be all right, because he had to leave. What she told him now was what he would live with forever after, or for as long as his soul subsisted in the pall. She put on her bravest face. "I'll see what my service with the prince brings me. He's interested in the map, and I'm curious about it too, after what we saw in the deep earth. I'll work to convince him it's to his benefit to allow me to take the training to become a surveyor. If it's Paul and Spore that's been killing surveyors in the desolation, then I have a good chance of surviving an exploration into that wilderness. Maybe I can find the trail of the lost surveyor I was told of. Rotho, the one who marked his maps with a lightning bolt symbol. Maybe I can see if there is any trace of underground rivers. There's a lot yet to discover in this world. More than I ever knew to dream of as a child, that's certain." "That will be just like you," he said, "always finding a way." It was hard to find words, but words were all she had. Hoarsely, she said, "I'll look for you in every pall. I will search every nook and cranny, every inlet and sound." Shorn of speech at last, Ellen nodded to give him permission to let go, and they released each other's hand. He blinked several times. Finally, getting a hold of himself, he nodded at each warden in turn
at full mow, and gave the prince a glance like a flash of fire. But he was going, and the prince's actions were out of his hands and out of his power. Sara Allah, too, had taken on a responsibility to protect, to become a guardian. His choices had led him to this time and this place and this leave-taking. He picked his way to the outer wall of the embankment. Not the part that ran down into the river water, but rather the foundation built along the land, the one bordered by the pool. No one, Ivor or human, stirred. No one spoke. The river's complex blend of voices, high and deep, steady and erratic, was his only accompaniment. He reached the base of the embankment and knelt at the edge of the pool. One last time he looked at her, then pressed his hands into the mist. The darkness drained from his eyes. The bequeather's body collapsed. Ellen sucked in a sharp breath, staggered by it, but she did not cry, not this time, not even when Shilsa put a hand on her shoulder, when Jervy patted her arm. The fog boiled, becoming a slender shadow that circled once and then twice. There was a flash as of wings, a crest of antlers, a spray of sparks. The presence coiled away, lost to the white sea. Kem hugged her, holding her close as her legs trembled. She'd walked too far and could stand no longer, yet still she stood. A pair of Ivor's soldiers pulled the bequeather's lax body back from the pool. 1 breath, 5, 10. The bequeather stirred. A tremor ran right through her body. She rolled up to sit, shaking her head as if to clear it of cobwebs. With a grunt of effort, she got to her feet. When she looked around, she was clearly surprised to find herself at the river's edge, at the bridge, in the pool, with an audience of curious Ivor who looked delighted by the drama they'd watched unfold, laughing and chatting among themselves. Now that the matter was decided, the haunt was gone and the Osgay standing as far as possible from them. It seemed the veil had worked, that she recalled nothing. The iron-haired lawgiver spoke in a commanding tone. All the Ivor stopped murmuring at once. The bequeather tapped a fist to her chest in acknowledgement of whatever the lawgiver had said and climbed the embankment. Already the crowd was dispersing. The show was over. Reaching the top, the bequeather paused. Her gaze caught on Ellen with a flash of revulsed curiosity, as if wondering what exactly it was the haunt had done and why he had bothered. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth and rubbed, then spat. Yet a different expression sharpened her brilliant face when she looked at Shilsa, who stiffened with a slight gasp. One nod the bequeather offered to Shilsa and the barest quirk of the lips that might almost have been the prelude to an actual smile. But that was all. "Let it be known," proclaimed the bequeather in her cold, chilly voice, "that we of the Salt Spear clan will undertake as our responsibility to search out and protect the ancient network of the Shorn. This bargain I made with Sara Allah on behalf of our clan, our ancestors and our descendants. I place it as an oath upon myself, our council and our clan for evermore." She walked out of sight down the road, followed by the clatter of horses riding away. Made reckless by sorrow, Ellen turned to the prince. "Your Exalted Highness, what did you say at 3 Spires that allowed him to work the passage spell on you?" She thought the prince wouldn't answer. Simo would have called it an impertinent question. Gevulin examined the pool into which the haunt had departed, an odd expression fixed on his face. Was he amused at himself? At the situation? At the outcome? Yet he did answer. "I said, I give you leave to try." Ellen laughed. "Enough," he barked. That glimpse into the secret heart of Gevulin shut back behind his usual arrogant expression. "We must hasten. I can't let the other princes get more of a jump on me than they already have." 39. One last river of Paul. So they headed out, weary and battered, toward the Turtleback Rock. Once they reached it, there would be only one last river of Paul between them and the Empire. Far Boundary Vigil was, for Prince Gevulin, both the end of the secret scheming road he had been walking and the beginning of his path to open rebellion. He would win or he would lose, but he had to move now because he had nowhere to retreat. If he didn't gain the throne, he would be dead. Ellen kept quiet on the last long day of the journey along the Witch Road through the Pall. She had little enough to do besides ride in the back of a wagon and eat when food was on offer, and she had even less to say. The others slept, exhausted by the journey and most of all by Simo's death. Even the prince was subdued, speaking little and demanding nothing. He had torn the expensive undyed silk of a palace-woven undertunic into strips and tied the ragged ribbons into his fly-whisk braids. He'd offered ribbons from this exalted silk to the other members of the party. This outward sign of mourning surprised her most. That Gevulin could care about anyone or anything beyond his ambition. Maybe he just cared about doing things the proper way. Maybe it amounted to the same thing to him. She couldn't settle her mind enough to sleep. She who had long ago learned to sleep anywhere, anytime. Thoughts churning in restless circles, she watched the Pall as the wagon rolled along the road. Was that a shadow running in parallel to them through the fog? Were those spikes of mist antlers? Was that fluttering shadow the pulse of wings? Did a spray of sparks off in the distance mark his trail, an attempt to signal her? Would she ever know? Would they ever meet again? It would be easier to walk into the Pall. Join us. Become one of us. Let go of your pain. But that was the Pall speaking into her heart. She knew better than to push away the heaviness. Let the sorrow dwell within her. Let it take root and become part of who she would grow into from this day forward. The bitter grief of knowing how briefly any one person walks in the world. How fleeting the touch of hands. Yes. Yet also the sweetness, enfolded in her memory, of how every spring for a single hour she would break her courier's route in a particular meadow high in the moonrise hills. Here a lush carpet of wildflowers painted the hillside with glorious colours and vibrant life. She never passed it by, never failed to take a rest there amid the blooming splendour. In another month the flowers would be gone, and she would pass ordinary greens and yellows and browns for the rest of the year. But walking through the meadow in the other months would make her smile, as she remembered what she had been blessed to experience. Her life with Au, hand in hand, the beautiful child they'd raised together, the haunt so fleetingly. One dead, one moving into his own life, one out of her reach. But they were her wildflowers, still and always. At last they approached the Turtleback Rock. Since they had last crossed here, the Ivor had rigged a temporary rope bridge from the broken end of the middle causeway and across to the Turtleback Rock. The wardens reached the rock islet to discover an armed contingent of Ivor waiting by the edge of the Pall, on the rock's north side and thus out of view of the tower. Ellen tugged on Shilsa's sleeve and drew her aside to whisper. "Does it strike you as odd the clan has created a sentry post here?" "It's what I'd do," said Shilsa. "They can't hope to invade, but they could carry out any number of raid and runs before the Empire can mount an effective response. This is a perfect raider's base. So, yes, it's troubling, but on the other hand, we're alive because the clan chose to honour an oath, which makes a person wonder, what's in it for them?" She gave Ellen a sharp look. "As far as I can tell, they did all this because that being who walked in the bequeather's body was a Shorn. Who are these Shorn, Ellen? Captain, the prince called. Then again, when Shilsa did not react, Captain Shilselin, attend me. Fuck, I keep trying to forget, muttered Shilsa. She waggled a hand at Ellen, so Ellen tagged along. The prince stood at the top of the Turtleback Rock, behind a ragged outcropping. A gap between the rocks allowed him to observe the vigil tower as from behind a screen. He had his spyglass out and Fulmo beside him. The iron-haired lawgiver stood on his other side. She was accompanied by the other Gagast and by a young man who gave first Shilsa and then Ellen a cheeky smile and a wink. What a flirt! He looked as human as she did, though with an even darker complexion than her own, more like Jervy's, and raven black hair braided into a single plait. The youth's long braid brought a memory crashing in. That last glimpse of Simo, as his braid was sucked under the surface. The thought struck with more pain than she expected. She hadn't been close to the captain, but it was still a wound. They'd been comrades on a tough journey. That counted for something. He'd accepted Kem as a warden and given him the early guidance the boy needed. For that alone she would mourn his passing. The lawgiver gave each warden a nod to acknowledge their presence, something Ellen would not have expected from a clan's leader. Not in the Empire, certainly, where a mere deputy courier would have stood invisible in the background. But what startled her most was when the lawgiver began to speak in Imperial. Your Gagast can carry you and your people across easily enough, Prince Gevulin. Thus the Saltspear clan has discharged any last obligation to you, as agreed between the bequeather and the Shorn. Shilsa mouthed, the Shorn, and gave Ellen a challenging look through narrowed eyes. The prince said, My enemies have placed a garrison in the tower. I don't know their numbers, but I have left to me 4 wardens, the honoured Fulmo and a deputy courier. Even with all their skills and my own taken together, and even if your Ivor carry us over so we can attack in secret at night, it is unlikely I can defeat an entire garrison. Are you offering me a deal? How do you come to speak Imperial so well, lawgiver? The lawgiver hadn't the bequeather's chilly reserve. She was a formidable person in both stature and presence, but there was a glint in her eyes that suggested she had a sense of humour and maybe a bit of a flirtatious streak, like that of the young man standing in her shadow. Why, because I was young once too, Prince. Like my grandson here. He hopes to travel into the Empire and learn your language and your ways, so he may become a bequeather in time. I am able to speak to you because I was, in my more energetic time of life, such a one. The prince gave the youth a startled look. The young man winked in answer, causing the prince to redden, although it was impossible to know if it was anger or attraction that caused the rush of blood to his fine, handsome face. I thought he was human. Many of our youth appear so human that they can walk freely among your kind without your knowledge. We grow more into our metal spirit and our soul guardian as we age. So you see, that is one of the reasons your Magnolia Emperor banished us from her empire. She doesn't trust your kind, he said. And you do? I trust you can help me take the throne. Why should we? I will rescind the banishment. Your people will be allowed to settle in the empire. Why would we want to do that, when we have just made an agreement with the Highmost to settle in the south county of the Forelands? You and I both know he would murder you all in your beds if he had the opportunity. He made the pact with you solely to undercut Lady Eliawona. A treaty you may have with him, but it is like inviting a hungry predator into your house. Eventually he will turn on you and kill or enslave you. It's true, he has no love for my people. It was Lady Eliawona who approached us at first, and who had the courtesy to listen to us and get to know us. He merely followed in the path she'd laid down. What are your terms? If we wished to settle in the Empire, would that offer be open only to my clan, or to all Ivor? Your clan, in return for your alliance. Other clans, once they can show title to the holdings that were stripped from them. Stripped from them?
The Magnolia Emperor does not trust the Ivor for many and various reasons, too tedious to list, for they are all trivial enough. She's fussy and not in a good way, but it is also common knowledge within the Flower Court that she inherited an empty treasury from our esteemed father, the Lily Emperor, now departed. She found it expeditious to fill her treasury from the impounded estates and vaults of the banished households and clans.
You objected to this act?
I was 6 years old at the time, so no, I did not. I only survived the initial purge due to the eloquence, intelligence, and astute manoeuvring of my blessed mother, to whom I owe my life.
The lawgiver cocked her head to one side, rather like a bird. It's an attractive thought, that we, who have struggled to find a place in which to live in the peace we desire, may be offered settlement in a rich country. But one element of your plan eludes me. If you cannot even defeat a modest garrison, then how are you to overthrow a powerful emperor when you have no army?
I have a better weapon than an army to dispose of the emperor.
Ah, the Osge. The lawgiver glanced toward Elen.
The prince went on. The palace does not yet have proof of my intentions, only suspicions. That's exactly why this entire charade was played out, to gain proof, which she still lacks. I need only travel swiftly enough to reach the palace before the theurgist, Luviara, arrives. This is easily done, since it will take months for her to travel from the Four Lands by sea and then overland, if Elen even allows her to depart. Therefore, once the Emperor and the Crown Prince are dead, neither event will be traceable to me. With the Stalin away, I will be the only prince of the Third Estate in residence at the palace. In such a time of crisis, I will take the imperial throne. Once I am seated there in all my majesty, people will prefer to accept order rather than an outbreak of fighting.
Princess Stalin may not so easily submit, Your Highness, remarked Shilsa.
He shot a haughty look at her. I will make her a good offer.
What's that?
Maybe you?
She tensed, taken aback by this ambush.
His smile bloomed as a flag of triumph. Indeed. Your cooperation with my plans assures you will remain in the Wardens.
Since Elen could not envision Shilsa as a consort wafting about the Flower Court, if consorts indeed wafted as they were depicted doing in all the plays, it seemed like effective blackmail on the prince's part. Maybe part of being a prince was knowing how to manipulate those required to serve you, like her and Kem.
Gevulin turned back to the Ivor. Lawgiver, do we have an agreement? Your soldiers will eliminate the garrison. Once I am safely across, I will make contact with Pellis Manor. Lord Genia will arrange a swift escort for me back to Orleda Holt, where I will take possession of my carriages and menials and return to the Heartland. I will act immediately once I arrive at the palace. As soon as I am settled as Emperor, I will rescind the decree of banishment. Your people may move into the uninhabited lands of Woodfall Province and farther west along the Storm Coast. As soon as travel permits are arranged, you will install in the palace a garrison of your best soldiers.
To protect you?
To remind the palace officials and the Flower Court that I am not to be trifled with. That will give me the leverage needed to crush any opposition and unify the empire, so we may become tranquil and prosperous in truth.
He touched the leather map tube, which he kept close.
There is a great deal we do not know and may yet discover, as long as we do not fear the answers to be uncovered, as the Magnolia Emperor does. In a way, Theurgist Luviara did me a favour when she betrayed me.
All this time, Jervy, Ippis and Kem had stood to one side, listening and prudently silent, while Shilsa fumed. To Ellen's surprise, Jervy stirred at the prince's comment.
How may it be said she did you a favour, Your Highness? I would have remained cautious, biding my time. But ambition cannot be cautious, lest it wither and die like an unwatered plant. I do not intend to wither or to die. Lawgiver?
The Ivor extended a hand. The prince stared at it with puzzlement. Among the Ivor, we clasp hand to wrist as a seal of our agreement, skin to skin. To break such a pledge is the greatest dishonour. The prince was clearly reluctant to touch a person not of his exalted rank, and not one of his menials chosen to serve his bodily needs as lesser to greater. For an imperial prince to engage in such a gesture of equality was unfathomable. Yet here he stood, facing the outstretched arm. Shilsa snorted under her breath, amused at seeing him discomposed, but she remained on edge, as did Elen, as did the others, Jervy mostly, while Ippis and Kem looked confused and wary. They kept glancing at the assembled company of Ivor's soldiers waiting in readiness in the lee of the huge rock, out of sight of the vigil tower. The lawgiver stood with the patience of a predator who knows how to stalk and wait, until the moment comes for a swift strike. Gevulin pulled off his glove and extended his arm. They grasped hand to wrist, skin to skin. The alliance was made. 40. A Song for the Wine Shops. Shilsa sucked in a breath, hissing with displeasure. But Gevulin was the all-seeing eye, her commander, as well as a prince. In the Empire, the lesser obeyed the higher, the soldier his captain, the deputy courier her intendant. Where a person stood on that ladder was made clear to all. "Not long to nightfall," said the prince. "Yes," agreed the lawgiver. "I will send scouts at midnight. We'll strike in the belly-soft hour, midway between midnight and dawn, when most would be asleep." The garrison wasn't expecting an attack from the direction of the pool because it was impossible, or so they believed. The prince said, "You can drag the bodies into the pool and no one will be the wiser. The garrison will simply have disappeared." The garrison was doubtless made up of Dwen Manor soldiers. Elen had no reason to love them, but she didn't hate them either. She said, "Your Exalted Highness, surely no conflict is necessary. There are so few of us. Surely the two Gagast can convey we 6 farther along the shore and deposit us beyond the view of the tower. We can head south to Palace Manor with no one the wiser that we've returned." He scoffed. "Dwen Manor has insulted me and colluded with my enemies. Therefore, they are my enemy. This battle has been going on for longer than you can know, and in ways you can know nothing about. Do not trouble me with these pointless apologetics again. Now, lawgiver, I agree with the late-night strike. Think of it as a trial run." "Yes, our clan's fighters can test the mettle of Imperial troops and fade back into the pool, with no one the wiser. A good plan. Except for those of your soldiers who die," said Elen. Shilsa grabbed her arm. "Just hush, you. This is not the time." The lawgiver appeared not to hear Elen. Now that she and the prince had made their alliance, her attention was all for him. Her demeanour had an odd warmth, like a fire lit at the edge of an icy waste. "Prince Gevulin, let no poison twist your ears. If we do not sharpen our steel, then it will remain blunted and ineffectual." "I understand. I will accompany you." "That isn't necessary." "My honour demands it." "Ah, of course. Then so shall it be. I will fight beside you, as befits your status among your people. Now we make ready." She descended to speak to her soldiers as another cohort of Ivor approached over the rope bridge. The young flirt brought around a platter stacked with a cracker-like bread, baked of rye flour and topped with sardines. Sarah Allah would have adored the tiny oily fish, so crunchy. The viper stared as Elen ate, although she wasn't sure if it liked the flavour of the sardines or if it was growing restless because she had not let it out to slither into the pool. "Not yet. Be patient." The sun sank below the horizon. Kem and Ippis rolled up in their cloaks for a nap out of the wind. They would remain behind until the battle was over. Elen was too restless to sleep. At midnight, 5 scouts waded into the pool like wraiths, headed for the tower marked by the ever-burning lamp on its top floor. The prince readied his weapons alongside Jervy. Shilsa knelt on the hard rock to check her sword and knife, to string her bow, to count her remaining arrows, and to uncap the sharp end of her walking staff. The warden worked methodically, in no hurry, since it would be a while before they left. Looking up at Ellen, she remarked, "Keeps my mind off what's coming later." Ellen crouched beside her. "Is he really going to fight? The prince, I mean. He won't just let the Ivor do it. It would be dishonourable if he did not fight, especially since he is using foreign troops to attack our own soldiers. Do you approve of his intention to overthrow the Magnolia Emperor?" Shilsa gave her a weary look. "My approval isn't needed or requested. I swore an oath to serve the wardens. I obey the will of the all-seeing eye. For now he is my commander. What he's doing is treason. Yes, I am aware. You do know that his father, the Lily Emperor, became emperor by overthrowing his own uncle, don't you?" "He did?" "Yes. When the Hibiscus Emperor died, it was his youngest brother who stepped up and named himself the Ailanthus Emperor. His reign lasted 2 years before his nephew, they were the same age, got tired of waiting for the throne. I guess they don't talk about it outside the Flower Court." With no change of tone, she went on the attack. "What is a Shorn? Might it be a thing, a person, a spirit, a magic? A voice who says outrageous things through the mouths of people who would never speak those words, who laughs when he ought to glower, and who developed a bizarre habit of staring longingly at a humble deputy courier when he thought, or she thought, no one was looking. Just in case you're wondering if anyone noticed these oddities, and if I would even realise that the strange behaviour of the prince earlier in our journey was a peculiar match to the strange behaviour of the bequeather on this last recent stretch. You have to ask the prince. Sure, and I did, and he refused to answer." Here it was. Either she trusted Shilsa, or she didn't, and she'd already trusted her with the viper. Ellen said, "Let me ask first, what worries you most? Do you think His Exalted Highness will make a worse or a better emperor than the Magnolia Emperor? He's more orderly, that's for sure, and less prone to favouritism because he has no friends." "No friends? He only trusts himself, and to be fair, his mother. He's famously devoted to his mother. I suppose if an emperor is meant to rule impartially, then a man who has no friends might prove the most impartial of all." Shilsa snorted. "He might, truly, but here's what you don't understand. If he succeeds, then fine. But if he dies, we will all die with him, because we are accompanying him, whatever our own thoughts on his decision. My family might be able to extricate me, but Jervy, Ippis, and Kem will be burned." The thought struck Ellen cold, and then hot. The viper stirred. "But they are obliged to follow him." "Yes, and as their captain, I'll do my best to argue for them, but it won't matter. It's how things are. Luviara was right to try to extricate us 4 ordinary wardens back in the 4 lands. I'll give her that." "Do you approve of what she did?" She was probably covering her own arse, or she has her own ambitions, something we don't know about." "Don't you have ambitions?" "Yes, I have the ambition to live a quiet life of adventure, patrolling the imperial roads and indulging in friendly drinking bouts with the other wardens and maybe a few surveyors. They're not so bad. But let me tell you a story. My grandmother, I told you about her. The last and most beloved consort of the Hibiscus Emperor. That's right. She gave birth to 5 children by His Majestic and Most Beloved Highness, the Hibiscus Emperor. Only 1 survived to adulthood. The rest met with accidents, as they call them. Food poisoning, falling from a height, drowned in a palace pond, savaged by a boar on a hunt after an unexpected tumble from horseback." Ellen grimaced. The cold air seemed to freeze around them. "That's terrible. That's the palace. My mother survived because my grandmother found a much older scion of a cousin in the Bacchus lineage willing to take a 16-year-old prince as his second wife. He was a widower twice over by then. He was more than 50 years older than my mother." "Oh, don't make that face." "What face? That's an unusually wide age difference. My mother was fortunate to get out. He was the only one brave enough to defy the palace. He was old enough that death wasn't a threat he cared about. She bore 5 children in quick succession to cement her right to stay in Bacchus Manor and not be hauled back to the Flower Court, as they might have done had he died and left her childless. Those 5 children are all princes of the 6th estate, which means they were born outside the Flower Court to a prince born in the Flower Court. Does that mean you are a prince of the 6th estate? Yes, that's what it means. I don't know what to say, Ellen said with a startled laugh. Anything but Your Highness is fine. Shilsa sheathed her knife and sword, the blades hissing with a metal shing as they drove home into the scabbards. My mother died when I was 6 years old. I don't really remember her. Just my very old father standing beside the genius of Bacchus Manor, shouting at a palace official that the official could go burn in his own pus-filled guts if he didn't get out of his hall. Then he went on to say that he, as a father, would deserve being used as the high heavens latrine if he allowed the emperor to haul his children off to the fucking Flower Court. Thanks to him, we were all raised in Bacchus Manor, like good Bacchusars are meant to be. So you're saying you got your mouth from your father? Shilsa chuckled. Maybe so. He wasn't scared of anything. He taught me my letters and how to tie knots. When he died, I was 9, my grandmother pulled one thread here and another thread there, and got herself untangled from the Flower Court by claiming the high heavens had called upon her to raise her orphaned grandchildren, those poor wee sprouts now bereft of living parents. That's why she took us out of the heartland to Islwind Cross. She wanted us to grow up as far away from the palace as possible. She told me that even being the favoured consort was never worth it, not for her. She said we must never involve ourselves in the palace in any way, that Bacchus Manor could protect us only as long as we stayed outside the inner palace. Hold on. Shilsa got to her feet. She walked over to the prince, exchanged a few words, and returned to Ellen. No movement yet. How I hate waiting, she said. Ask me another question or tell me about the Shorn. What about your siblings? What happened to them? They have lives as sage officials in the provinces. There are plenty of other Bacchusars who serve as high officials inside the palace, so we didn't need to. But I wanted adventure, or at least adventure without the glory of a generalship. Winning a claim at war can also get you murdered, and I don't mean in battle. Ellen thought of the intendant's daughter's husband, who had died under mysterious circumstances in the east, fighting the blood wolves, and nodded. Shilsa went on. The wardens gave me the means to travel while keeping my head down and going unnoticed. I hate to tell you this, but you're pretty noticeable, as all the songs from the wine shops should have let you know by now. I did my best to keep my head down, but in the end the palace came for me. Ellen rested a companionable hand on Shilsa's shoulder. The warden looked at her in surprise. My thanks. I don't understand you, Elle, but I trust you. Ellen smiled. That last question was just the roundabout way for me to tell you about the Shorn. Finally! Well, as far as I know, very long ago, there was a devastating war in which some manner of alliance defeated wicked sorcerer kings. The victors feared that the sorcerers would rise again, so guardians were set in place to keep watch, like sentinels. These guardians were shorn from their physical bodies and each placed in a magical shell, like a statue. Like the statues at 3 Spires near Orleda Holt, where we stopped that first night because Gevulin wanted to go inside the wall. Yes. By means of a passage spell, on one of the nights of the fullest moon, the Shorn can transfer their essence, their soul, their consciousness, their breath, whatever you want to call it, into the body of a willing host for a temporary period of days. I'll be fucked, said Shilsa, but Gevulin would never have agreed. Oh, hold on. We thought he was just talking to himself. I give you leave to try, is what His Highness says he said. Shilsa laughed. That would be exactly like Gevulin. Ellen nodded. More of a dare-double-dare situation, if you take my meaning, and have ever been young and stupid enough to jump out of the hayloft and break your arm. For some reason I have a hard time imagining you doing that. That's because it wasn't me, said Elen, with a glance at Kem. He and Ippis were still huddled on the ground, cloaks wrapped tight for warmth. They weren't quite fully asleep, nodding off and then jerking up awake, too nervous to sleep and too exhausted to wake. Shilsa grinned. I didn't break my arm, but yes, young and stupid on a dare is how Meki and I got to be friends, our first month in novice training. So the spires, the statues, the way His Highness fainted, and everything afterward wasn't him, it was one of these shorn guardians. That's right. All the way up until we reached Far Boundary Vigil on our way north. Shilsa grabbed Ellen's wrist. Oh, El! That's why he collapsed again. Why you sat there in shock. You hopeless fool. You fell in love with something that doesn't even exist, didn't you? Elen smiled wryly. I fell in love with a person who sacrificed his physical life in order to guard an unknown future against the return of sorcery. Shilsa put an arm around her. Talk about a song for the wine shops. Elen gave a little laugh, leaning her head against the other woman's shoulder. Not since Ao's death had she shared a connection so profoundly based on trust and affection. Sisterly. Friends. Nothing more complicated. Yet, what was more complicated and profound than friendship? Abruptly, Shilsa stiffened. I hope this doesn't mean sorcery has returned somehow. Not as far as he could tell. The pool seems to be the ashes of sorcery. A whistle from the prince caused Shilsa to release Elen. Time to go. Will you be fighting too? Elen asked nervously. A captain always accompanies the all-seeing eye. Should I come? Can you fight? I mean, truly fight? I trained in Dwen Manor's militia for a few years. Have you actually fought? No. The rope bridge was the first time I've ever been in a real skirmish, with dead people and everything. I didn't like it. She grimaced. No one likes it. Well, no one you ever want to meet likes it, but you hope the ones who like it are on your side when the battle breaks out. You should stay with Kem and Ippis. Captain, the prince strode up. There's been a change of plans. There seem to be tides in these currents. The pool is currently too high for the Ivor to be able to carry us across. We must wait to cross until dawn, when we can be carried by the Gagast. The Ivor will attack without us. Shilsa tapped a hand to her heart. As you wish, Your Highness. He frowned. It is not my wish. It is a necessity. I would never choose to skirt the dangers of battle. Indeed, Your Highness. No one has ever accused you of being a coward. He gave Shilsa an imperious look, as if wondering if she was tweaking his nose, but she gave him a respectful nod. He inclined his chin just so slightly, and it was a marvel to see him responding kind. Elen hadn't known he had it in him. But now that she thought about it, since Simo's death, something subtle had altered in his demeanour, and she couldn't quite figure it out. 41. The Gift of Belonging. They ascended to the outcropping and stood, watching and listening. A company of about 60 Ivor waded into the pool and vanished in the darkness. The prince said, Better to have them on our side, now they know how to reach us where we are vulnerable. What if they're just using you? Shilsa asked. Of course they are just using me, as I'm using them. It's a mutual arrangement that, for now, benefits us both. The Empire balances on a perilous edge. The war in the East goes poorly. Although we haven't lost, we also haven't won. The Blood Wolves are a fearsome enemy, and they count many Ivor among their hordes. Should the Sea Wolves find common ground with their blood and forest brethren, where does that put the Empire? That's what the Emperor doesn't see. All she sees are people she doesn't trust, only because they are shaped somewhat differently from us. Infused with spirits of metal and the souls of animals, as well as their own high heavens granted souls, said Shilsa, if what the lawgiver said is true. If we understand what she meant, which we may not, But the Ivor are also flesh and blood and bone. They can die just as we can. The Empire's best path forward is to secure as many allies as possible, to make treaties and truces where we can. The Saltspear clan lost its place in their homeland, so they need a home. It's a good bargain for them and for me, and thus for the Empire. But enough. Listen. Listen they did, peering across the mist toward the Holy Stone Tower and its steady light. A wind danced across the Turtleback Rock, cold and heavy. Clouds covered most of the sky. No sound of battle erupted across the distance. Not yet. Ellen studied the pool for signs of movement. Sparks winked in the distance, then closer, then off in another direction. No rhyme or reason to it. The cloud cover parted to reveal stars. The moon appeared, casting odd shadows over the gently seething pool. Was he there? How did magic peel a body away from its soul? For Ellen had always thought of herself as one thing entire, woven together, inextricable. What got left behind when a person was shorn from their body? There were also people like Kem who couldn't live restfully in the body they were born in until they came to understand who they really were. Who was she? Had she been different before the viper hatched? She did not think so. She touched the scar burned into the side of her neck. The egg had rested inside her already. Someone had left a warning on her skin, but they hadn't killed her outright. Nor had that person told her, or if they had, she had been too young to understand. In life, maybe the best a person could do was discover who they were at their deepest core, the place they were most true to themselves, whatever else might come to them in the course of their years. That was why she felt so unmoored. Ao dead and Kem leaving? Who was she now? She had to live not to protect them, but to uncover her own being. The unhatched egg of her that she'd never allowed to crack open because she had spent all her energy and all her love on them. "Is anything happening?" Shilsa whispered. "It's been so long." As if on a stage cue, a shout of warning rang out across the distance. A flurry of clashing steel, a scattershot of drumming, like hail. Silence. The prince shifted from foot to foot. "I hate this." "Yet when you become emperor, your highness," said Shilsa, "to stand behind the lines and watch will be your fate, not to excel at the front of the crowd, as you have striven all your life to do. I had no choice but to excel, so no one could say I had not earned my way. I am merely remarking, your highness, that you are said to be a man who cannot bear to come in second in any race, and that you will train to exhaustion in order to win. Thus did my blessed mother teach me that it didn't matter if people liked me, only that they respected what I had accomplished. Can you bear, then, to stand behind the lines and watch? Because if you can't, then you will not last long as emperor. You will chew yourself to pieces." He scoffed, with a light, sarcastic laugh. "The arrow is already loosed, Captain." "Is it? As you said yourself, no one knows. I can return with the other wardens to Warden Hall and tell them you were lost in the north. When Luviara returns, if she does, I will inform her that Lord Thelen released us and kept you, or that you met some other grim fate. You can shave off your beautiful hair, grow a beard, and take a new name. You handled the rowboat well, your highness. Trade ships are always looking for hands on the southern sea, if that's to your liking. Or you might become a carriage driver. The Empire is large. There are many backwaters off the imperial roads. You can make a new life." He regarded Shilsa for a long while, seeming more thoughtful than angry. At last he said, "Are you giving me an exit, Captain?" "I am." "This is unexpected, I confess." He gave Shilsa an odd look. That was the change, Ellen thought. Gevulin had learned to listen harder to what lay between the words people were saying. Shilsa smiled wryly. "Your Highness, I don't like you, nor do you need me to like you. I respect your skills and that you don't play favourites. I'm not interested in the palace, or I would be living in the flower court now. You have served fairly as all-seeing eye. Simo respected you. For all that, I make this oath, that I will look the other way if you choose to walk away now. Because once we reach Pellis Manor North and Lord Genia, there is no going back. There was never any going back. I will never dishonour my blessed mother. I will become emperor. I will teach myself to stand behind the lines and watch others act where I no longer can. Shilsa shrugged and glanced with an eyebrow lift at Ellen, as if to say, I tried. Ellen gave her a nod, as friends did. She'd have been shocked had the prince entertained the suggestion for even one breath, even though it was a plausible solution. The sky lightened in the east. The two Gagast stared, trembling first, then blinking, then tilting their heads down and looking creakily around as the night stupor wore off. All at once, from the vigil, a great shout split the quiet. Hey! Va! The prince nodded, acknowledging the victory. His first step toward taking the throne. Fulmo, we cross now. I pray you, your highness, said Shilsa, let Warden Jervy and myself go first to clear the way. A faint smile played about his lips. For a heartbeat, Ellen thought she caught a glimpse of the haunt in his sardonic expression, but the prince's expression was fully human, that of a man who had, for perhaps the first time in his life, learned how to laugh at himself. I'm not emperor yet, Captain. The deputy courier and I will go first. You'll follow with Jervy, Ippis and Kem last.
Ellen said, I can walk across on my own, your highness. Then you might take over another on the first wave. He glanced over at Kem, who was awake and sharing a platter of sardine crackers with Ippis.
Yes, I suppose you won't make a dash for it.
Shilsa followed his gaze, then glanced at Ellen, puzzled because she had not quite yet figured out the relationship between Kem and Ellen. Would it matter if she did? Kem was Twen Manor on his sire's side, and apparently he was seed of an old four-lands royal line on his mother's side, even if bastard-born, because in the Empire there was a princely estate for that too, where every person was accounted for and acknowledged. By imperial measure, Kem was more than eligible to be a warden, however he had been conceived and raised. I beg leave for a moment's solitude, your highness, Ellen said quickly, because I need to pee. As she clambered down to a slightly concealed hollow, she gestured to Kem, who made his excuses and followed her down. She did her business, squatting, cheeks to the wind, and buttoned up her trousers afterward as she stood. Kem, I can only say this once. When we get across, we will have a chance to run. He tied up his trousers. He's going to have you kill the Emperor with the Viper, isn't he? You're in danger as long as you're with him. You'll be executed. If he loses, Ippis says we can claim sanctuary at Warden Hall, say we were under orders. Shilsa doesn't think that will work. Shilsa doesn't know everything she thinks she does she? She kept sleeping with Jervy for 5 years after he'd gotten married. Ellen blinked. That's a long time. Like I said, she doesn't know everything. I like being a warden. I want to train. It's you I'm worried about. Me? They'll burn you. Only if they figure it out. Why would they? No one knows except you, the Intendant, and the Prince, and Shilsa, and the entire Ivor clan, not to mention Lord Thelen. Ippis has it half figured out, and I wouldn't take any bets about Jervy. He's really observant, and he keeps his mouth shut. He rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, why did you tell Shilsa? She's got charm, I'll give her that. Bad idea, though. I trust her. He shrugged. She's a snob, but I get it. I catch you looking for Mama still, sometimes, when you forget. She rested a hand on his arm, and for once had no answer. Anyway, he went on, oblivious to the thick grief caught in her throat. I'll run if you have to, but I don't want to run all my life. I like having a place to belong, with the wardens. I'm willing to take the risk. There it was. She and Au had given Kem the gift of belonging. Yet that gift had an edge. He could not turn his back as easily as they had.
They'd had nothing to lose and no expectations for how their lives could be. But he did. He and Joef had been reckless in the way youth are reckless children who know they are loved and safe, taking the right kind of chances, not the terrible ones. He couldn't see the possibility of death, only a chance for a life he wanted. She tightened her hand on his, wishing all her affection to pour into him. "I love you, and your mother loved you." He wiped an eye, squeezing her hand in response. "Deputy Courier!" The prince was annoyed at being kept waiting. Ellen gave Kem a swift hug and let him go. At last they set out across the gap, with the prince perched awkwardly on Fulmo's shoulders and Jervy riding atop the other Gagast, his bow ready. Ellen followed them into the pool, its icy touch prickling against her legs. "Soon, soon," the mist whispered. "Soon all will be ours. Help us. Spread our seeds beyond this binding, and it can be yours too." She knelt to release the viper, and the whispers faded. The viper slithered at her feet, swimming in and out of her sight as threads of mist thickened and thinned. Twice the pool rose almost to her chest. She'd never have been able to carry Ow across had it washed so high back on that day. Was it indeed tidal? Yet, when she considered the river-like inlet she'd seen, pressing south within view of Pellis Manor North, she had to wonder if the inlet of creeping fog was being pushed by the pressure of rising pool. And what might that presage? "Sarah Allah, I'm here," she whispered to the white sea. But although she looked for his shadow and listened for the rush of wings and the flash of antlers, no presence touched hers. He was gone. 42. The Wind Dance. She reached the pier, climbed onto the rocks, and knelt to let the viper crawl up her body. It tasted no spore on her extremities and sped home to her heart to rest. The prince and Jervy had unsheathed their shrive-steel swords and were busy skewering a few stray spore that had caught on the legs of the two Gagast. They checked each other as well, and only then turned to her. Jervy pressed the flat of his blade against Ellen's back, a pain she tolerated, although the shrive-steel's buzzing sting made her eyes water. The lawgiver strode out from the tower, two Ivor at her back. They looked calm and collected, not even bloodied. "We took them by surprise and killed most of them while they were still asleep. 33 bodies, so you may take an accounting. No one escaped."
"Was there a sentry at the sentry gate?"
"He was the first one killed. We lost one of our own, and 7 are wounded. It wasn't much of a fight. Disappointing, really. My people are complaining it wasn't a challenge."
"Ill-trained militia are no match for soldiers," agreed the prince.
Ellen wondered if his words were meant as a warning not to underestimate the Imperial army. He beckoned to Fulmo and said,
"You will run ahead to Pellis Manor North. We will catch up with you by nightfall. Our goal is to push through to Lord Genea at speed. You will also act as scout in case there is trouble on the road. You know the drill."
Fulmo gave a hand sign of assent. There followed a flurry of hand signs and gestures between the two Gagast, after which Fulmo departed. On the shoreline, Ivor dragged corpses into the pool. Some Ivor stood guard out at the entry gate, while the rest cleaned up the compound, scrubbing blood from floors and walls, bundling up and burning stained bedding, neatly going through chests and cupboards, and then tidily putting things back, except for the objects they wanted as reward for their victory. An iron skillet, balls of yarn in a splendid rainbow of colours, a sewing kit with extra needles stuck in a scrap of wool, all the kitchen knives, horse blankets and harnesses, perfumed latrine paper, of all things, imperial coins, stacked in neat rows according to denomination, maps. As soon as Shilsa arrived, the prince set her to catalogue and approve the loot while he went through the maps. He set aside one of Woodfall Province, dated to the reign of the Willow Emperor, whose surveyors had completed the first remapping after the rising of the Pall. The prince gave this map to the lawgiver. "Here is a map of this province as surety for our agreement. Anything further we can discuss after I am become emperor." She studied it, then looked up at him. "There was another map. The bequeather spoke of it, said you had it in your possession. She said by its style and content it is almost certainly a map drawn by or copied from a map-maker of one of our clans. I'd like it back as surety for our agreement." "It was lost in South Ring," he lied, without blinking. If Ellen hadn't known the truth, she'd never have guessed he was lying. Maybe he would make a good emperor, if emperors needed skill at lying to rule, and she supposed they did. How else could you tell your own sibling that he was appointed as all-seeing eye, a position of great respect and trust, and meanwhile, behind his back, approve a scheme to bring about his downfall? The lawgiver looked at Gevulin, then at Ellen. "This Osge will be the death of you. Mark my words. When she was a child, the moment an egg was seen in her heart, she should have been thrown into the ocean to drown, instead of just a warning cut into her skin." Into the ocean to drown, as she had been. At the Heart Temple, where she and Sarah Allah had stood in front of a pure water mirror, where she had seen the shadow of his true form for the first time, she had told him of her earliest memory, of being a tiny child and looking at her reflection in a pure water pool and seeing the egg, like a seed, nestled inside her. She laid a hand against her neck over the scar. Had the unknown person who had thrown her into the water been trying to drown her, or to save her from those who intended to kill her? Most likely she would never know. "The deputy courier will serve me," said the prince, "but I thank you for your advice." The lawgiver tapped her own left shoulder and called out to her followers. "Then we will depart, and perhaps in time, Prince Gevulin, you and I will speak again." The Ivor returned across the Pall with their dead and wounded and their loot. The prince combed through the map room and the vigil captain's office one last time, searching for any useful information, while Ellen rolled up the maps for transport. Below, the wardens gathered supplies, saddled what horses the Dwen Manor soldiers had been riding, but left the bull elks behind. They were ready to depart by midday, gathering in the courtyard between the tower, the stables, and the barracks. Before they could mount, the prince raised a hand. "In honour of his loyal service, he who was captain in the Imperial Order of Wardens, Simo Yarmisar. Shilselin, will you sing the melody?" Shilsa was holding Mekvo's walking staff, like a badge of her new captaincy. "I can, Your Highness. It would be an honour to distinguish my comrade Simo with the long whisper of the ceaseless voice. May I ask that Mekvo and the others be so honoured as well?" "Yes," he said, holding up a piece of paper. "I collected the roster from Captain Mekvo's desk." "I can clap the rhythm," said Ippis, "if I may be so honoured." "You may," said the prince. "I'll keep watch." Jervy indicated the stairs up to the inner wall's walk, where he could look over the rest of the compound, the outer fields, and south along the road. "Yes," said the prince. Ellen gave Kem a questioning look. She had no idea what they were talking about. Kem said, "Your Highness, if you mean the morning dance observed in the palace, then I know how to recite the descant of names." "How can you know the descant?" Ippis demanded. "I don't even know it." "Joef found a notation penned by an exiled palace musician." "Of course, the great good friend Joef did," said Ippis. But she shook her head with a resigned grin, as if she'd finally accepted this was how it was always going to be. "Just 2 cycles of the wind dance," said the prince, handing Kem the roster. "Then we depart." The wind dance. Ellen had thought it a boastful display of endurance and fast footwork, not a memorial. As Ippis began to clap out a steady and rather plain rhythm, the prince took a position, with his arms outstretched and his palms open to the sky. He met Shilsa's eyes. She began to sing, not with words, but in a mournful melody that flowed up and down like a searching wind across a wide and empty land, seeking a soul that no longer walked in the world. Her singing voice was light, higher than Ellen expected from all her tough talk, but her tones rang true. Even that didn't matter once the prince began to dance, for he spoke with his precise gestures and graceful movements. The wind is a ceaseless voice, here a whisper and there a howl. So does grief accompany our lives as the wind blows in the land, never quite gone, even when it is still. His gestures were gentle, but the unfolding of the dance was implacable. We lose those we love, or we are lost to those we love. The world fades, or memory fades. Death comes to all things. Ellen's heart ached for Au, for Sarah Allah, for the intendant's wife and older daughter, and for the younger daughter's lost husband, for Simo, and for the garrison killed by Asarpa's acid, who she'd never known, but who surely had kin and friends who would mourn them, for all those she had known and cared for, who had passed from this world as all must do in the fullness of time. The prince's elegant dancing wound the burden of mourning through the air, speaking for all. At the appropriate place, Kem sang the descant, a recitation of the names of those being honoured. Surely it was the highest honour to receive an elegy from a prince. According to the implacable hierarchy of the empire, all their lives were his to burn on the fire of his ambition. Yet had he never travelled north, they'd almost certainly still be alive. Perhaps this was Gevulin's way of acknowledging that they had died because they'd become inadvertently involved in his deadly duel for the throne. After the recitation of names, the prince turned a slow circle, and with a dip of his knees and a sweep of his arm, gestured for Shilsa to begin again. The second cycle. Jervy's warning whistle broke into the melody. Shilsa fell silent, Ippis stopped clapping, the prince spun to grab his weapons, laid on the ramp of the entrance into the tower. Elen ran to the gate and climbed up beside Jervy. He pointed south at the sky, at a strange squiggly line that writhed and wriggled against the pale blue of a sky streaked with clouds. Elen pulled out her spyglass and set it to her eye, fearing what she would see. It sprang into view through the lens, a winged snake that from this distance might have been no larger than her viper. But it was large enough to hold a rider's platform on its back. "Sarpa," said Jervy. 43. Sarpa. Elen lost the breath to speak, for the fear of seeing death approaching, as if called by the prince's wind dance. All she could do was hold out the spyglass to Jervy, but he was already climbing down. "Your Highness, a Sarpa and its rider. There's no reason for one to be on patrol here. They're hunting for me." The prince sheathed his sword and picked up his bow and quiver. "How long? Half an hour, if we are fortunate." Shilsa said, "Kem, Ippis, put the horses in the stables. In stalls, but don't tie them up. Keep them saddled." The two youths hurried into the stables. "Only the tower's holy stone will protect us," said the prince, as he scanned the courtyard and surrounding doorways. "The Sarpa's acid can burn through the shutters, even if we close them." "Our arrows can't pierce its hide," said Jervy. "A shot to its eye may madden it, which could work in our favour." "The rider is the key," said the prince. "Simo told me the blood wolves would target the riders, not the Sarpa, since Ivor have no weapon that can damage a Sarpa except poison. And that only if they can get poison down the Sarpa's gullet." The viper stirred in Ellen's heart, waking to opportunity. And that meant sending a person wreathed in poison vials running into the Sarpa's mouth. One death in exchange for saving many lives. He tapped his fingers against his sword hilt, a fine weapon rendered useless against this foe. "Even if the Salt Spear clan can still watch from the rock and have not retreated to the road, we cannot cross back to the rock with only one Gagast to carry us. Not in time. We'll shelter in the tower and hope to escape notice. The rider will move on if they don't realise we are here. If not, we kill the rider."
"Your Highness, we could surrender," Elen said.
Shilsa snorted. Jervy sighed. "How little you understand this conflict. A Sarpa killed this vigil's entire warden garrison, most likely this very Sarpa and its rider. They will not spare anyone who is found with me. I suppose there might arise a situation where I would nobly cast my life upon the coals, so its heat would carry my blessed mother through cold danger and back into life, though she'd scold me for it. But my death will not save any of you. Yet I suppose you are not so concerned about yourself, are you, Deputy Courier? You're worried about the boy, and about the wardens too, I imagine. You have that tiresome way about you, like a Stalin, always asking after other people. But in your case, for some unfathomable reason, I believe you honestly care."
"I prefer to live a peaceful and harmonious life, Your Highness, so I must imagine others do too."
"Enough! This tiresome conversation solves nothing."
Jervy said,
"Your Highness, we could hide in the tunnel below. Trapped like animals. We could easily be walled in and starved out. I think not."
Kem and Ippis hustled out of the stables, closing the doors. The prince led them up the ramp into the tower. Floor by floor, they closed all the shutters, leaving open only one north-facing window on the 6th floor, looking over the Pall, and a south-facing window on the 3rd floor, high enough to see over the walls to the entry gate. The prince and Jervy stationed themselves at the 3rd floor window, leaving Shilsa above to watch the Pall, and Kem and Ippis on the lowest floor by the locked gate, with orders to hide in the tunnel if need be. Elen watched beside the prince. The Sarpa sped toward them with a lashing of its featherless wings. By now, they could see the rider braced on a cramped, chariot-like platform fixed back from the monstrous head, wire reins attached to the Sarpa's nostril slits. The rider's uniform was made of treated Sarpa skin, immune to acid and difficult to puncture with arrow or blade. Their only vulnerability was an open-faced helmet with glass goggles. Swiftly, the beast closed the gap. Like griffins, Sarpa would not fly over a Pall. It banked awkwardly and cut close to the tower as the rider balanced on the platform. It was magnificent, until the Sarpa spat acid toward the open window. They all jerked away as droplets spattered across a pair of couches. The fabric sizzled, melting. The floor hissed as the carpet darkened.
"Fuck!" swore Jervy, shaking his arm. "I'm all right, just a drop." "The rider knows we're here," said the prince. "It must have seen Fulmo," said Jervy.
"Blessed heavens! Fulmo! Out in the open on the road!"
"It's swinging back around," said Jervy, pressed to one side, keeping his body hidden as he peered out. No, wait." When the prince made to approach, he waved him back. "Is it leaving?" the prince asked. Jervy made a grim sound through gritted teeth. No. I see what the rider intends." Elen and the prince crowded up to get a look. The Sarpa landed at the compound's outer gate. The rider twitched the wire reins. All Elen could think was that it had to be painful for the Sarpa. Nostrils were sensitive. With a burst of power, the Sarpa battered the dome of its huge head against the closed and barred gate. Boom! The sound crashed over them like thunder. And again. Boom!
"What's it doing?" said Elen. "The rider can't fight us alone, can it?"
"It's small for a Sarpa," said the prince. "Small enough to come up the stairway like a rat snake hunting into a hole." Wood gave way with a splintering crack. The Sarpa slithered through the outer compound, down the abandoned street, its muscled body rippling in the most horrific way. What its acid did not kill, its body would crush. Its lashing tail ripped part of a roof from a nearby building. Shilsa appeared in the stairway arch. "What's happening?" Boom! The Sarpa had reached the inner gate. Elen stared, too shocked to move, and yet her mind raced furiously as she gaped at the monstrous creature, who was no monster to itself. "It's too big to land in the courtyard," said Jervy, sounding remarkably calm, "so it's battering its way in." "Holy fuck!" said Shilsa. Another impact shuddered through the ground, so hard they felt it through the soles of their feet. One of the gates buckled, torn half off its hinges, but there wasn't quite enough room for the Sarper to slither through. Not yet.
"We can't fight it on the stairway," said Jervy. "Its head will fill the space. Maybe once it pokes its head into the courtyard in front of the tower, I can get a shot at the rider from up here."
"You'll just get the top of his helmet," said Shilsa.
"If I yell, he might look up."
"That's exactly what I would do if I was an idiot."
"You have a better idea,"
Jervy said on a laugh. With his sassily knotted kerchief and his cool, collected demeanour, Ellen suddenly and incongruously saw why a temperamental and snobbish Baccassar heir might have fallen in love with him. "I have a better idea," said Ellen, as her thoughts lurched to a halt on one specific point. "If it's true what Simo said about poison—" "Simo wasn't a liar or an exaggerator," snapped Shilsa. "Nor did I say I thought he was. Your Highness, what do you think?"
"The army has indeed lost Sarper to enemies who run up their gullets," said the prince. "But your viper is surely too small."
"A foul-cap mushroom, no bigger than the tip of my finger, can kill a grown man. We ourselves saw a griffin that had been felled by 3 poisons working in concert, through the flesh, not even ingested. I'm thinking we have 2 chances. Jervy gets 1 shot, and if that doesn't work, then I try."
3 chances, said the prince. "I will distract the rider from up here. He may yet back down if commanded by me." Boom!
The gate cracked again. The Sarper's snout nosed through, but was now impeded by shattered spars. Ellen ran for the stairs and pounded down them, passing Kem and Ippis with a "Get up to Shilsa and the prince, now!" At the door to the ramp, she heaved off the crossbar as Jervy climbed up to a narrow platform, built under the arrow slit and above the door, that would give him a clear shot down the ramp. With a crash and a loud tearing, crunching burst, the gate shattered fully. Ellen tugged the door open and stuck her head out. At the gate, the lipless snout nosed into view, big enough to open and close over her body in one gulp. The sight shocked her into immobility. Her limbs went nerveless as the big head emerged. Huge eyes gleamed as if filled with hot embers. Their glowing warmth reminded her of the bequeather. Maybe the bequeather's cold demeanour had stemmed from a very different source than a raven. "And I kissed her," thought Ellen at utter random, thoughts skittering as the Sarper's muscles bunched and moved, the wall shuddering as it shoved its way through. The rider crouched low to avoid his riding platform being scraped off. As soon as the beast's head and neck came clear, the rider leaped to his feet to balance on the platform. Scanning the tower, his gaze halted on a sight Ellen couldn't see from where she waited. From above, the prince shouted, "Stand down, Imperial Rider! By my order!" "Who are you?" shouted the man. "I am His Exalted Highness, Prince Gevulin, Prince General and all-seeing eye of the Imperial Order of the Wardens." Was he going to recite his entire list of accomplishments? The rider raised his crossbow and loosed a bolt toward the window. That shut up the prince, who had to duck out of the way. From inside the stables, panicked horses and bull elks kicked at their stalls. They could smell the beast, and so could she, a pungent reek that made her eyes water. The Sarper muscled forward across the courtyard, a short distance for a creature of that size. Its snout would reach the ramp with its tail still under the breached gate. No wonder it had come through the gate. It couldn't have landed in such tight quarters. Arrows shot by the prince and Shilsa rained down on Sarper and rider alike, but could not pierce either its thick hide or the rider's Sarper skin armour and bulbous helmet, both doubly protected by the Sarper flaring out a fibrous wing to deflect the arrows. The Sarper's head reached the stone ramp that led up to the entry door. The ramp was barely wide enough to accommodate the monster, whose snake-like body was wider across than Ellen's outstretched arms. Its massive tongue flicked the air, scenting prey. "Now," said Jervy. Ellen released the viper. It slipped free, such a small and delicate thing, more like a thread than a snake. a fragile tendril with which to confront the Sarper's massive force. She knew she ought to close the door all the way, for the Sarper might spit acid at any moment, but she refused to leave the Viper with no escape route. It slithered unconcernedly for a few ells down the ramp, before finally pausing and lifting its head, as if with interest or with a sharpening desire to hunt. The Sarper raised its head too. A boulder might have swayed so, held suspended, ready to drop. Its tongue flicked out and in, tasting the air. A shiver of uneasiness rippled all the way down its monstrous length, all the way back to the gate and the tip of its scaly tail. The rider cursed. "Up! Up, damned beast! What's ailing you?" He hadn't seen the tiny Viper, white against the white holystone, so he looked up at the door, trying to spot the threat. Jervy took his shot. The arrow shattered the rider's left goggle and pierced the man's eye. Gargling, spasming, the man toppled sideways, hanging halfway down the Sarper's great body, twisting as he tried to claw the arrow from his face. The Viper lifted its head and hissed as softly as a whisper of love passed between an illicit pair of lovers who dare not be overheard by their jealous spouses. The Sarper coiled back, wings beating angrily, tail thrashing with such strength that it battered down the remaining stone around the gate. It curled sideways, filling the courtyard with its body. At first it was trapped, hemmed in. In a panic it recoiled clumsily back through the gate. The movement scraped the wounded rider off its side. Once it reached the lane beyond, the Sarper roused its mighty wings and battered the air as if to kill the wind itself. Rose, fell, and at last it rose above the buildings. With a lumbering lift, like bellows flapping and blowing, it swung a long curve around and flew west, parallel to the pole. By this time Jervy had jumped down from the arrow slit, pushed past a shocked and staring Elen, leaped comically high over the motionless Viper, and run down to press a knee into the chest of the limp rider as he extracted his arrow with a tug. He called cheerfully over his shoulder, "Already dead! Your Highness, can I claim this armour?" The Viper returned to Elen and burned back into her flesh. The Prince and Shilsa came running past, followed by Kem and Ippis, all exclaiming. Elen caught her breath, rubbing her eyes. On shaky legs, she followed them to Jervy. The Prince knelt beside the dead man. The goggles had been torn off the rider's face. He had the weathered skin of a middle-aged man who has spent most of his life out of doors, in the wind and sun. The skin around his eyes was paler and smoother than that of his cheeks and forehead, where the goggles had protected it. With the tip of an arrow, Gevulin fished out 2 necklace chains from beneath the man's leather armour. From one dangled a whistle carved from bone. The other chain bore a stylized 5-petalled oleander flower, a bloom so pretty to look at, and poisonous in all its parts. "This is the badge of His Sublime Highness. It does indeed appear this elaborately planned attack on me has had nothing to do with Astalin at all." "Much as it pains me to say so," remarked Shilsa, "but it never has felt like her style." The Prince flashed her an accusatory gaze as he rose, but instead of replying to her, he addressed Jervy. "Bring the whistle, but leave the armour on the rider." Jervy grimaced, as if this was not the answer he had wanted, not at all. He briefly pressed the back of a hand to his forehead, but he made no protest, nor did he ask a second time. All at once, Ellen wondered if this had been his very reaction when his manner had ordered him to marry a woman of their choosing, for an alliance that benefited them. A superb warden, scout, and archer, but not one to kick, even when he might have wished to. "We move out at once." The Prince gestured to Ippis and Kem. "You two get the horses. The deputy courier and I will toss him into the pool. Let them wander." He grabbed the shoulders and Ellen took the ankles. The dead man had a stocky, muscular build, and the impenetrable armour added weight. They lugged him under the tower, the road a familiar sting, and to the end of the pier. With a heave and a hoe, they flung the body outward, It thumped into the pall, out of sight beneath the white fog. Ellen peered toward the turtleback rock, but saw no sign of Ivor. Turning to go back to the courtyard, she halted, because the prince hadn't yet moved. He was examining her as he might a sword given as a gift, wondering if it is as fine a weapon as promised. "Deputy Courier, I am not a patient man. You are disrespectful and impertinent, lacking graceful deportment and proper humility. So we will have this out now. This is what we are up against. I doubt you comprehend it fully or ever will. I am ambitious, it is true, but I will make a better emperor than my nephew, who is cruel, impulsive, and, worst of all, believes himself superior to others, although he has excelled at none of the skills and study we princes are set to. He thinks his position as sole child of the Magnolia Emperor gives him the blessing of the high heavens, but he has done nothing to deserve it except be born. The same could be said of you, Your Highness." His expression grew hard and dangerous. "You will not insult my blessed mother." "I meant no insults to her, Your Highness, nor to you if it comes to that. Captain Shilsa says you earned your accolades through hard work and endurance, not because anyone handed them to you." "Did she say that?" He cocked his head to one side, a peculiar vulnerability on his face. "She did. Nevertheless, you were born a prince, and in the Empire, that is what gives you the right to contest for the throne." She paused. He gritted his teeth, his hand twitching as he gripped the handle of his sheathed whip. "What is it you wish to say? My restraint wears thin." "Here's the bargain I will make with you." She thought he would draw his whip and slash her across the face, but the journey had tempered him. After a moment, he released the whip's handle and raised his hand to indicate she could keep talking. "I will kill the Emperor and the Crown Prince if you will swear to me by the high heavens and on your mother's honour that you will let Kem continue to train as a warden and not use him in any of your schemes ever." His beautiful willow-leaf eyes narrowed. He did not know about Owl's ancestry, but in time he might figure it out. It would be easy to decide that the brilliant-haired Kem was more useful as a puppet ruler in a northern province, able to claim 4 lands status because, in the Empire, at least, his illegitimacy was not a barrier. "Go on." "Let him serve as a warden for life. In return, I'll do as you ask." "Ah, so you weren't necessarily going to do it once we reached the palace?" "We haven't reached the palace yet. A lot can change in a short time." "I should have expected nothing less from you. Very well. On my mother's honour, and by the high heavens, I will allow the youth, Kem Dwenel, to serve as a warden and not involve him in any further schemes, as you so poetically stated." She took off her glove and pulled back her sleeve, the way she did to allow the viper to emerge. He tensed, although he did not take a step back. "Skin to skin, like the Ivor," she said. He met her gaze, neither surprised nor fearful. Perhaps, for once in his life, he was curious. "You could kill me right now." "I could, but the others would know I'd done it, and I don't believe they'd take it well. Furthermore, I'd become a fugitive, an outlaw, and it turns out that I don't want that life. In the long run, if you become emperor, as you hope to do, I would best serve you as a surveyor. Let me take the training, and I can go into the desolation and figure out whether that map is fake or real, where that underground river goes, what it means for the Empire." "An interesting proposition." "Yes," she said, and then pointedly added, "Your Exalted Highness." In that moment, they shared a flash of understanding, of how far each was ready to go to get what they wanted. The prince took off his own glove and clasped hand to wrist, skin to skin. The bargain was struck. So be it, she thought. She could go forward from here with a clear heart, knowing she had done what she could to secure Kem's future, and to some extent her own, even if no one knew what disaster or triumph the coming days would bring. Together they returned to the courtyard. Ellen said quietly to Jervie, "How long have you known, and why didn't you say anything before?" He shrugged. "I follow the prince's lead. Beyond that, it's none of my business." Everyone mounted. They guided the nervous horses through the wreckage of the gate, past scraped-off scales and the dry, hot smell of the departed Sapa. A cloud covered the sun. Beneath the cold autumn sky, they rode grimly south. 44. A 5-petaled oleander flower. In late afternoon, with Sheep-Bladder Holt's tower visible in the distance, they found Fulmo. The Gagast was standing at the edge of the road, unmoving although it was daylight. He'd hardened his skin, but even so was horribly pitted and marred by acid. The Sapa must have spat repeatedly to do so much damage, which meant the rider had known who was in the prince's party and had been ordered to kill them all on sight. "Is he dead?" Ellen asked, as they dismounted beside the statue. "How can anyone survive a close acid attack?" Ippis pressed hands to cheeks, her voice thin and trembling. "I keep thinking of the garrison, their bones, how it must have burned right through their flesh. They must have been screaming the whole time." Kem winced, pressing a hand to his eyes, and excused himself by marching down to the road to stand watch on one of the raised distance mounds that marked each league. The prince rested a bare hand against the Gagast's thick arm. He must have been forced to twice create his shell. "Do you wish to halt here for the night, Your Highness?" Shilsa asked, "while we wait for Fulmo's emergence?" "No. Once he emerges, we will keep going." "Leaving Fulmo behind again at nightfall? What if there is another Sapa?" "If there is another Sapa, it will catch us on the road. In that eventuality, we need not worry about Fulmo, because we'll be dead. But it matters not. Since he was twice forced to protect himself with a shell, he will be small enough once he emerges that we will be able to tie him onto a horse and carry him as cargo. Unfortunately for him." "Why is that unfortunate?" Ellen asked. He had a lofty way of raising an eyebrow. "I suppose the care and keeping of an exiled delinquent lies outside the purview of a deputy courier." "Delinquent? Why else would a Gagast serve the palace? Amongst the Gagast, the punishment for delinquency is to be remanded into a term of service to outsiders. It's considered a death sentence." "Slavery always is a death sentence," said Ellen. "For the soul, if not the body, although usually the body too." "I am speaking of a specific physical phenomenon. For the Gagast, size determines life. You saw yourself that when they break the shell of their armoured skin, they become smaller. When they become smaller, they become weaker. When they become too weak and too small, they expire. That's why the Gagast are a peaceful, philosophical and artistic people, on the whole. Why their worst punishment is exile." A crackling sound interrupted him. Lines like the splintering of ice raced outward across the pitted, blackened shell of Fulmo's acid-burned skin. With a loud crack, the shell burst into fragments and clattered to the ground. Beneath was a second shell, less horribly marred but still damaged. After not too long, while Ippis and Kem cared for the horses, this shell splintered in its turn and shed into yet more shards that fell into heaps that reminded Ellen of roof tiles spilled to the ground after a storm. After this doubled shedding, Fulmo stood no taller than the prince, although he had once towered a head and a half above the others. The Gagast blinked, popped a bead from his mouth, and offered the bead to Gevulin. To Ellen's surprise, the prince accepted it without any sign of disgust, although he did not string it back into his braids. By now the sun was setting. Ellen hated the way they bundled Fulmo onto the back of one of the remounts, secured like a sack of potatoes and concealed beneath canvas. Needs must, Fulmo made no protest, and the prince was determined to ride through the night. He needed to reach the safety of Pellis Manor North and Lord Genier's militia. Ride they did, and hard, with breaks only to switch mounts, water and feed, and to relieve themselves. Under cover of darkness they passed Sheep Bladder Holt, hushed villages, isolated farmsteads with a single lit lamp to mark their presence alongside the road, as was required by imperial law. Ellen was glad she'd had time to sleep in the rowboat and the wagon, for there was no rest to be had now. The next morning dawned as cold as ever, and unusually clear. Soon enough they met travellers on the road, and folk about their work on farms. Captain Shilser demanded reports on the condition of the road, and if they'd seen any unusual activity, or signs of spore or pall. No one questioned why wardens on patrol on the Imperial Road wanted such information, but it was the presence of a deputy courier and Ellen's more gently probing questions that got the locals to open up. A saucy farm lass insisted she'd seen 2 sarper flying together 10 or 12 days before, writhing in the sky in the far distance. Her elders scoffed and said it was just branches in the wind over by the woodland known locally as Lover's Forest. "Oh, Lover's Forest. I'm sure it was nothing to do with that, but we could go look," said the girl, with a flirtatious wink for Kem. He blushed. Ippis scowled. A weather-beaten merchant, hauling sacks of barley, complained that he and his wagon had been overtaken by a company of militia marching north. A week or more earlier, wasn't it? The rude fellows had requisitioned the best quality wheat he'd been taking to Sheep Bladder Holt to sell at the last autumn market. Their captain hadn't paid but a cheap coin, and that with a mean laugh, while a pair of high-born lords watched in sneering silence. He didn't recognise what manor their banner belonged to, only it wasn't Pellis Manor North, nor one of the Noble Six, like that one from the wine-shop song, Bacchus Manor Beauty, wasn't it? Nor was it any intendant sentinels, of course not, for the local intendant paid the prices set by the Emperor, or he'd be clapped into irons, wouldn't he? Thank the high heavens for that. But they were riding bull elks, not horses, that's for sure. Belligerent beasts. A closed-mouthed young peddler, pushing a cart piled with baskets of carefully polished old spoons and refurbished clock movements, was less eager to share his story, although he was quick to flash the imperial licence that granted him leave to ply Woodland Province under the gracious umbrella of the Emperor's peace. Ellen judged it a forgery, but she merely gave him a hard look, after which he became more forthcoming. He had been settling in at a farmstead before sunset, just 4 nights before, when a company of armed men had marched south, singing ill-mannered soldier ditties. He even named a few of the more lurid songs, which made Ellen wonder if he'd been a militiaman in his youth, though with that accent, not from Woodland Province. He had a few heartland tells in his speech that he wasn't quite adept enough at covering up. Yet his story was intriguing. He and the farmers had watched apprehensively, hoping the militia would not stop over, since one never knew what demands they would make, did one? They had elk riders among them, though that wasn't so uncommon in the northwestern provinces. Surely the Emperor did not approve of big parties of armed men clomping about as they wished, with no imperial oversight. Perhaps the good wardens might take a report to the Order of Sentinels or a local intendant. Of course they would, Ellen assured him, wondering if he was a shadow warden spy sent to observe the provinces. If so, he gave no sign of recognising Prince Gevulin. By now the prince's clothing was so battered and dirty, his fly-whisk hair so greasy from lack of washing, and days-old stubble giving him a disreputable profile, that it was possible for him to act as if he were just another warden. He just had to keep his mouth shut and not speak, because his palace accent would give him away. Mid-morning they stopped at Norvest Holt. The prince might have demanded favours or approbation, but again he remained in the background. Shilser acquisitioned supplies and paid the mandated imperial price. The wardens and their incognito prince took a meal in the warden's hall and grabbed an hour's sleep. As fresh horses were saddled, Ellen chatted amiably in the stables with the local grooms. Yes, a company of elk riders had come through. Their elks were so noisy and had kicked one of the lads, and never an apology. The local intendant had been chastised by the lord. Dwen Manor, that was it. His lordship had been as ill-mannered as the elk. He'd criticised the lack of luxury in the intendancy's modest imperial wing. Why would a manor lord complain of that? Ellen inquired of the talkative stable hands. "Manor-born have no licence to use an imperial suite that I've ever heard or seen. Did someone in his party stay there? Was he travelling with an imperial official?" "A Sarpa rider," they told her. "A slight young man wearing a palace harness and an unusual necklace of a 5-petalled oleander flower. He'd flown off on his Sarpa at dawn before the militia marched out." "Going north?" she asked, although the description didn't match the rider who had died at Far Boundary Vigil. No. He'd flown south and taken a bag of provisions as for a long journey. 4 days ago it was. They'd not seen a second Sarpa. Mid-afternoon, the wardens reached the rim of the long southeast sloping valley in which lay Pellis Manor North and its fields and orchards. The layout of the valley's rises and dips hid the manor itself, although a corner of its Sarpa pen was visible within a greater ring of Hallow Wood. The watchflower flew the striped "All is well" flag. From up here, she thought she could see, beyond the watchtower, a tiny thread of white fog snaking through the lower valley reaches. Was it the inlet of Paul that Surveyor Berry had mentioned? The one she'd seen for herself from the top of the tower? Or was it just the angle of the afternoon light falling on autumn-whitened grass? The road ramped in gentle switchbacks down into the valley. Smoke rose peaceably from outlying farmsteads. All looked quiet. No one else was on the road. "Your Highness, if may," said Ellen. "When did that stop you?" he muttered to himself. Ippis gave the prince a startled glance. Jervy looked away, hiding his mouth behind a hand. Kem smirked. Shilsa said, "Oh, just go on, El." "You have my permission," remarked Gevulin, in a sardonic voice, edged by princely peevishness. "My thanks, Your Highness." She could play this game forever, but meanwhile they needed to survive. More than anything, she had to make sure Kem could never fall into Lord Dwen's hands again. "It seems to me we should proceed cautiously. If there were 2 Sarpa riders, as we suspect, then the other might still be at large and scouting this area. The Dwen militia might have turned south for home, but they might also be guests at Pellis Manor. Aunt Genia will not have tolerated Dwen's crass presence, or his ill-advised and insulting attempt to marry his son to Warvua. She'll have sent him on his way." "What about the Sarpa rider?" Gevulin ran a finger along his patchy beard. The unshaven look altered the unwelcoming cast of his perfectly sculpted jawline, making him seem more approachable, until he turned his imperious gaze on his lessers. "It doesn't make sense that there were 2 Sarpa riders. That girl must have been mistaken. Sarpa riders travel alone." Kem shaded his eyes to examine the valley's rumpled folds. "Your Highness, could the Sublime Highness have been the second Sarpa rider? The Deputy Courier's report about the conversation she overheard at Far Boundary Vigil suggests that the person who was addressed as Sublime Highness knew the garrison was killed by a Sarpa. Might he even have been the one to do it?" The prince gave a huff of annoyance. "You don't know the palace. You should not presume to know." "I beg your pardon, Your Highness." Kem ducked his chin. Shilsa said hastily, "Kem, princes born into the Flower Court don't join the Sarpa or Griffin Corps. They're too valuable for such dangerous work." Gevulin raised a hand. Shilsa stopped speaking. "But," said the prince, to everyone's surprise, "Novice Kem is correct in wondering if these particular Sarpa, if there were indeed 2, might have been working under the auspices of Minlo, Prince Minalin, I mean. If anyone could wheedle a pair of Sarpa riders out of the Emperor for their own selfish uses, it would be him. His household sigil is the oleander flower. Everyone supposes it will become his reign name in due time." "A poisonous flower?" Ippis asked. "Perhaps more poisonous than anyone has guessed," said Gevulin, then added, "or at least than I ever contemplated. I think it prudent for you to ride ahead to the manor, Captain. Ascertain whether it is safe for us." "Very good, Your Highness. Let's find a place for you to wait in more comfort than this cold, wind-swept hide. If I don't return by dawn, then—" She trailed off with a glance toward Jervy, who wasn't looking at her, but rather studying the sky, bow in hand. Not that an arrow would stop a Sarper. "Then we will know Pellis Manor is compromised," finished Gevulin. Descending into the valley, they met no one on the road. Travellers would not be leaving whatever hostelry the manor's roadside heart temple offered, not this late in the day. There wouldn't be much gleaning or woodsman work in the upper valley during the cold months either. At a river crossing, a small stone shelter had been set up off the roadway and over a hollow wood bridge onto a stony little island, barely large enough to hold a party of 7 and their horses. Shilsa rode on. Fulmo busied himself preparing a meal at the outdoor hearth, while Jervy set himself as sentry in the crook of an old oak tree overlooking the road. Kem and Ippis watered and fed the horses, then lay down to nap, curled up back to back on a raised stone slab inside the shelter. A strong scent of urine permeated the enclosed space, but nothing worse than many other places Ellen had taken shelter. She sat on a wooden bench, resting her head in her hands as she surreptitiously watched the prince walk along the island's shore, a frown on his face. If only he was the haunt, slyly smiling. But he wasn't, and he wouldn't be. He had his own life to live, as it had to be. With a sigh, she curled up on the bench and dozed off. When she woke, the 2 youths were still asleep, Kem snoring softly, the way he did when his nose got clogged. She got up and went outside. The prince sat on a bench, rubbing his forehead as if it hurt. That vulnerability, more than anything, made it obvious he was not the haunt, but rather a young man of the greatest privilege who has finally run into a problem he cannot surmount merely by training harder than everyone else. "Your Highness," she broke off, not sure why she had spoken. He did not look up. "Ah, Deputy Courier, what words of wisdom have you to share with me? Some insight into the workings of the inner palace? Something gleaned from the copious reading of Kem's great good friend Joef, who I must meet some day? Perhaps a comment about the slip-up in accent by that peddler we encountered? You noticed that?" He straightened, offended. "Do you think I am unable to discern such things?" "I confess, Your Highness, I did not think at all about whether you might have noticed." Almost he smiled. The strangest look to cross his face in all the time she'd known him. He observed her startled expression with a prim pinch of his mouth, reverting to his usual disdain. "So am I wounded in this bout of wits?" "Your Highness." "Yes, this once. It won't happen again." He examined her keenly. "Your fate, and that of the boy, is tied to mine." "So you have informed me more than once. Be assured I have not forgotten. Odd as it may seem to you, Your Exalted Highness, after my one brief and chance encounter with His Sublime Highness, if it indeed was the most sublime and honoured Crown Prince, I should favour you over him to become the next Emperor." He blinked. "Should you?" "My Viper didn't like him." He leaned forward. "Does your Viper like me?" She laughed. "Your Highness, the Viper is indifferent to you, alas. But the Viper liked the haunt." "Of course it did," he said dryly, sitting back with a look of disgust. "Like to like, monster to monster. You may go." "Ah, at last." His expression brightened, although not at her. She looked around. Fulmo approached with a pleasingly arranged platter of bread, cheese, candied turnips, the last of the spicy cabbage, and a single, and thus precious, sweet rice cake left over from the meal they'd taken at Norvest Holt. She went to the hearth, brought food to Jervy in his tree sentry post, and tucked herself in beside him to watch the road as they ate. The candied turnips made a lovely contrasting flavour and texture to the salty, soft cheese and chewy, nutty bread. Jervy said, "Do you reckon there were 2 Sarper?" "I don't know. One thing I've learned in my years as a deputy courier is that people often give poor testimony, even when they mean to be truthful. Especially when they mean to be truthful. Sometimes they tell you what they think you want to hear, or try to impress someone, like that lass was flirting with Kem. Sometimes they just don't see a thing that was right in front of their eyes, or they think they see something else because it's what they expected to see. A supper did overnight at Norvest Holt. So said the stable hands. Maybe they were bribed to say so by Lord Dwen's people.
Nah.
He shook his head.
I took a quick look round.
When?
When everyone else was sleeping. There was fresh dung, a few days old.
Wouldn't it have been cleaned up already?
No, it's excellent fertiliser, reserved for the palace gardens.
The palace gardens? What? Does the palace send out special couriers to gather up sarpa droppings? She grinned. I can't believe no one has written a play about the sprightly travels of the dung-gatherers. The drama, the misunderstandings, the dangers in the east, the time the wagon hit a pothole and a full barrel fell out and broke in the field of an impoverished tiller whose beautiful daughter then attracts the eye of the noble official. Jervie stiffened, as if she'd said something offensive. Her lips parted to apologise, not wanting to offend him. He who had shown her and Kem much kindness through his actions. Then she heard the grind of carriage wheels and the rumble of horses' hooves. A fine carriage swept into view, pulled by panthers and driven by a magnificent woman dressed in a silk gown overlaid with a splendidly embroidered long wool jacket. With deft hands she halted the carriage at the stone post that marked the side path to the shelter. Menials hurried around from the back to offer her their assistance in dismounting from the driver's bench. She swept them away with a dismissive wave of a hand. Her graceful jump down to the road was accomplished with a swish of skirts as entrancing as any theatrical entrance. She looked right at the oak, as if she'd once wedged herself into that very crook to keep an eye on this same stretch of road. "You must be Warden Jervie," she called. No, stay at your post, as you should. Don't come down for my sake."
"By the fiery pit," swore Jervie.
"Who is that?" Ellen whispered. Yet surely there was only one person it could be. Footsteps sounded on the path. Gevulin appeared below the tree, thunder in his expression and his hands clenched as if restraining an urge to punch something, anything. "There you are, beloved little brother," the woman called gaily. "Exactly as my dear Gevulin said you would be. And yet that frown. I always say you'd be twice as handsome should you only smile once a day." He gave a curt bow, just respectful enough.
"Honoured elder sister, what brings you into the north, Elen?"
45. A fragile twig. "What brings me to the benighted north? There's a fine story. Yet by the high heavens it is far too cold out here for me to relate the tale. Let us gather about a warm fire with hot mulled wine, pleasant company, and a few spicy tidbits to nibble on. Speaking of which, here is our darling Gevulin. I outpaced her as ever." She laughed gaily. If Astalin resented the woman who had turned her down, Ellen could see no sign of it. But of course an outward mask might hide any shadow. Gevulin rode a fresh horse and was accompanied by a squad of mounted sentinels wearing immaculate palace uniforms, along with a squad of Pellis Manor militia who escorted none other than Lady Warvois. The young Pellis Manor scion's flushed cheeks gave her an especially attractive appearance, wind-blown and eager. "Do not dismount, for we shan't tarry here for long," commanded Astalin in a cheery voice, before turning back to Gevulin. "This is a new look for you, little brother. I would never have recognised you, for you look rather like a disreputable bandit in one of the old tales. It had never occurred to me that you might become accomplished as a master of disguise. After all, you are the consummate prince, are you not? Proficient in all things princely, as we have all been reminded time and again. Not that I have not always felt the deep bond proper between imperial siblings, but I swear to you by the 5 pools of the ancients, seeing you this way makes me like you rather better. It delights me to know you can exist for an hour as something other than perfect." He sighed, with a heave of his muscular shoulders. Ellen wondered if his older sister often made him lose his composure. To speak to him in this manner, in front of an audience. It was certainly her right as the elder sibling, but it seemed deliberate and possibly mean. "I'll collect my people," he said in a chilly tone. "Indeed, and do ride whatever horse you came in on, for I shan't allow you to stain my carriage cushions with all your dirt. Gracious!" She slapped him companionably on the shoulder, then blew imagined dirt off her glove. The light in her eyes didn't seem hostile, but Ellen wasn't sure what else to call it. "I am glad to see you, even if you doubted. I came north to find you, if you must know." "You did?" She'd startled him. "Of course I did. We might be rivals at times, but we are not enemies, or so I hope. Yet enough. This cold is brutal. Let's go back." He gave way, as he must, being the younger sibling. A shivering Elen got into the carriage. Warvua cast a measuring gaze at the dishevelled Gevulin and abandoned him to follow Elen into the interior. Ellen found herself shunted toward the end of the procession, in front of the menials and behind the imperial honour guard of sentinels. As they proceeded toward the manor, Shilsa dropped back to ride beside Ellen. Imagine my surprise to discover her here. "Are you concerned at meeting her?" "Concerned? No, I'm delighted. Ever since Asti and I resolved our dispute about the matter of consorts, and took a few years away from each other, we get along famously." "Truly? No need to be sceptical. She is a lot, it is true. Too much at times. But she's one of the few people who isn't intimidated by me." Ellen gave a snort of laughter. Shilsa's grin popped out. "Yes, besides you. And poor Meki. One or two others." Her expression darkened as she studied Jervy, who rode alongside the prince. "I thought him too, but it turns out I was wrong." "Wrong or unaware?" "Ah, Elle, always the sting at the tip of your tail. Or should I say, your venomous bite. Yes, I didn't think about what my noble status meant for him. I should have. I hope you two can finally have a long and private conversation about your troubles. But meanwhile, that's told me." If there was an edge of annoyance in Shilsa's voice, she covered it with a lopsided smile. "Given everything we've dealt with, I have an urgent question. Do you think Her Exalted Highness's arrival has anything to do with Lord Dwen or the Sublime Highness? There hasn't been time to ask. I can already see Warvuas angling for a consortship, though. With Prince Gevulin? No, with Astalin. I don't understand this dance at all. Is Warvua high-ranking enough for such an honour?" "Captain, attend me!" Gevulin called brusquely from his place beside the carriage, where Jervy, Kem and Ippis rode in attendance on him. Shilsa made a face. "Captain Shilsa is summoned. Keep your eyes open. If Astalin has come all this way, that means the palace's attention has shifted in this direction. No one should ever want the palace's gaze to alight upon them. I don't envy you your situation, Elle." "What are you imagining is my situation? A fragile twig, tossed into a rushing cataract? I'm not fragile." "No, you aren't, are you? But the palace has the sharpest knives and the roughest waters. Know you can count on me, should such a day come." The words kindled a strange warmth in Ellen's heart. The viper stirred with a flicker of satisfaction. She met Shilsa's guileless gaze. "My thanks, Shil. The same to you, such as a deputy courier has to offer. But I have to ask, did you really keep sleeping with Jervy for 5 years after he'd gotten married?" She flushed. "Oh, that. Ip must have told Kem the warden gossip. You're wondering if I just refused to see what was parading right in front of my face, or simply couldn't imagine anyone choosing another over me? Honestly, I don't know. At this point, I'm not sure I need to know. Let the past flow like water downstream. Let it go. That's wisdom, isn't it?" Ellen smiled. So Sarah Allah would certainly have hoped, never to hear their carping out loud again. "Shilsa!" Gevulin's voice cracked like a whip. The two women shared a nod. Shilsa rode forward to her commander. Ellen enjoyed an hour of peace and quiet in the autumn afternoon as the procession made its way to the bridge over the outer moat and through the gate onto the estate. It was a relief to be able to let down her guard at last, for this short ride at least. They ambled along the long lane through straw-strewn fields, past orchards wrapped and mulched against the coming winter, and amid the tidy outbuildings that marked a well-managed holding. Folk came to line the road and bow, dazzled by the unprecedented presence of 2 exalted highnesses, a tale to be passed down to their children's grandchildren. The procession reached the fortress-like walls of the manor, where the great gates stood invitingly open. Both Astelin and Warvuer climbed down at the threshold. Warvuer clapped her hands and called out the name of the genius. A wind rose, spinning into an agitated funnel cloud. The genius's ashy voice emerged. "What newcomers seek entry?" The prince rode to the threshold. "I am Prince Gevulin, Prince of the Third Estate, all-seeing eye of the Imperial Order of Wardens, and much else besides, but my party is weary and much abused, those who have survived our journey. Ervis, allow me through so I may greet my blessed elder, Lord Genia."
"Let through His Exalted Highness," a woman called from the other side of the gate. Beyond lay the paved entry courtyard and a sweep of wide stone stairs leading up to the main portico and doors. Here stood Lord Genia, flanked by what to Ellen seemed like a large village's worth of householders, kin, officials, soldiers, and menials standing in honour formation. Gevulin dismounted and handed off his horse to a groom, then proceeded beside Astelin and Warvuer to the stairs. Genia greeted him warmly, tears in her eyes and with but a slight flinch, after which she touched a scented handkerchief delicately to her nose. In the tone of an aged aunt who may act in the most familiar manner even with an exalted highness, the woman clucked her tongue. "A bath first, Gevulin. Much desired, I am sure." He placed a hand to his heart, perhaps too overcome to speak, or perhaps embarrassed at his filthy condition. She went on so brightly that Ellen could see she was fighting back a sob of relief. "Then we shall gather for a welcoming feast. I swear to you, youngling, I was quite overset when the appalling Lord Dwen told me you were dead." "Ah, as expected, unfortunately."
Astelin gave him a close look. "The news does not surprise you. Which part? Your supposed death? Or that news of it was delivered to Lord Genia some days ago by Lord Dwen himself?"
"What do you know of Lord Dwen?" he demanded. "He walked in your procession under your wing at the Feast of Lost Couplets. Is he one of yours?"
"One of my what?" she retorted, with a sharpness she'd not shown before. "Don't play this dangerous game, Gevulin. You're not as good at it as you believe yourself to be." Lord Genia opened her hands, palms up. "Your exalted highnesses, I pray you, from my seat of ancient wisdom, let us allow the travellers to be settled before we contest these unexpected questions. Gevulin." She used the name with gentle admonition, as might a noble nursemaid who has helped the little child take his first steps. "Clean hair, clean clothing, and a fine meal of food and drink will go a long way towards soothing the agitated spirit. We have much to speak of."
"Starting with the visit of Lord Dwen and the unexpected arrival of my honoured sister."
"Indeed. Let us continue this discussion in a way that honours our imperial manners." He gave way, having been reminded of palace courtesy in front of the entire assembly. Seeing Kem safe beside the other wardens, Ellen had hoped to be dismissed and given leave to make her way to the barracks among the other servants. Gevulin had other ideas. Astelin had brought her entire original cavalcade with her, all 3 carriages, the beasts, and his entourage, including Hemelin, who fell to their knees and wept to see him, having been told he was dead. The 2 concubines threw themselves at the prince's feet to lay their perfumed and perfectly coiffed heads against his grimy boots. Gevulin blinked, as if ill at ease. He began to speak, stopped, fell silent. Had he remembered he was supposed to have an interlocutor? An awkward pause began to draw out. With tears still streaking his cheeks, Elen took charge. He lashed the menials with his fly-whisk, saying, "Up, up, to your duties!" The concubines and body servants swept the prince off into the bathing rooms of the imperial wing. The 4 wardens were escorted off to the bathing chambers they'd used the first time they'd stopped over here. Prince Elen and the manor-born went inside to wait in more comfort. The household dispersed. Elen was left standing on the steps, with no one to direct her where to go, wondering if she would be allowed to wash at all. While on the road, she could endure the dirt, since there was nothing for it but to live with it. But now every crawling itch and pimple of rash and budding sore prickled with urgency. Still, if there was no one to direct her where to go, that meant there was also no one to stop her from going to the barracks and seeing what accommodation they might have for a deputy courier. Warm water in a tub for washing, somewhere to launder her clothing and hang it to dry, hot soup and a hunk of fresh bread and a chance to pick up the local gossip, a bunk to sleep on. Such modest comforts would be glorious. A voice snapped into her reverie. "Deputy courier, do not dilly-dally around. You are to attend the prince by his order. Come at once." Elen glowered in front of her. "Chief menial," she said politely. He looked her up and down with a glare she could not interpret. "He sent me to fetch you," he added, in a tone that suggested his presence on this mundane task was so extraordinary that it baffled even him. "Yes, chief menial." When she picked up her pack, he clapped his hands twice. The youth, Snip, hurried forward, intending to carry the pack for her. She halted Snip with a gesture. "My thanks, but I carry my own pack. Perchance, chief menial, might I be allowed to bathe?" He gave a sniff and grimaced. "You are required to bathe. I am to attend you, to make sure you do not run away, although why you would think to do so lies beyond my comprehension." She followed him around the exterior to a side entrance that reminded her of the servants' entrance at the Winter Palace in Southring. Only this was better kept, with a bustling forecourt of its own, surrounded by the many household services and workshops that kept a manor running day to day. Even in the forecourt, blessed warmth poured out of every open doorway. A fire burned on an outdoor hearth, so people might not shiver too much as they crossed the pavement going about their work. Inside, stoves radiated so much heat that she soon started sweating. A small bathing room had been set aside for her use. Elen himself collected a basket of soap and scrub brushes and followed her into where a wooden tub had been filled with hot water, with full rinse buckets set beside it. He shut the door, so the two of them stood alone in the stone and hollow wood-walled chamber. Through the drain holes in the floor, Elen could hear water running from other bathing chambers, maybe those being used by the wardens. Maybe the prince in the adjoining wing, if all drains ran to the same cistern, used for watering the gardens. That is, if bath water that had touched the precious corpus of a prince was allowed to mingle with the wastewater of lesser folk. But no, this wasn't the Forelands. The emperor might stand apart, but even an emperor was bound by the extensive network of law and procedure needed for tranquility to reign across the land. She turned to face Elen. "Chief menial, if you please, I prefer to bathe myself, with no assistance." "Is it true?" he demanded. "Yes, I am not accustomed to having a bath attendant." "That you saved His Exalted Highness's life? That you will become the means of elevating him to the position he deserves? That you are more valuable to him than any regiment of loyal soldiers? So he told me." "If he told you, then who am I to argue?" Sighing, she rubbed her forearm. He watched the movement before lifting his gaze to her face. "I am to be personally responsible for your safety. I am commanded to treat your well-being as if it is directly tied to his security and, indeed, to his very life.
Is that so? She set her pack on the changing bench and dug out her one set of indoor clothing, wrinkled and redolent with a whiff of dampness from being crushed at the bottom for so many days. In that case, might you see that these garments are shaken out and pressed and brought back, so I may look presentable in this noble manner? Hemelin stared at her, as if she'd just sprouted a white viper.
These garments will not do, but I will take them so they can be measured for appropriate garb. Then they can be disposed of or given to the indigent.
I would like them cleaned and returned, if you please. Also my courier's gear.
You are impertinent, Deputy Courier.
So I have been told. Now I would like to bathe. When Hemelin did not move, she sighed and tried again. Chief Menial, His Exalted Highness once informed me that you are his most valuable weapon. Not that I doubt his word, for who would ever doubt the word of an Exalted Highness? Not that I doubt your utility and importance to the prince's household, but it seemed to me at the time that he meant something specific. Might you enlighten me? If you and I are to work together to bring to the prince all he deserves, we must cooperate, must we not? I sense there may be more to you than people guess. They see an aging menial. I see a man whose experience and intelligence have protected a vulnerable prince for all his life within a hostile court. Something hardened in Hemelin's expression. She was treading on slippery ground. When they had first met, he had tried more than once to strike her with his fly-whisk, which he considered his right. She'd do better to be mild and obedient, but instead a reckless urge overtook her. She was hungry and dirty and stuck, and that made her want to push. Shall I guess? You are no Gagast, not like Fulmo. Not a Swalter, obviously. Not an Ivor, for you'd have come into your metal spirit by now, given your age, if what the Ivor told us is true of their kind. What a Phrygia is, I do not know, nor if dragons walk among us unseen as the playwrights would have it. A Theurgist, perhaps, though it seems to me unlikely the Heart Temple would have allowed it. A sorcerer? No, surely not, for he'd have known. She broke off. She would not say Sarah Allah's name, not here.
Who'd have known?
Hemelin demanded. If what I've learned is true, sorcery gains its power by leeching life out of living things, and you leave no sign of dust and ashes in your wake, not that I saw. I suppose you might be that rare thing, a truly loyal servant. Precious, of course. But is it enough? So what else might you be? I can only think of one other thing. Again she paused.
Are you finished?
He said, fly-whisk twitching in his left hand, as if he itched to whack her, but had been expressly forbidden to do so by the prince. Are you one of the shorn? He touched his hair. As a palace menial of distinction, his long hair was pulled back into a knot at the back of his head and adorned with a trio of beaded ribbons.
Do you mean to insult me? Is this a test to see how far you can press your brazen cheek now that His Exalted Highness has shown you such undeserved favour?
Belatedly it occurred to her that Snip, the servant boy, had shorn short hair. She had no idea if short hair signified something in the palace hierarchy or was a temporary measure against lice. But of course, in the Forelands, a shorn head was one of the visible signs of an atoner. Sarah Allah had atoned for not joining the fight against the Sorcerer Kings by becoming one of the shorn. Were the customs related, far down some crooked path that led from ancient days to this day? I beg your pardon, Chief Menial. I meant something different by the word shorn. She didn't mind admitting it. His distress made her wonder if his childhood had left him with as many troubled memories and concealed scars as hers had. If, through my ignorance, I have offended you, I apologize. If I am to join the prince's household, then I hope I may ask for your tutelage in such matters.
I know nothing about the palace, while you know everything." His grimace of distaste was not conciliatory.
"We must hope you are able to learn, for you surely are ill-mannered and uncultivated. His Exalted Highness has let me know he will explain the whole later, when there is time. But don't believe you can bamboozle me with lies and flattery. There's nothing in the palace I haven't seen, and don't know how to deal with. Here, give me those ill-suited garments."
He grabbed her spare clothes and slammed out of the room. What a wild shot! But she saw a path to creating an alliance with him, if it came to that. People loved to impart their wisdom to others, and asking him to help her learn might soften him toward her. What if there really was nothing in the palace he hadn't seen in his long life of service? Maybe all Gevulin had meant about the old man being his best weapon was that Elen knew all the grubby corners and shades of intrigue necessary to keep a young prince safe in a hostile court. Knowledge was its own weapon. She undressed, folded the dirty clothes she'd been wearing, and settled into the tub for a thorough wash and rinse. After drying off and wrapping a towel around her body, it took her some time to untangle all the snarls in her hair. She never minded the trouble, since it was her choice to keep it long. The chamber was warm, the water copious, the soap scented, the towel soft. Would life in the palace be so bad? But of course it would. She would be trapped in a cage. No. Let go of that which cannot be solved today. For this day she was clean, and had a hope of getting a decent meal and an uninterrupted night's sleep. Kem was safe. Tomorrow would arrive, regardless of her fretting. With no warning, the door was opened from the outside. Elen strode in carrying fresh garb. Good quality undergarments, trousers, tunic and indoor jacket suitable for manor wear, and her boots, which had been cleaned and polished with expert skill.
"These will fit," he informed her. "Other garments appropriate to your new position in the prince's household are being requisitioned. Do you embroider?"
"Not with any skill. I'm a great mender, though. Why?"
"The prince's household must be dressed in a manner appropriate to his exalted status. Someone else will have to embroider your clothing for you, if you are not capable."
His tone implied not capable as being next door to uncultured and unwashed, although now she was washed, a fact that made her feel infinitely more cheerful. He turned his back, making it clear he did not intend to leave while she dressed. She didn't like his refusal to go, but she wasn't self-conscious about her body, so she dropped the towel and dressed. He kept his back to her with stolid patience, a courtesy that allowed her to grant him a grudging scrap of approval. The garments did indeed fit well. Someone had measured her other clothing. Even the sleeves on the jacket fit correctly, with neat, fresh stitches that suggested they'd been let down and re-sewn to be longer while she'd been washing. The undergarments had a fine, smooth slip against her skin. The trousers and underjacket paraded embroidery trim on their hems, festive fruit and jolly bats. A pair of elaborately beaded indoor shoes, more like slippers, completed the ensemble. "My thanks for these tidy garments," she said. "They fit well." He turned around to look her up and down, approving the fit with a sour nod.
"Slovenly dress in a prince's entourage reflects poorly on the prince."
"Nevertheless, I appreciate it. Will I get my own clothing back?"
"Why would you want the garments returned when you can have better?"
"Because they are mine, gotten through my own efforts."
"Very well,"
he said with a faint sneer. He gestured to the clothing she'd taken off before her bath.
"These garments can be laundered and returned also, if you are so insistent."
"My thanks," she said dryly.
"Do not presume, Deputy Courier. I am Chief Menial for His Exalted Highness. You are but a Deputy Courier."
She smiled graciously, hoping it would annoy him. "So I am, and I am proud of my loyal service to the Empire. How old were you when you came into the prince's service?" His lips twitched.
"Old enough,"
What was your position before that? How did the Exalted Highness's Blessed Mother find you and come to trust you enough to assign you to become her son's most loyal servant and guardian?"
"You ask too many questions."
"So I have been told." She gave him her best sunny beam of a guileless expression. "Yet how I am to learn what I need to know to make my way if I do not ask questions?" By the way his hand gripped the fly-whisk, she could tell he wanted to hit her, but dared not. She bit down on a smile. Best not to get overconfident. She closed the flap of her pack and tied her boots to a loop on its side. Because she could be petty when she really wanted to, she handed the dirty clothing directly to Elen, rather than waiting for Snip to enter and take it. His nose wrinkled up at the smell. He hastily opened the door to reveal Snip standing silently behind, head bowed. The youth took in the situation in an instant. Gathering the clothes, he hustled off.
"Come along," said Elen brusquely. "It will not do to be late."
46. My entire storehouse of wit. Elen preceded Ellen through the work wing and along a servants' walkway that ran the length of the massive ceremonial hall. Here the entire household and countryside could gather for an august event or a seasonally ordained feast, with its gift-giving and formal readings of imperial proclamations. Now, however, the hall lay dark and exceedingly cold. Past the hall, the walkway opened into the residential wing for the manor-born. The balmier temperature in these rooms marked the change. Even in her light indoor clothing, she felt perfectly warm. Stoves and fireplaces glowed everywhere, fires crackling, youths stationed in every room to keep an eye out for dangerous sparks. Like treason, Ellen supposed, where an unquenched ember might ignite a fire that burned down the entire edifice. The chief menial led her into a spacious formal dining chamber, adorned with huge tapestries depicting famous gardens in the imperial heartland. Ellen counted 19 people in total, seated at 3 different tables. The 2 Exalted Highnesses were seated at the round head table, with Lord Genier to Gevulin's left and Warvua to Astalin's right. Shilsa sat beside Warvua. She wore a pristine warden's uniform and had cleaned up startlingly well, scarcely a trace of their arduous adventures on her sweet bloom of a face. The last place at the table was taken by an older man Ellen did not recognize. She hadn't seen him on their previous visit. The man's fly-whisk hair was almost as impressive as the prince's newly washed, braided and beaded hair. Perhaps he was a lesser prince, like Shilsa. Fulmo stood behind Gevulin. Astalin had no gagast, just as she had not, Ellen belatedly realized, spoken through an interlocutor earlier. Only the Pellis Manor interlocutor was present. 3 lesser scions sat at a second round table, with 3 high-ranking officials. The 3 remaining wardens had been seated at a third table, along with an imperial historian, an elderly Heart Temple theurgist, and 2 people wearing the tabards of the Imperial Order of Engineers. Elen showed Ellen to a seat between Kem and the historian. She hesitated. It seemed perilous to join such a feast, in the sight of so many, like announcing you meant to join the race. She'd far rather have eaten among the deputy officials and other congenial folk in the barracks. At the head table, Prince Gevulin looked her way and gave an impatient nod of command. Even so, she paused with a hand on the back of her chair. It was only when Kem gave her a beseeching look that she sat. Kem bent close, squeezing her hand too hard. "I didn't know where you'd gone." "Ouch! A less exalted bathing chamber." He released her hand. "Those are nice clothes. I got a new warden's uniform. It needs alteration, but it'll do for now." She rubbed her fingers along the fine wool of his sleeve. "This is really good quality." "Mamma would have been beside herself," he preened, proud of his new clothing. Ippis cast him an amused look. Jervy nodded to greet Ellen. He had forsworn his jaunty kerchief for the staid Heartland custom for manor-born men, his hair pulled tightly back into a bun and wrapped by a ribbon. A bell rang. Everyone fell silent as Lord Genea rose with a glass of wine in hand. "Blessed are those who the high heavens allow to share their bounty with unexpected guests. As it is said, let the heart shelter any who seek its haven." The interlocutor spoke a prayer, and then it was time to eat. A stream of servers came and went, delivering platters of food. Fulmo tasted none of the food, a mark of Gevulin's trust in Lord Genea. For the first stage of the feast, people ate with close attention to the various dishes. Pan-fried meat and ginger dumplings, slices of chicken marinated in sesame oil and dressed with scallions, noodles with smoked duck, pickled bamboo shoots, steamed perch, mutton-stuffed bread, poppy-seed buns, sliced fruit soaked in batter and then fried. The only conversation was a commentary on the flavours, textures, and variety of the food. At length, the onslaught of dishes ceased. Soothing after-dinner drinks were brought in and poured. At a nod from Lord Genea's chief menial, the servers left the room, leaving only the 20 seated people, the 3 chief menials, the Gegast, and the interlocutor. This represented some manner of trusted inner council, Elen guessed. The wardens, Hemelin and Fulmo, served Gevulin, of course, but of the other officials present, she wasn't sure who had come with Astelin and who was part of Pellis Manor. Genea rapped her spoon against her glass. "Now then, Gevulin, I have many questions that will not wait." She addressed Astelin. "With your permission, your exalted highness." "I too have questions for my little brother. Pray relate your story, Gevulin. We are all ears." As the younger sibling, he had to obey. He took a moment to compose his thoughts, sipping at his wine, before setting down the glass and clearing his throat as a prelude to speaking. "As you wish, honoured sister. I came north in answer to a message from the warden captain of Far Boundary Vigil. Beyond Orleda Intendancy, I discovered the road through Grinder's Cut was blocked by a pair of landslides. More troublingly, I discovered the road had been blocked for almost 2 years because the Imperial Order of Engineers have not yet managed to clear it." Astelin showed no sign of taking offence, despite the implication that the Order under her personal oversight had failed in their duty. "Yes, I'll have something to say about that. Go on." "I was in a hurry, fearing for the life of my vigil captain. I was right to be concerned." "Captain Mekvo is dead," exclaimed Warvua. "We knew him." Across the gap between the tables, Shilsa glanced at Jervy, who gave her a sympathetic nod. She replied with a sad smile of shared grief. "I will get to the vigil in a moment," Gevulin went on. "When I returned to Orleda Holt, I thought I would have to take a detour, stretching into many weeks of travelling through the western provinces in order to eventually turn northeast and cross into Woodfall Province. However, the Orleda intendant offered me the services of his deputy courier. She knew of a way to cross Grinder's Cut with a delay of some 10 days. This we accomplished, although it was clear someone working in association with the palace tried to stop us. Lord Dwen, for one, whom I encountered at Orleda Holt. Know you anything of his business, honoured sister?" Her gaiety had vanished as his tale unfolded. "I do not, but I'm getting an inkling of an idea that I do not much care for. I shall speak of that later. Go on." "We met trouble at Piscia Moat, where we found a dead griffin and its rider." Astelin shut her eyes in a spasm of grief. "I feared this," she murmured, then opened her eyes again. "Go on." "We crossed the canyon lands. We spent a night in comfort here at Pellis Manor North." "It is always a pleasure to host you, your highness," Lord Genea replied, "and especially this past visit, when you entertained us with such congenial and amusing conversation. As a boy you were never one to venture jesting remarks, so I was surprised by how your sly wit has grown during your years in the palace." "Were you?" Gevulin's jaw twitched. Elen could feel the intensity of his spiking anger. "Humour sits well with you, your highness." Jesting remarks and congenial conversation? From Gevulin? Astelin chuckled. Will wonders never cease?
Gevulin's hand tightened on his glass, and reflexively he raised it toward his mouth, before lowering it without taking a sip. He swallowed something. Not wine, that was for sure. Probably he caught back an aggrieved response. Yet, a moment later, remarkably, a smile flickered on his lips, as if he could finally glimpse a scrap of humour in the situation. He looked at the two women in turn and spoke in a dry tone. As it happens, I have used up my entire storehouse of wit, so you should expect nothing further. Astelin laughed delightedly. Genea smiled. Warvua exchanged a startled glance with the older man at the high table, the one with the princely fly-whisk braids. By their reactions, a fish might as well have walked into the room and asked permission to sing The Ballad of the Lost Trousers. Let me return to the matter at hand. During our stay here, I heard from Lord Genea that Dwen had made an impertinent offer of marriage between one of his sons and Lady Warvua. Which we briskly refused, put in Lord Genea. The nerve of him! Indeed, Gevulin agreed. After that we went on. We reached Far Boundary Vigil, only to discover the garrison dead, killed by sarpa acid. Sarpa acid? Exclaimed Astelin. A grim tension gripped the people in the chamber. What did you think of that, Elen? She addressed the older man with princely familiarity. Elen replied gravely, It would be an appalling misuse of the sarpa to attack our own people. Indeed, so I concluded myself, said Gevulin. Yet there was no chance to consider the matter further. Lord Dwen made a most untimely arrival at Far Boundary Vigil. Because he had with him a substantial company of militia, I felt obliged first to hide, and then to flee, to my shame. I lost my good captain, Simo. How deftly he glided over the entire journey into the Four Lands. No shame, little brother, just prudence. This is troubling news. More troubling still, at Far Boundary Vigil, Dwen was in company with a hooded person whom he addressed as Your Sublime Highness. What do you mean? Asked Astelin sharply. Someone must have misheard. I said what I meant. It's not possible. Minalin never leaves the palace. I stand by it. He was there. Min Lo is involved. She leaned forward. A tall woman, she had bulk on him. He was leaner and more lightly built. In a wrestling match, Elen would have put her money on Astelin. But for a dance up and down the 10 Peaks or a strenuous overland journey, she'd absolutely bet on Gevulin. Perhaps Astelin meant her looming to intimidate her little brother. He regarded her with an impatient disdain that Elen admired for its haughty superciliousness, even as she remembered how the haunt could have diffused the same tense moment with a sardonic joke. Seeing that Gevulin was quite serious and so cocksure as to be impossible to argue with, Astelin sat back. She looked at Shilsa for support. Shilsa shook a scolding finger at her. You should believe your brother. Jervy watched the exchange with a slight flinch. The sting of a long-awaited blow. He could never sit at the head table, but Shilsa would always be able to, and it bothered him as it did not bother Elen. Astelin raised a hand in the manner of a poet ready to declaim in a battle of rhymes. Let me interpolate my tale here to help make sense of yours. As Prince General of the Imperial Order of Engineers, I received word at the time of the avalanches about the blocked Imperial Road across 5 bridges at Grinder's Cut. I sent my best engineers and supplies to deal with the matter. I received interim reports and eventually a message that repairs were well on their way and would be completed soon. This was months ago. Yet 1 month ago, I received a private communiqué from a source I cannot name that the road was still closed and that a prince had been barred from going north because of it. You will understand why this became an urgent matter for me to look into. Yes, Gevulin's tone wasn't gloating, rather calm and analytical.
It made you look bad to the palace, as if you aren't competent enough to manage the engineers."
Astalin's anger, Ellen saw at last, was not directed at Gevulin.
"That's right. Someone deliberately deceived me in order to undercut my reputation. What made the entire affair even stranger, little brother, is that when I came through with my carriages a few days ago, the road was open. That's how I was able to bring your carriages with me as well." "How could the road have been opened so quickly when it was so thoroughly blocked when I saw it?"
Gevulin shook his head. Astalin gave a distracted tug on her fly-whisk braids as she considered.
"Perhaps the road had been repaired and a scheme put in place to temporarily block you."
"That's a great deal of work to go to," he objected.
"It does seem so, but let me return to your earlier question. Dwen Manor did walk under my awning in the Lost Couplets procession. Yet that courtesy toward Dwen came about in a strange manner. Our benevolent and most majestic and imperial sister, the Magnolia Emperor, personally asked me to grant a small show of favour to the Dwen people because of our pressing need for more hallow wood at a better price."
Yes, the imperial treasury runs low," Gevulin nodded.
"So it does. Yet here I arrive at Palace Manor North to discover they have been expanding their hallow wood reserves for years, with a view toward increasing the supply for imperial needs without demanding grasping prices for the lumber."
She raised her glass toward Lord Genia.
"Thus we return to your encounters with Dwen Manor, esteemed Genia."
The old woman took up the story.
"So we have, as Gevulin mentioned. Lord Dwen proposed a marriage between his son Rien and Warvua. Dwen Manor is a mere provincial manor. We might consider one of our minor cousin branches as a partner for Rien, perhaps, but not a Sar of the line like Warvua, my own granddaughter. I confess I was shocked by Dwen's brazen offer, for it was couched more as demand than humble request. We sent him on his way, I assure you."
Warvua leaned in excitedly.
"Papa and I thought that was the end of it, yet not 3 days ago Dwen returned here with a yet larger force. That's when he said you were dead, Your Highness."
Ellen stiffened. Hearing Dwen's hateful voice at the vigil had made her feel sick. Kem nudged her, looking concerned but not worried for himself. He had no violent memories of Dwen to burden him. She ventured a wan smile to reassure Kem as Warvua went on.
"Dwen again proposed the alliance, only this time he had his son with him. A sorrier creature I have never met. Poor temperament, poor manners, and atrocious fashion sense. Besides that, the Dwen people are grasping and rude and rough. We are sure they are behind the attacks on our hallow wood plantations," said Genia. "But we haven't been able to prove it is them, and not local troublemakers."
Astalin nodded.
"Dwen wishes to control the bulk of Woodfall Province's hallow wood supply, a lucrative prospect. What happened on his second visit?" "He threatened me," said Genia through gritted teeth.
Warvua added, "That boorish son of his tried to kiss me without my permission. I need him in his wine sack. Disgusting creature." "Like to his crude father, then," said Gevulin. Kem shifted restlessly next to her, and Ellen rested a hand on his knee, while Jervie offered him a reassuring nod, as if to say, "You belong to us now, not to him." Gevulin added tartly, "Having met the man, I am only surprised you did not have your genius whip him out of the manor."
"When is it you met Dwen again?"
Astalin asked. "At Orleda Holt. He tried to take one of my wardens from me, claiming he had more right to the youth than I did."
"By the high heavens, latrine, that's a shocking breach of propriety and rank," breathed Astalin.
Gevulin turned back to Genia. "After you refused Dwen's proposal the second time, did he leave as he ought?"
"Oh, no. He refused to depart, not even when the illustrious Nwelyn informed him that his presence was no longer acceptable in our manor."
Nwelyn nodded.
"It was disturbing, I will confess. Dwen seemed convinced I could not require him to leave. I, and him a mere provincial, Not what I would call manor-born."
"He did have many more soldiers than we do," explained Lord Guinea. "He posted them all about the manor in a most threatening way. I feared we would have to hustle Warvua out by cover of night, on the back path and past the Sarper pen and the Paul Inlet, all the way through Thunderbolt Hollow. Fortunately, it didn't come to that." "I arrived here at the manor on my fact-finding mission in a most timely if unexpected manner," said Astalin. "Dwen did not expect to see me, that is certain. I chased him and his people off. He could scarcely refuse once I gave him the order, after all."
"He refused Nwelyn," Gevulin pointed out. "That's shocking enough."
"Little brother, you and I are not like the other princes, are we?"
Gevulin acknowledged her with a nod. Neither needed to say aloud that they too were in line for the throne, should such an eventuality occur. "When was this again? 2 days ago?"
"Yes."
"Have any of you seen Sarper in that time?"
"Sarper?" Astalin claimed. "What have Sarper to do with this?"
Gevulin pulled the bone whistle from around his neck and set it on the table. Nwelyn gestured, and Warvua pushed the whistle across to him. He examined it intently. Elen leaned forward, caught in the tension of the moment. Why did he not look surprised? After a moment, Nwelyn looked up. "As it happens, 2 nights ago, my attendants spotted a riderless Sarper labouring in the sky, flying south. We lured it down. I settled it in the Sarper pen, where it continues to lie in a cold stupor." "Riderless? But it had been ridden?"
Gevulin asked eagerly.
"Yes, the harness was intact, but the rider's cage missing, broken off by an unknown force. No rider to be seen. I deduce this is the rider's whistle."
"It is. The rider is dead."
How careful Gevulin was to give no hint of how the Sarper rider had died.
"I see," said Nwelyn. "There were no other identifying marks on the Sarper, but there were dried smears on the harness that might have been the rider's blood. Quite a mystery, you may imagine."
"The harness held a corps badge, surely?" Astalin asked. "Which unit did it belong to?"
"No military badge or unit designation at all," said Nwelyn. "But the Sarper's harness had brass buckles incised with a stylized 5-petaled oleander flower."
"Menalin's device!"
Astalin's tone was harsh. All Elen could think of was that slight, hooded figure at the vigil, with his whispery, malicious voice. 47. Enough of this sad poetry. Astalin called an abrupt end to the feast. Basins were brought for washing, after which the exalted highnesses rose. Everyone agreed they must visit the Sarper pen immediately, although it only mattered that Astalin and Gevulin wanted to go.
"This way," said Lord Guinea graciously.
As host and guide, she took the lead. Elen walked at the back of the procession, with a pair of imperial sentinels pacing at the rear. Her years of courier duty, keep your eyes open, overrode her apprehension about Dwen's whereabouts, so as they walked through the main wing, she examined the surroundings. The grand foyer ran past a formal receiving room with a plush chair set upon a dais overlooking ranks of stone benches, followed by 3 richly appointed salons where special guests would be entertained, each more expensively furnished than the last, according to some ladder of status whose rules Elen did not know. The gilded decorations of the public rooms gave way to a mural-lined hallway that opened onto luxurious offices and parlours for meetings among intimates, and sitting rooms that had a more lived-in look. A child peeped out from behind a partly open door and said in a piping voice, "He's very handsome. He must be a prince.
And look at her! So beautiful, like from the song, a flower caught my eye and now I dream of its sweet bloom. No, not the taller one in front, that's Princess Elen, I know that. The one there, after Uncle Nwellen and Cousin Warvua. A sharp voice hushed the child. The door abruptly shut. Genea said, "My pardon, your exalted highness." No, say nothing more. Truth spoken by infants, as they say. Astelin smiled as she glanced back at Shilsa, who walked behind Astelin, Gevulin and Nwellen. Shilsa wore an impassive expression, pretending she hadn't heard. But Elen abruptly wondered if the order of march indicated status, which suggested Nwellen was indeed a prince of some kind, as his hairstyle suggested. Whatever illustrious indicated about his estate. Warvua walked a pace behind Shilsa. How odd. A soft click caught Ellen's ear. She glanced back in time to see the door crack open again and the same small face peek out. She would have waved in friendly amity, but deputy couriers didn't do that sort of thing in the grand corridors of one of the noble 6 manors. Still, the poem the child had quoted made Elen think of Surah Allah, who would have winked flirtatiously at the child and offered an answering couplet, something so dry and witty that everyone would have laughed. Maybe even Gevulin would have chuckled, even though he had the most reason to hate the haunt. But how could anyone hate Surah Allah? Such a prospect seemed unfathomable, not once you got to know his smooth talking, his ability to not take himself seriously, and the veins of honour and regret and pride that ran through him like seams of precious ore. Just as knowing him had been precious, for however short a time. A painted door let on to a main service hallway. Servants stood with their backs against the walls and their hands pressed together, heads bowed as the exalted highnesses passed. The passage let on to the eastern courtyard, where rose the manor's heart temple. A manor had as large a population as a prosperous village, and thus its own custodian and healer. They processed past the temple's 4 arched entrance and reached an outer gate set into the manor's encircling wall, which was also the limit of the genius. A swirl of ash spun overhead as they crossed under the threshold and into the garden beyond. The genius on watch over the manor's comings and goings. Fulmo halted just outside the gate. Dusk had taken hold. By lamplight, the group continued walking along a raised hollow wood boardwalk. Elen felt odd, wearing indoor shoes while outdoors, but the walkway was as polished and well swept as any interior floor. She eased up beside Hemelin. "My pardon, Chief Menial. I can't help but notice that Warvua seems on close terms with the older man, the illustrious Nwellen, and that he walks ahead of Shilsa. He is a prince, I take it?"
"At least you have discerned that much," he groused sourly. "He is a prince of the 4th estate. He married Lord Genea's daughter, who is deceased. An excellent match for Pellis Manor, reward for Lord Genea's long friendship with the elegant consort. A lesser match for Nwellen, of course, as Genea's daughter could claim no palace lineage on either side. But the marriage allowed Nwellen to leave the palace and live in greater freedom here in the north."
"Warvua is his daughter?"
"Yes."
That explained a great deal. So that is why Shilsa walks behind Prince Nwellen, because she is a prince of the 6th estate. Hemelin gave her a penetrating glare.
"Her Highness Shilsalin does not speak of her lineage, nor bandy it about. How did you figure that out?"
"Oh, she and I have become great friends," said Elen gaily, enjoying his expression of bafflement as it was slowly succeeded by outrage. Hemelin was too easy to bait. She knew better, yet she could not resist testing how far her worth to the prince extended. "But, Chief Menial, might that not mean you are therefore also of princely lineage? Lin. I never thought about it before."
"Of course you did not think," he observed tartly. "A mere deputy courier, and a provincial at that. I dare say you have never even set foot in the Heartland, much less the palace."
"I have not," agreed Ellen, with her sunniest smile. "Apparently, under your esteemed guidance and protection, I shall soon do so."
"Hush your unseemly chatter."
They crossed a bridge over the holy stone moat and entered the outer precincts of the manor. Here lay more extensive gardens, orchards, moat-ringed stables for valuable horses, and kennels of hunting dogs who barked excitedly as they walked past on the raised walkway. Both the hollow wood planking and the gap between their exalted feet and the mundane earth separated the highborn from the risk of encountering spoor. It was remarkable how status and wealth protected a person against the dangers that tillers and carters and gleaners and other small folk faced every day, they who walked about their lives on ordinary paths and slept behind unprotected walls. A cold wind sheared through their ranks, branches rustled, evergreens swayed. A bird called, "Ivu, Ivu, Lalu, Ivu." Ellen relaxed a little. Noisy birds signalled safety at dusk and dawn. Birds had a sense for spoor and would fly away if disturbed by its rising presence. The highborn walked ahead, the rigid indoor order of march sliding into a set of less hierarchical pairs. Most of the conversation flowed between the amiable Astelin and the voluble Warvua, who Ellen would have said was trying too hard. In comparison, Gevulin said very little, responding only to questions put to him directly by Nwelyn. The wardens and sentinels remained quiet, as they must be while the highborn spoke among themselves. Their group crossed a second moat and passed through an iron-bound gate onto a gravel-strewn field plucked clean of weeds and sprouts. In the middle of this bare expanse rose a rectangular barn-like structure with a faintly gleaming roof, the Sarpa pen. Chimneys lined one side of the outer wall, but no smoke emerged. The fires weren't lit. A pair of servants wearing manor badges hurried out to greet Prince Nwelyn, accompanied by a youth with shorn short hair who carried a lantern to light their way indoors. Realizing they had neglected to recognize the princes of the Third Estate, the two servants knelt before the exalted highnesses, covering their faces with their hands.
"The fault is ours."
"Nay, nay, it is dark, and you could not have known we were coming, good people," said Astelin in a kind voice. "That you do your duty faithfully and well is all the observance we need." Astelin was good at being the compassionate, well-loved prince, Ellen reflected, as she watched the servants' grateful expressions. But was Astelin too good? Was it a part of her game? Or was it real? Gevulin said, "We don't have time for this. Show us the Sarpa."
"Let us go to the viewing deck."
Nwelyn gestured for Astelin and Gevulin to precede him, although the youth with the lamp led the way. The lamp was a sealed glass sphere. Its light held the blue-white brightness of a fire spirit, the most difficult of spirits to bind with theurgy because of fire's volatile nature. Because a fire spirit inside a glass sphere gave off much less heat than oil, wood, or coal, it was a form of light crucial for a Sarpa pen that had to stay cold. Inside lay a suite of rooms with an office, a barracks corridor where several servants were asleep beneath heaps of blankets, a harness room, a cache of barrels, an entry into a cellar where ice would be stored during the summer, and a large shed brimful of cut wood and boxes of coal. Only the office and the workshop were lightly heated with braziers. The other spaces were all bitterly cold. Encased in only the flimsy indoor slippers, Ellen's toes began to feel stiff. A new, musty scent tickled her nose. The viper stirred. They took a stairway up to a balcony that ran all the way around the interior of the Sarpa pen. The entire building was a single pen, Sarpa being aggressively solitary creatures. 4 spherical lamps illuminated the large space, one midway along each wall. Even with 4 such fire spirit lights, the vault-like interior was dim, and the single Sarpa little more than a murky bulk curled up on a bed of sand, Stoves lined the long sides of the pen, although none were lit. Barrels stood against the lower walls, marked with the word ice. For now, the cold weather was enough to keep the Sarper in a safe stupor until its handlers needed to wake it up. Gevulin stood at the railing to examine the Sarper, his frown deepening.
"Jervy, what do you think? Is that the one that attacked us?"
Jervy studied the beast, then said,
"I'll need a closer look at the kit it was wearing. Hard to see features in this light, but that pale streak above its left eye might be a scar from the damage it took smashing through the gate. Is there something stuck in its tail?"
"You went into no detail about the Sarper's attack," said Elen. "I sense there is a great deal you left out of your account. Do assuage my curiosity, little brother."
"Not standing here in this cold," said Gevulin. "To be honest, honoured sister, I would be grateful for a comfortable bed before we consider the whole of our situation."
"Our situation?"
"Do you not see it so? We both have been herded into compromising situations by someone in the palace who has the means and the desire to do so."
"Perilous talk."
"So it is."
He drew a hand over his eyes, took in a weary breath, then recalled where and with who he was, and straightened resolutely.
"So it must be, given what we now know."
"Yes," she agreed. "But you have ridden a long way in exhausting and harsh circumstances. I can see that. The rest of our discussion will wait until morning." Lord Genier set a hand on Gevulin's arm. "If you will, Your Highness. Your suite will be ready by now. Chief Menial." Hemelin gave his fly-whisk a swish that sent Ippis skipping back out of its way.
"Your Highness, you will benefit from a good night's rest."
"We wouldn't want our dear Gevulin to lose his looks, would we?" said Elen. She threw a wink at Shilsa, who had so far maintained a silence appropriate to a warden captain. "Few are so fortunate as you, my love, unworn and undiminished." "Enough of this sad poetry," said Shilsa, goaded into breaking her silence. "You lot go ahead, your exalted highnesses." Her exaggerated palace drawl gave the honorific a sardonic lilt. "The wardens and I would like to look over the harness. I'd also like to keep the deputy courier for the length of our investigation. With your permission, your exalted highness." Gevulin hesitated, mouth pinched as he considered.
"Very well. Hemelin, you will remain with the wardens and bring the deputy courier back when they are finished. Kem will attend me."
Astelin's gaze darted from Shilsa to Gevulin to Hemelin to Kem, measuring the odd interaction. She skipped right over Elen. A deputy courier was too far below her exalted limit of vision. What a relief. Maybe a humble deputy courier could survive the palace, if no one in the higher ranks deigned to see her. Gevulin hadn't been able to see her when they'd first met. He'd only learned to see her because he'd been forced to witness what Sarah Allah saw, and what Sarah Allah cared about. No wonder his princely perspective had shifted. Some things in life could not be unseen once they became visible for the first time. The world must look different to him now. Ellen caught Kem's eye as he left. He gave her a nod. They were back in tune, after the days of his anger and hurt. She could let him go without worrying too much. At least he'd be warm. Nwelyn remained behind. Once the two exalted highnesses, Genier and Warvua, had departed, the older prince settled into a more relaxed manner. "I'll take you down, if you wish," he said to Shilsa, adding a nod for Jervy. "You can inspect the Sarper yourself, to see if you recognize any further identifying marks." "Isn't that dangerous?" Ippis whispered. Nwelyn lifted the wall sphere in its wire basket, and, holding it out in front, led them to an interior stairway that descended behind the wall and down into the enclosure. "Less dangerous than spore, young warden. What is your name?" "Oh, Your Highness, I am Ippis Vunasar." "Wave-lashed Vunas, on the shore of the southern sea. I've hunted Sarper there." He drew a hand along the curve of his neck, where pale scars striped the skin like rope burns.
You have? In the Snarling Lagoons?
Quite right. And more desolate areas as well. The Golden Sands. Do you know it?
No, Your Highness. Not to have gone there, but isn't it southeast of the Venom Shoals?
Exactly so, young warden. Well done. You've paid attention to your lessons.
Ippis beamed.
Anyway, my point is that spore can only be eradicated, so we use blunt methods to destroy it. But Sarpa can be controlled, and thus to hunt and train Sarpa is an art. For example, cold keeps the Sarpa in a stupor. Autumn and winter are an easy time for Sarpa riders, since they can use heat to control their Sarpa. It's summer when most accidents happen. Aspiring riders train in the winter. Newly badged riders patrol in the cooler months. Only experienced riders patrol in the heat. So it may be that the rider on this Sarpa was a trainee.
He was a middle-aged man, said Shilsa. Sarpa riders start young, so surely he'd been riding Sarpa for a few years at least.
Perhaps he trained and served outside the corps, Elen mused.
Is that possible, Your Highness? Jervy asked. For a Sarpa rider to not be a member of the Sarpa corps? I thought all Sarpa came under control of the palace.
The two are not mutually exclusive, said Elen.
If the Crown Prince is involved, said Shilsa, he is of the palace, is he not?
Exactly. His Sublime Highness is in and of the palace. Thus, he has access to Sarpa.
48. A Testimonial. The steps ended in a metal-sheeted doorway, which opened onto a landing set on stilts on the floor of the pen. Elen halted as they took in the sight of the Sarpa's massive shape. It seemed much larger from this angle, and more so now that it was still, even with its long body and tail curled up. Its musky smell permeated the air, accompanied by a scent as of burned flowers. Down here, on the floor of the pen, the air had a weighty quality, as if the Sarpa's slow respiration was sucking up the light. The prince spoke softly.
As a youth, I wished to become a Sarpa rider, but it was not allowed. Thus, I chose a more scholarly pursuit of my obsession. I have spent my life studying Sarpa. This Sarpa pen, for example, includes a few innovations I and my ostlers have designed. Most specifically, better control of heating and cooling, so fewer physical restraints are needed. Well launched, Elen kept speaking with the eagerness of a person who loves what they do. 5 years ago, I sent a testimonial to the palace containing my observations. I included detailed suggestions for new methods of training for riders, meant to reduce mishaps and injuries, an official course of apprenticeship for ostlers, a plan to expand the breeding program by adding provincial hostelries in the north, where the winter would allow for longer gentling periods for young Sarpa.
What happened then? Shilsa asked.
I was sent the compulsory receipt from the inner secretariat to show my testimonial had been received, but I never heard anything more, nor did I receive a reply from the Magnolia Emperor, as I had expected. What would you make of that, Elen?
His question startled Elen. Up to now, Elen had ignored the chief menial. But if you looked closely, the two men might be said to bear a family resemblance, although maybe it was just the dim surroundings that made Elen think so.
One cannot know, said Elen primly, but given the circumstances and recent events, it suggests the testimonial came to the desk of the Emperor and was removed from it by one of the 4 people who would have had the opportunity to pluck it from her desk.
Yes, my thought as well.
Who would those be?
Elen said in an undertone to Shilsa. She said, "The head secretary, the Emperor's chief menial, the dowager consort, who is the Emperor's birth mother, and, of course, the Crown Prince."
"Exactly so," Elen said. "I heard a rumour through the loose network of Sapa scholars and ostlers that the Crown Prince has developed an interest in Sapa. I dismissed it at the time as youthful hijinks or reckless stubbornness. His benevolent and majestic mother would surely forbid such activity. Yet perhaps the other rumours are true after all, that she forbids him nothing, and therefore he gets everything he wants."
Hemelin pressed his hands together. "Your Highness, do you think Gevulin is in danger?"
Elen fixed his gaze on the motionless Sapa. "I should say the exalted Gevulin is in exactly the same degree of danger as the exalted Astelin, the only two living princes who stand in the third estate, the only current potential heirs to the Crown Prince's position." Silence met his statement. The answer was obvious now that the question had been asked. "That is why we are here." Elen gestured toward the massive beast lying somnolent on the sand. "Who wishes to inspect the Sapa up close?" "I do," said Jervy at once. "I did not catch your name, Warden."
"Jervy Ionel, Your Highness."
"Ah, a meritorious manner."
Elen's interest in Jervy immediately took a precipitous plunge. Jervy's jaw tightened, but he gave no other sign he'd noticed as Prince Elen turned to the others.
"Anyone else to enter the pen?"
Shilsa waved a hand in the negative. Ipis shook her head very, very hard. Hemelin took a step back to shelter in the open door. "I'll go, if I may," said Elen softly. Elen's keen gaze fixed on her.
"Deputy Courier, is it?"
"Yes, Your Highness, out of Orleda Holt."
He did not ask her name. "Sapa are sensitive to heat and cold, as we have discussed. They are also sensitive to pain around their nostrils, and to tones from their rider's whistle, each one of which is crafted out of a hatchling Sapa rib. By these methods, their riders control them. Sapa are also sensitive to vibrations. For that reason, there are stepping stones set into the sand. Follow my steps on the stones. Don't walk on the sand. Once we set out, do not speak. Save your questions for afterward or ask them now."
When neither Jervy nor Elen said anything, he set out across the stepping stones, holding the sphere in its wire basket to light their way. The stones were flat and wide, close enough together that they created an easy path, while still allowing the level of sand between them to rise and fall, for reasons Elen supposed had to do with Sapa management. The basket of light enfolded them, rippling through the darkness as they moved steadily forward. Elen in the lead, Jervy behind him, and Elen at the trailing edge of the sphere's pale aura. The viper stirred, coming awake with a sting as if its tongue had licked her heart. It nosed within her chest. It wanted to make its way down her arm to confront the Sapa. It hissed, the sound like a buzz inside her. None of the others heard, but around them the sand trembled, shifted, spilled to create new crests and hollows, then quieted. Elen halted, peering intently toward the Sapa. When there was no further movement, he went on. The stone path split, allowing them to move around, out of range of the head with its deadly acid, to the Sapa's shoulder, where the wings met the body. In rest, the wings were folded upright like a tall crest. Its skin had abrasions. Some looked like the wear marks of an ill-fitting harness. Others were consistent with scrapes and welts from stone and splintered pieces of wood, as it would have received at the vigil gates. Jervy crouched, the better to study the length of the Sapa's shoulder, the peak of its leathery wings, the long neck, the feathery brows, and the marks above its eyes. The resting beast loomed like a spiralling mound of cruel death. Its girth was greater than a tall man's height. Stretched out, it would span the entire length of the building, some 40 strides. Ellen's breath steamed in the cold air. The Sarper's eyes moved beneath closed lids. Ripples coursed through its coiled body. The prince froze, gestured at them to move no closer. But the cold weighed it down, too heavy a force to lift. Its tongue flickered as its huge mouth parted slightly, tasting the air. It sensed the restless viper. Ellen had to get away before the presence of the viper jolted the beast out of its cold-induced stupor. She tapped Jervy on the shoulder. When he looked back at her, she tapped her chest twice and her forearm once. He grasped the situation immediately and gestured toward the landing. Elen had caught the exchange, but he said nothing. Beneath the sphere's steady light, he led them back by a route that took them past the beast's crooked tail. A ragged sliver of wood, about a forearm's length, had gotten stuck between two segments of the tail. The fragment was hollow wood. So was the vigil gate. After taking a moment to observe this injury, they crossed back to the landing and, with the other three, ascended the stairs to the balcony. Once they were on the other side of the door, Shilsa said to Elen, "Do you have a copy of the testimonial you sent, and the official sealed receipt?" "In the office." Elen replaced the sphere in its holder. They made their careful way back through the darkness until they reached the living quarters of the ostlers. The office seemed balmy compared to the frigid enclosure. Elen lit several oil lamps and placed them on the table. The on-duty ostler took herself off to the workshop to give the highborn privacy for their consultation. The prince went to a cabinet and brought out 2 documents. "This is my own copy of the testimonial. The original was sent for the Emperor's eyes only, since one would not wish to have such information fall into the hands of an enemy who might think to trap and breed and train their own Sarper Corps. This is the receipt." Shilsa sat and began to read the testimonial.
"Your Highness, may I examine the receipt you received from the palace?" Hemelin asked. "Do you have a magnifying glass with which I may examine the seal?"
"I do have a glass," said Elen with a surprised laugh. "I confess, it never occurred to me to examine the seal closely. But of course it would occur to you, would it not, Uncle?"
Jervy gave Ellen a look that suggested he was as confused as she was by what this address, "Uncle," suggested about convoluted palace relationships. In a village, elders were generally addressed as aunt or uncle regardless of kinship ties, but it seemed unlikely such casual usage was commonplace in the rigid palace hierarchy. Hemelin brought the receipt with its wax seal to a lamp and proceeded to make an intensely close examination.
"Your Highness," said Jervy, "if I may, might I request something to write on in order to record my observations of the Sarper?"
"In that cabinet." Elen sniffed, with a disdain that reminded Ellen of Gevulin. Only Gevulin always treated Jervy with respect. Elen then pointedly engaged Ippis in small talk, asking about her Venus relations and the south coast. He seemed unconcerned by, or ignorant of, the rumours of piracy that had evidently caused the novices in Ippis's cohort to shun her. Ellen got the impression from the conversation that the South Coast Venus people knew all the currents, shoals and backwaters where Sarper could be found, as pirates might well need to do. So maybe Elen simply didn't care how they enriched themselves, as long as he found Sarper to study. He spoke not another word to Jervy, while Ellen was a deputy courier and thus beneath his notice. Despite this snub, or perhaps because of it, a pleasing quiet descended. Shilsa read, Hemelin studied, Jervy wrote up a report. Ippis chattered about her childhood on the sea, warmed by the prince's attention. Ellen stood next to the brazier in blessed silence as her toes slowly warmed up. She yawned, blinked as she swayed on her feet, and shook her head to get back her focus. The office had the kind of expensive furnishings that weren't flashy, but made to be useful and long-lasting. A cabinet for correspondence and testimonials, a cabinet for unguents and lotions needed for Sarpa care and riders' and ostlers' injuries, a miniature stove suitable for heating drinks, a luxury that ostlers setting in for a cold night of watch would appreciate. The table legs were carved to depict Sarpa heads and wings. The chairs had padded seats and backs of fine wool dyed the iron grey and sky blue of the Sarpa Corps. The rider who had attacked them at the vigil had not been wearing either colour. Ellen went over to the stove and poured tea, serving the highborn first, setting a cup next to Hemelin and bringing Jervie and herself a cup last of all. Jervie saluted her with a chin lift and a wry smile as he took the cup. She sipped at the hot brew with its smoky flavour. The stimulant acted quickly, kicking her out of the drowsy haze she'd been slipping into. But she still had to wait. At length, Hemelin tapped a specific spot on the hardened wax.
"As I expected. This is not the Emperor's seal. It looks exactly like hers, except for a single detail on this lower magnolia petal. This impression was stamped from a seal she carved with her own hands. She made it for the Crown Prince. 3 years ago, it was."
Shilsa looked up with an expression of shock on her face. Why would she do that? Make a copy of her imperial seal?
"I did not ask."
Another might have spoken the words with sardonic amusement. Hemelin simply stated the fact. Llewellyn came over to look. "So, the Emperor may never have seen my testimonial at all."
"That cannot be known, Your Highness," said Hemelin. "By the evidence of this seal, however, it is certain the Crown Prince saw it. He wears the seal on a chain around his neck. It never leaves his person."
Shilsa looked up from the testimonial's precise calligraphy. "This is a thorough report. An ambitious person with access to the treasury and an isolated estate near to the Summer Palace might use it to set up their own Sarpa training corps in defiance of imperial law. If they were reckless enough, they might even attempt to ride a Sarpa themselves." "The Sublime Highness is already Crown Prince," objected Jervie. "What has he to gain by acting against imperial law, and with such recklessness?" Shilsa extended a hand to Hemelin, who gave her the receipt. She looked it over with a frown before setting it down on the table. "Sometimes a conniving prince seeks to move up in the world and fails. Sometimes princes of lesser estate back the wrong horse and are executed. Or, if they are young and misled, are castrated and remanded to the lowest rank of menial in the palace." She held Hemelin's gaze with her own. He looked away, as he must, his cheeks pink with emotion. Anger? Shame? Jervie whistled under his breath. Ippis scratched her head, looking confused. But the words shifted the ground beneath Ellen's feet, like sand slipping. Hemelin's youth could be glimpsed in his aged face. It must have happened at the time of the ascension of the Lily Emperor, rumoured to have overthrown his brother by underhanded means. How naive had the young Hemelin been, a prince of lesser estate, and yet a prince all the same. Maybe he hadn't been naive at all. Maybe he had loyally supported the overthrown Ilanthus Emperor and had been punished for his faithfulness, made an object lesson to any who thought to contest the new ruler. What had such a young, disgraced prince endured among the lowest of the palace menials? Joef had once shown Kem and Ellen an archival list of the duties of the lowest rank of menials in the palace. Emptying and cleaning latrines, hauling water, washing paths and walls, and taking out refuse. If she understood the hints she'd heard, Genia had eventually plucked Hemelin out of this labour and given him to the elegant consort, so he could devote his life to her son, young Gevulin. Maybe he had loved the boy for himself. Maybe simply as a means to escape his cruel punishment. Maybe he saw it as a path to revenge. She could not unsee the past Shilsa had hinted at. Hemelin had become a new person to her, if just as annoying and overbearing. Not that he would care what a mere deputy courier thought of him. It could also happen, Shilsa went on, that a crown prince loses the favour of the noble and august manners and the high palace officials, perhaps for good reason. A more competent prince may arise out of the third estate to take the place of a distrusted crown prince, if they were to strike at the right time and with the right backing. Some say the Lily Emperor came into power in much this way, do they not, Elen?
So they do, he agreed, with a glance at the silent Hemelin. Which is why I have spent my life as far from the palace as I could manage. Not unlike you, I perceive, Shilselin.
I would never have been in line for a throne I did not want anyway, although I have no inclination to seek it even if I were. High heavens forfend. But I suppose a cunning and unlikable young crown prince might perceive himself as under threat because of the elevation to the third estate of two capable princes, with a praiseworthy raft of accomplishments to their names. Both are his elders and more proven than he is. Such a crown prince might seek to eliminate his rivals.
These are speculations, said Elen, as he examined the receipt with a severe eye. Dangerous speculations, should any word of our conversation leave this room.
I'll never tell, cried Ippis stoutly. I swear on the honour of the all-seeing eye, and by my oath as a warden, and before the genius of my manor.
What of these two? Elen asked Shilsa, indicating Jervie and Elen.
I trust them. He nodded. Shilsa's word was good enough for him. Shilsa studied the testimonial with an expression of misgiving. I am more troubled by what we may have uncovered, here and elsewhere. Like you, I left the palace and all it represents. My loyalty lies with the Imperial Order of Wardens, and thus to the all-seeing eye. If we say or do nothing, then what ill may we be complicit in unleashing upon the Empire? An outer door banged open, people entering in haste. Shilsa quickly rolled up the testimonial. Elen locked scroll and receipt into a cabinet drawer just as the inner door was flung open. A Pellis militia captain rushed into the room. Blood stained his tabard. He dropped to one knee, barely able to cough out the words.
Your illustrious highness, we are under attack.
49. A ghost of warmth. Shilsa was already on her feet. Are you wounded, Captain?
Nothing that matters.
The man panted out the words with a hand pressed to his side. Slow down. Take a breath, ordered Shilsa. He attempted a bow in Elen's direction, grimacing.
Your illustrious highness, you are safe. Is the area secure?
Secure? Said Elen. How do you mean?
Is there another way in? Shilsa asked impatiently, releasing her sword from its sheath.
Only the big pen doors, said Elen. We'd have heard drawbells if anyone tried to shift the crossbar. We and the ostlers are the only ones here, Captain.
The militia captain called back through the open door. Secure! Then he toppled forward. Elen caught him before he crashed face down onto the floor, easing him to his side. But her gaze stayed on the door. What had happened to the others who had returned to the manor? Where was Kem? Jervie had already slipped his bow out of its case and strung it, and he came up with an arrow knocked to the string just as Prince Gevulin strode aggressively into the room with sword drawn. "Your Highness!" cried Shilsa. "What means this?" Jervie shifted his bow's aim past the prince to the open door. Gevulin took in each individual in the office. His tense shoulders dropped. He set his sword on the table, grabbed the cup Elen had set down for Hemelin and downed it in one gulp. The snap of the cup back down on the tabletop made everyone jump. "Dwen Manor has attacked," Gevulin said. Elen scrambled to her feet, craning her neck. Was Kem waiting outside?
"Lord Dwen came and went 2 days ago," objected Elen. "He may have left the manor, but clearly he and his people did not leave the area. I must suppose they retreated to a safe distance and made ready their attack. Easy enough to hide in the forest, as long as Spore doesn't get you. Had Simo been with us, the air spirit bound to him would have spotted them. but we had no theurgist to bind a spirit to Shilsa once she was elevated to captain.
Shilsa winced, but quickly wiped the expression of distaste off her face. This was not the time. She said, "Elen, did no one at the manor suspect Lord Dwen of further treachery?" Elen pressed a hand to his forehead, blinking in a hazed confusion.
"How would he dare? He is merely a provincial lord with delusions."
Gevulin said, "Unless all along he has been serving Min Lo, then his delusions make sense." "Yes, I see," said Shilsa. "Control of the Hallowwood supply and a prestigious marriage in exchange for ridding His Sublime Highness of you." Hemelin gave a trembling moan.
"Your Highness," he gasped, "the fault is mine."
"How so?" Gevulin demanded, his irritation plain.
"I should have known. I should have seen. That is the whole of my duty."
"Stop it. The blame is not yours, Hemelin. I did not suspect Min Lo either. Perhaps Astalin did, but she and I have not had time to compare notes, and I certainly did not trust her before. Be that as it may, Dwen's militia far outnumbers the armed servants in Pellis Manor. 3 or 4 times more, I should think. A veritable flood of soldiers poured out of the night, so many that the genius could not see, and thus not protect, all the places they breached the wall with ladders and ropes." "Where is Kem?" Ellen demanded, by now beside herself with terror for the boy. "Did you hand him over to Lord Dwen in exchange for safe passage out of the manor?"
"How dare you!"
Hemelin struggled to his feet, raising his fly-whisk. "Sit down," Gevulin snapped. Hemelin sat, bristling with indignation. "The deputy courier should know me better by now," said the prince angrily. "I will never surrender one of my wardens or household to the likes of that grasping ignoramus. I escaped because I was upstairs making ready for bed. My people were warned by the genius. We got out by a servant's passage through the cellars. Even so, we ran into trouble coming through the gardens, as you can see. I got separated from my people in the skirmish."
"Where is Kem?"
Ellen was too furious and frightened to be prudent. "I don't know. He and Kari had taken the rear guard." His tone was hard, but not in response to her questioning him. Gevulin was a man who hated to lose anything he felt belonged to him, whether it be rank, contests, or people. Ellen swayed as a hot flood of fear rushed through her. What if Dwen had captured Kem already? Shilsa's hand steadied her. "Come now, Elle. We don't know what's happened yet. Was His Sublime Highness among the attackers?" "I don't know, though I doubt it." A sneer trembled on Gevulin's lips. In the palace, a prince of the Third Estate must be cautious with his words, but not here. Little Min Lo is the sort who would never put himself in any real danger. He sends others to take the risk for him. "Yet he might have been riding a Sarpa," said Shilsa. "That's danger enough, surely." Gevulin gave her a sharp look. "Know you nothing about Sarpa Corps training?" "No, I don't. I don't know a single Sarpa rider, nor have I ever asked about their training. Why would I? For that matter, why would you? It's my business to know as much about the workings of the Empire as there is to know. Trainees get their start on older male Sarpa, whose acid ducts have been sewn shut. The basics are not much more dangerous than learning to ride a horse, if rather higher off the ground. But you raise a good point. We need information in order to decide how to proceed." "Once again, do you think Astalin is involved?" Shilsa asked, looking so weary. "Not in Min Lo's plans," he replied curtly. "For all I know, she's been taken prisoner with the household." "With Kem," Ellen thought, with dread gripping her throat and weighting down her tongue. "The question," Gevulin said, "is what we do now. Do we retreat, much as it pains me to be forced to that cowardly prudence again, or is there a way we can fight back?" "I'll scout," said Jervy. "If a local can accompany me, I can take a look and return." Shilsa's jaw went tight, but she made no protest. "Ipis, stay with me and His Exalted Highness, and Prince Elen." Ellen said, "I'll go with Jervy." The prince's gaze was cold and implacable, nothing soft in it, yet there was a new awareness in his eyes that the Gevulin she'd first met in Orleda Holt had lacked. "No, you will remain here with me." She opened her lips to protest, and he drew his whip. "No!"
he snapped. "Whatever it is, I don't need to hear it. You stay here."
Jervy said kindly, "This is my skill, Ellen. Let me go. I'll keep an eye out for your lad."
Llewellyn said desperately, "You must discover what has become of my war wooer." "Of course Jervy will," said Gevulin. "Esteemed Llewellyn, sit down. You look ready to faint."
The older man sat, clasping his hands together on the tabletop and twisting his fingers together and apart with anxious restlessness. Ellen paced, feet a mirror to his hands. Jervy left. The militiamen remained outside, guarding the approaches. The Sarper pen was a long way from the main house, but eventually the invaders would come this way, unless Pellis Manor's militia had fought off the attack.
"Hamelin, find a first aid box."
As the chief menial scurried off to a shelf, Gevulin knelt beside the fallen captain.
"I will look at your wound."
"Your Highness," gasped the man, "you honour me."
"I do my duty as a prince."
He got out a knife and cut away cloth in the manner of someone who knows what he is doing. Because of course he did. He'd trained as a healer and certainly had been the best student. Shilsa caught up with Ellen's pacing and touched her arm. "Here now, Deputy Courier. You and I shall go investigate the harness in the workshop. See if it matches the harness we saw at the vigil." Though phrased as an order, Ellen knew Shilsa meant to be kind, to keep her busy until Jervy returned with his report. If he returned. "Kem's not alone," whispered Shilsa, voice tight. "Kari is there now too. You don't know him. He's the one who tells fart jokes. I'm sorry we had to leave him behind at Orleda Hold. You'd have liked him. And he's fast on his feet and knows how to make quick decisions." "I hope Kari is fine," she said tightly, "but I'm specifically worried about Kem being captured by Lord Dwen." "Yes, I can understand that, after I saw Dwen make that absurd claim about the lad at Orleda Hold. Worry isn't a plan, though. And we need to rescue Astalin, too. You don't think she's in league with Dwen?" "Dwen is clearly Menalin's puppet, so no, she's not involved in this. I don't think Dwen will have permission to kill her." Shilsa glanced impatiently toward the door. "But we need a scouting report. I suppose I'm even a little worried about Jervy. What if he's caught?" "I doubt that," said Ellen. "So do you. After everything we've been through, I can't be sure of anything any longer. Now let's go examine the harness. That's a plan." Ippis said anxiously, "I'll come too. I need something to do." "Ippis, you stay with the all-seeing eye. He must never be without one of his wardens beside him. Come get me if I'm needed." When Ippis nodded, Shilsa turned to the older man. "Llewellyn, have you any other correspondence with the palace regarding Sarper? Can you compare their wax seals with the recent one?"
"Ah, I see. Yes, it may be possible to deduce how long ago the Crown Prince began intercepting my Sarper research."
With a look of relief at having something useful to do, he turned to the cabinet. Shilsa then turned to address Gevulin. "Your Exalted Highness, with your permission, I would like to take the Deputy Courier with me to examine the harness from the Sarper to see what we can discover. We will not leave the building. We will be just down the corridor." He glanced at Shilsa, then at Ellen, then nodded.
"That is acceptable."
"All is ready, Your Highness,"
said Hamelin, who had laid out instruments and unguents. With the chief menial's assistance, Gevulin began to carefully peel away fabric and bits of thread from the gruesomely long gash across the militia captain's torso. The man gritted his teeth and suffered the pain in little choked grunts. Shilsa grabbed a lamp and led Ellen down the corridor to the workshop. Ellen said, "What use is a genius if it can't stop an attack?" "Geniuses represent prestige more than anything. They can move swiftly anywhere within the manor, although they are, like us, a single creature with but one set of eyes and ears. Still, it is a puzzle how the attack could have taken Lord Genier by surprise. You're sure Prince Astalin wasn't involved?" "One never knows, but I don't see it. There's no benefit to Astalin. The Crown Prince surely wishes her as dead as he wishes Gevulin, but he has no hooks for her yet. Even he needs some semblance of an excuse, some accusation of treason. I have to suppose this plot against Gevulin was concocted months ago and set in motion weeks ago. Gevulin is plotting treason."
Shilsa halted in front of the closed door to the workshop and turned right around to stare Elen in the eye. The warden was a little shorter, but not by much, and she had a griffin's fearlessness. "Never say that out loud again. Anywhere, any time." "I'm sorry. I'm not mad. It's just that you don't yet comprehend how dangerous and slippery the palace is." "I'm starting to." Shilsa opened the door, and they entered the workshop. A single brazier breathed a ghost of warmth into the workshop, with its table, hooks and rings on the wall, and shelves stocked with harness in various stages of repair and polishing. As Shilsa looked around, she said, "But as for your question about the genius, the Dwen militia must have hidden in the woods, or stationed a conspirator inside the manor. A theurgist, perhaps? There was a theurgist at my table at the feast. He never said a word. I thought he was part of the manor." Shilsa frowned. "That's an interesting point. Manors don't keep theurgists in residence. Only the palace and the heart temples do. He might have introduced himself as an itinerant like Luviara about some fact-finding temple mission." The warden set the lamp on the table, which was covered by an unfolded harness whose sarpa leather was crisscrossed by scrapes and gouges. She began examining the harness in slow stages. Without looking up, she said, "Tell me more about the Shorn. Did he have a name?" Ellen found her tongue turned to stone. Too many emotions crashed inside her all at once. He was gone. Shilsa's hands paused in their work. She looked up. "Or not, if speaking of it troubles you. If you need something to do, start at the other end." To think of Kem, cut down, dying, dead, froze her blood, made her sluggish. She had to wait, and waiting crushed her, fearing for the boy. After the avalanche, she had been forced to wait for days to hear of Owl's fate. Would it be that way with Kem, too? Sarah Allah would have reminded her to not cling to her fears. He would have said the future cannot be known. Only now, this moment, a chance look, the touch of hands, a sweet kiss, precious words delivered in that sly, smooth tone that had warmed her viper's heart. She found a sliver of a voice, barely more than a whisper. "He went by the name Sarah Allah. You mustn't laugh, Shilsa, but before he became one of the Shorn, he was a dragon." Shilsa laughed. Ellen laughed too, because it was absurd. "You don't believe me, do you?" "Not at all, Elle. It's exactly the kind of thing I can believe, but only because it happened to you. All that time, you never let on the prince wasn't the prince, or at least you didn't mean to let on, although you did in little ways. I understand his odd behaviour now. It wasn't him. It was a dragon in a human body. A dragon! I thought all dragons died in the great wars of ancient times, slain by wicked sorcery, since it is legendarily difficult to physically kill them. Or if there were straggling survivors, then they fled to the ends of the earth, where to this day they brood in dark caverns and slumber beneath the waters of hidden lakes. Go on, tell me more. Tell me everything. I'm famished with curiosity." The story came more readily than Ellen had expected. Memories shared give life to those left behind. For the most part, Shilsa kept silent, her eyes on the harness, which made it easier for Ellen to talk. Now and again she asked a question, and occasionally offered a cutting comment that made Ellen laugh, and once wipe a tear from her eyes. "Kem knew, all along," Shilsa said at length. "Of course Kem knew. Why, of course. See, that's puzzled me for a while now. Once I finally started to notice how strangely you and Kem act together. He's manor-born, raised in the Holt. You're a minor official who was accused of being a thief and a murderer. Don't think I forgot that bit. At the time, I thought Lord Dwen was creating obstacles by any means possible. But you and Kem act as if you are kin. First he was mad at you, and then you made up the way family does. And let's not forget the mystery of the Forelands. You knew too much about Southring, as they call it, though it was just a run-down Holt. And then it turned out you knew the language. You'd been there before. And something was going on with him in the Forelands too, with that hair. I dare say Kem has some lineage relationship to both the Four Lands and Dwen Manor. Didn't I already tell you this? I'm happy to hear a more extensive explanation. There are a lot of missing pieces. Yet Ellen hesitated. Shilsa gave her a keen look. On my honour and my manor's honour, Elle, whatever you tell me now, I will keep Kem in the Wardens, if that's what you fear. It is what I fear. He loves the Wardens. It's what he always wanted, it turns out, although I didn't know it before, since we never thought he would qualify. His mother and I escaped from the Four Lands as children. We were... The word stuck in her throat, but she found the courage to go on. We were Atonas. Shilsa's eyes widened with horror. Like that poor child in the walls. May the high heavens bless us with peace. We got away and reached Woodfall Province, though we didn't know where we were, or even that there was an empire. Only that Dwen Manor opened its gates to the likes of 2 girls, not more than 12 or 13 years old. After a year or 2, I became a militia apprentice, and Kem's mother one of Dwen's concubines, not by her choice. So young, Shilsa nodded grimly. She wasn't even 15 when she gave birth to him. 2 years later, when Dwen handed her over to the barracks, we ran away. With him. Shilsa winced, face pinched with sympathy. I'm glad you all escaped, but it means you stole Dwen's child, to whom he has a legal right that outweighs anyone else's, except Imperial service. Yes, we washed up in Orleda Holt. I saved the Intendant's life during a spore outbreak, so he let us stay. We built a life there. We kept Kem's lineage a secret. Au died in the avalanche that blocked the road, in the village below where we found the remains of the dead griffin. Kem truly is Dwen's child, but it was only on returning to the Four Lands with the prince that we learned that his mother, Alving, was the bastard-born sister of Eliowona, of all people. It was Lord Thelen who told me. What is this word? Bastard. A child born of an illicit relationship. In the Four Lands, such a baby is not recognised as a worthy child of the line. How odd! A prince's child is a prince. It doesn't matter the status of the other person in the relationship, only in what rank the child stands from birth. If I'm understanding what you're telling me, your sister, Alving, wasn't your blood sister, but your chosen sister. That's right. Then by imperial measure she would be a prince, of a lower rank than Eliowona, because Eliowona was clearly born of the ruler, in their equivalent of the palace. So, 5th estate, I'd say. Does that make Kem a prince? Shilsa smiled wryly. Would you consider that good news or ill news? I honestly don't know. I'm sick with worry. She pressed a hand to her belly, her entire body a churn of anxiety. What of your own lineage? Shilsa asked, as tentatively as if poking a nest of sleeping vipers with a too-short stick. I know nothing of where I came from. That's the bare truth. There's no answer to that. What seems strangest to me is how unpleasant the Northerners were. Everything stank, and was so dirty and glum and drab. I'm glad we got out of there. I only wish Simo had made it. That was an ill-fortuned shot. He was a good man. No captain better, Shilsa sighed. Ellen gave Shilsa's grief a gap of silence. But questions did rise to the top, even in such extremity. What do you know about Simo's air spirit? Shilsa shuddered. Now you see why I never wanted to be a captain. Besides the extra duties, it's required that a warden captain have an air spirit bound to them. I find it creepy, don't you? Crawling around inside you. Ellen laughed. Shilsa cracked a grin. Oh, yes, I suppose you wouldn't find that so strange. But back to Kem. Now it all makes sense. He considers himself to be your nephew because you acted in all ways as his aunt. Did he know he was Lord Dwen's child? Not before the day you and I and the others all met. Oh, ho! That explains his grouchy demeanour for the first days of our journey, eh? Discovered you and his mother had been keeping secrets from him, did he? Just so, said Ellen, with an affectionate smile for his sour behaviour and the slow process of healing. He and I worked it out. Yet, even as she said the words, a rush of fear swept down on her with such staggering power that she had to squeeze her eyes shut and grip the table edge to stay upright. "Here now," Shilsa put an arm around her. "Take a breath. That's right. Slow in, slow out. Now another. Slow in." She broke off as footfalls approached. The door opened and the two women turned to see Ippis, staring at them with a wide, worried gaze. Ellen couldn't move, numb with terror as she saw the distraught look on Ippis's face. "Jervy's back. You must come here. It's bad." 50. The glint of a slithering scythe. In the office, Gevulin was wrapping the groaning captain's torso with strips of cloth. He glanced up as Ellen and Shilsa entered. His gaze flickered with a twitch of anger, as if, for some unfathomable reason, he thought they were judging him for the man's agony. "I do not have intangible magical powers to ease pain, as some do," he remarked snidely, "but I did study field medicine in the palace temple. It will have to suffice." "Your Highness, how could anyone doubt that you excel at the art of healing?" said Ellen, relieving her anxiety with a petty rejoinder. Gevulin's lips twitched. Anger transmuted into something more nuanced. "Of course I do," he retorted without heat, almost as if he got the joke. But joking could not calm her, nor could any intangible spell. The old sick dread clutched at her throat. Dwen would find Kem, had found Kem. "Is Kem alive?" Hemelin twitched.
"Deputy Courier, this route—"
"Enough!" Gevulin raised a hand to compel silence. "Kem, come inside." Jervy, standing in the doorway, stepped aside. Kem appeared, looking unharmed, although as grimy as if he'd been crawling on the ground. Ellen swayed, so dizzy she could scarcely think. For an instant she thought her soul had departed her flesh to leave her dead with relief. Shilsa steadied her with a hand to her back. There, she soothed. "I'm all right, Captain Shilsa," said Kem, keeping up the pretense, even though he was speaking to Ellen. "The other warden shoved me under a hedge and made a big noise of getting himself captured with the rest of the retinue. That was to cover His Exalted Highness Gevulin's escape. Afterward, a Pellis servant helped me crawl out through the sewer gate. That was aromatic. I suggested we head to the Sarpa pen. On the way, we met up with Jervy." He coughed, rubbed his mouth with the back of his sleeve, and blinked as if holding back tears of shock and concern. "I hope he's all right, that warden. Kari, that's his name, right?" "It is," said Shilsa. "What a Kari thing to do." "Yes, this is all very affecting, I am sure," said the prince, "but we haven't time. Jervy, give your report succinctly." "Your Highness." Jervy took a moment to gather his thoughts. "We spoke to multiple servants who got out and hid in the orchards. I compared their testimonies and consider them reliable. A militiaman named Torges had the most complete account." "I remember him," said Ellen. "He showed me the watchtower. Is he here?" "Yes, outside with the others who escaped. About 20 in all. The Dwen militia has taken over the manor. A palace theurgist constrained the manor genius using his own spirits. The theurgist arrived in the party of Princess Elen." "So she was part of it?" Ellen asked, with an accusatory glance at Shilsa. "Silence," said Gevulin. "Jervy, go on." "It seems unlikely Her Exalted Highness was part of it," said Jervy, "since she was taken prisoner along with all the Pellis highborn. According to an eyewitness, Her Exalted Highness was as shocked as everyone else. If she was involved, then she is acting a part." "She's many things, some of them unpleasant, but she's not false," said Shilsa. "The theurgist must have been Menalin's agent, placed in Estalin's retinue as Luviara was in yours, Your Highness. You know how she loves her heart-temple prayers, the way you love your maps and roads. Jervy, was there any sign of the Crown Prince in company with Lord Dwen?" "No." "Minlo doesn't like to get his hands dirty," said Gevulin. "If there's any chance he'll lose, he'll stay out of it, and let others win or cheat on his behalf. He'll have fled home to his mother's skirts, on a Sarpa which doubtless has sewn shut acid ducts." Shilsa whistled. Your Highness, I've never heard you speak so cuttingly. Now that my back is against the wall, I am freed from stale convention. However, I agree with you about Astelin. She has as much to lose as I do. While she would gain from my dishonour and death, my absence in the palace sets her up to become Minlo's chief rival. I've been a useful foil, drawing attention off her as she builds alliances on the side with her congenial demeanour. Jervie, go on. There was initial fighting. Lord Genier ordered her people to stand down once she realised her genius was trapped and her people so badly outnumbered that they could not win. Lord Dwen had ordered his men to kill anyone who resisted, and their bull elk are aggressive. Jervie paused to take a drink, then went on. Based on witness accounts and visual surveys from a distance, we estimate Dwen has about 300 soldiers. The entire complement of Pellis Manor militia is 148. The surviving Pellis militia, as well as Princess Stalin's squad of sentinels, has been locked into an underground storeroom beneath the barracks. The main force of Dwen militia is in place around the manor and within the building. They are searching the grounds for stragglers. For you in particular, Your Highness. Eventually, the search will make its way here. We don't have long in which to make a decision, but there was one notable thing I saw. The ceremonial hall has been opened and its lamps lit and hearths stoked.
Llewellyn gripped the back of a chair, white-knuckled.
If I had but a knife and the chance, I would kill him myself, him and his foul son.
How appalling, said Shilsa. Esteemed Llewellyn, I'm so sorry.
Ellen said, I don't understand. When Shilsa saw that Llewellyn could not bring himself to answer, she spoke. The marriage of Dwen's son to Warvua will happen tonight, in the ceremonial hall, according to the immutable dictates of imperial law. Any theurgist can gather the necessary implements and recite the ceremonial honours. They'll need to write up a contract first. That will take a while because it has to be done just right, no word out of place, and in a case like this they'll need a spirit to seal the bargain. Worse, Dwen doesn't have to negotiate. He can make whatever terms he wants and force Genier to sign them. Astelin will no doubt be kept locked in a room until it's over.
We have to stop it, said Gevulin.
How can we stop it?
Llewellyn clutched his belly, bent in pain, tears on his cheeks.
The beast will insist on bedding her this night as well. My precious child, to be so abused.
The sphere that contained the fire spirit gleamed with the cold implacability of a clever scheme relentlessly pursued on the part of the Crown Prince. Although, perhaps not. Ellen saw a different sight in her mind's eye. A memory burned into her life. She saw a ragged outlaw in the trees flinging 2 small sealed ceramic jars onto a forest path. One jar cracks and the world around Elle sharpens. Her instincts flare, a whisper in her heart. Heat. Gevulin looked at her, sensing a shift in her posture and a change in her expression.
Speak, Deputy Courier. You have the means to kill Dwen.
She said to him, If Dwen dies, he alone amid the Dwen people, then his son Rien becomes Lord of Dwen Manor immediately, by right of succession. He was about 20 when Au and I fled Dwen Manor 15 years ago. Even then he was as ruthless and crude as his father, so Dwen's death changes nothing except to get me killed for my trouble, and you too, depending on how such a scenario plays out. But there's another way, if you are desperate enough.
What is it?
Demanded Llewellyn.
Go on,
said Gevulin. She addressed Llewellyn. Your illustrious highness, you said Sarpa are attracted to heat. If all the fires and lamps between here and the manor are extinguished, the Sarpa will crawl or fly to the heat. It's likely its acid could kill many of the Dwen militia, although it's not a death I'd wish on most of them.
They'll have fucking earned it, muttered Shilsa.
What of my Warvua? Demanded Llewellyn. Sarpa acid can kill her as easily as them.
Gevulin raised a hand eagerly. He'd caught on.
You will return to the hall first, Llewellyn. No one will question why you would rush back to be with your daughter. Then you can quietly warn the others to get out of the way when the Sarpa arrives. The Dwen people won't know. They'll be stuck in the hall or outside.
It's a gamble, but the disruption will allow us to free the imprisoned militia while the Sarper is busy elsewhere. Does anyone have a better idea?"
"We can retreat, Your Highness," said Shilsa. "I'm not saying I think it's a better idea, just that it is the alternative. If Dwen's people capture you, you'll be killed, and your corpse pickled in brine and sent to His Sublime Highness as a trophy."
"Exactly so," said Gevulin. "Any objections?"
Ippis muttered something under her breath.
He said, "Ippis, have you an objection?"
"No, Your Highness, of course not."
"Will we need keys for the cellar storerooms?"
"Yes."
Llewellyn reached into a sleeve pocket and handed over a set of long chatelain's keys, pulling one free of the others.
"This one will open all the cellar doors. The others will work elsewhere in the manor. No door is closed to me."
"Excellent. Llewellyn, leave me one ostler and the soldier called Torges to guide us. Take everyone else. Let the soldiers spread out to warn anyone still on the grounds to douse their fires and hide indoors. You go to the manor."
Llewellyn shook his head.
"A fine idea, but one proposed by a person who doesn't know Sarper. It will take hours to build up fires in the stove to heat the pen enough that the Sarper will wake. Even then it will take some doing to get the beast out of the pen and into the cold air, and no rider to coax it along. By the time all that happens, it will be too late."
Elen exchanged a look with Gevulin.
"Leave that to us, Llewellyn," he said. "The Sarper will wake, and it will leave the pen quickly."
Llewellyn studied Prince Gevulin. The prince looked back at him with the composure of a man who can honestly boast of having earned through his own efforts the accolades of adept of the bow and the spear, conqueror of the 10 Peaks race, eloquent grace of the wind dance, artist of the brush and virtuoso of the pen, master of the lyre and preeminent bard of the 12 cycles and the 360 poems of the glorious founder. Reluctantly, Llewellyn gave a gesture of agreement.
"To retreat will condemn my girl. If there is even the slightest chance this will work, then I will do it. If I die with her, so be it. I will die knowing I have done my utmost to protect my child's honour."
He pulled on gloves, threw a cloak over his shoulders, then paused.
"Allow me to take the whistle. You can't wake the Sarper with the whistle, but it should respond to the proper signals once out of its stupor. Should I need to, I can call it off the attack, pipe the tones that will send it flying back to its home pen."
"I can do that," Gevulin objected.
"Have you memorized the signals? Absolutely, under any circumstances?"
Gevulin twitched, as if aghast at the realization that someone might have practiced more than he had at a specific skill. Then he recovered and took off the necklace with the whistle, holding it out. After taking the whistle, Llewellyn left. Most of the gathered people departed with him. Soldiers raced off into the night to spread the warning. Kem sidled over, and Elen grasped his hand, squeezing once before releasing him. Torges stuck his head in. He looked much the worse for wear, including a scrape on his cheek and a cut on his arm.
"Deputy Courier, fare you well?"
"I'm glad to see you got out of there, Torges." He bobbed his head, casting a sidelong glance at the frowning prince.
"Best I get back to sentry duty, eh?"
The door closed behind him as he went back outside.
"Deputy Courier, how much time will you need?"
Gevulin asked. "Hard to say." Jervy said, "Based on the intensity of that tremor when you and I were walking out on the sands, not long. We'll give Prince Llewellyn enough time to walk the distance.
Once that Sarper is awake, it will move fast."
"What if it flies?" Shilsa asked.
"Fly or slither, we must trust it will head to the place that's warmest," said Gevulin. "Like most animals, Sarper are sensitive to the tiniest fluctuations of air, wind, fire, and earth, and the spirits formed of those elements. It will sense the hall's heat. Once the Sarper is released, we need only follow the path it clears for us."
"It's a gamble," said Shilsa.
"When has anything in the palace not been a gamble? Even your choices, Prince Shilselin."
To this, no one had a reply, especially not Shilsa. Gevulin washed his hands in a bronze basin and afterward browsed through the drawer of Sarpa correspondence alongside Hemelin, comparing seals. The ostler went out with Shilsa to unchain the pen doors. Jervy helped the servant move the wounded captain to a barracks bed. Kem went outside to keep watch with Torges. Ellen sat in a chair and drank so much hot tea that she had to use the latrine. When she returned, Jervy was back, having left the servant to watch over the injured captain.
"They should have had enough time to walk there," said Jervy. "If we're going to attempt this, now is the time, before it is too late."
"I'll do my part alone," said Ellen. Gevulin gave her a nod. Of command? Of approval?
"As for you, Hemelin, remain here with the wounded man."
"But, Your Highness—"
The old man trembled, clearly loath to be separated yet again from the prince he'd protected and served for so many years.
"That was an order. A battle is no place for you."
Hemelin wiped tears from his cheeks. Jervy looked away as if he was intruding on an intimate moment he ought not to witness.
"As you wish, Your Highness."
Hemelin went down the corridor to the barracks, as he had been commanded. With Torges leading the way, and Gevulin holding the basket with its glowing sphere, they retraced the passages past the workshop and storerooms. Ellen turned aside at the stairs, while the 4 wardens followed the prince and Torges toward the far end. In silence and darkness, she descended to the landing over the quiet sands. Her viper stirred, woken by her intense emotion and by the Sarpa's scent, but she held it in check, although it writhed in her heart. The Sarpa lay in its unmoving stupor upon the sand. There was just enough light for her to see the far end of the pen with its vague outline of double doors as high and broad as a city gate. Nothing stirred inside the pen. She had to wait until they were opened from the safety of the outside. She shifted her weight from foot to foot on the landing. The Sarpa's body contracted and relaxed in slow waves as it breathed. The cold that held the beast in its stupor bled through her clothing as well. Her hands felt numb, or maybe the numbness was fear as she considered what she was about to attempt. Sarpa acid had turned the bodies of the far boundary vigil garrison into sludge. She was not so afraid for herself, but what if they lost and Dwen captured Kem in the wake of their failure? Yet once Dwen had Pellis Manor, once Dwen secured a place in the Crown Prince's honoured entourage and His Sublime Highness destroyed Gevulin and took control of the Wardens, Dwen would take Kem anyway, as part of his reward. And that would kill the boy in spirit if not in body. "Wait," she told herself. "Wait," she whispered to the viper. With a grinding and clanking, the doors swung back. A gust of even colder air swept through. One of the wardens whistled the go-ahead signal. The Sarpa slumbered on. Ellen pulled open a gap between her sleeve and her glove. The viper burned down her arm and emerged, tongue tasting the air with excitement. It writhed off the landing, plopped the short distance down onto the sand, and wound across the sand at such speed that it flashed in and out of shadow like the glint of a slithering scythe. She leaned over the edge of the planks and pressed a hand against the cold granules of the sand. So attuned was she to the viper that she could feel the feathery vibration of its passage, farther from her and closer to the slumbering Sarpa. The sand trembled, as if shaken by a passing wind. The Sarpa had sensed the viper. She jumped up and retreated to the door that opened onto the stairs. Just as she stepped back beneath its threshold, a wild, keening moan, like wind through haunted eaves, shook the beams and pillars of the big building. The sand exploded in a spray that peppered the walls. The Sarpa spasmed awake and spun in a great lashing curl. She leaped back just in time as its tail whipped past so hard and fast she felt the cut of its weight and speed through the air. Its wings snapped out, then furled as it shuddered, turning once around all the way again. This time the Sarpa's heavy tail hammered into a wall, cracking thick wood. Suddenly, the creature went still. Silence settled. Ellen huddled in the threshold, peering out cautiously. The viper's hiss drifted in the air, so soft that it might have been drowned out by an exhalation. Out on the dark sands, a white thread of movement swayed as the viper lifted its tiny head and hissed again. The sarper keened so loudly this time that the sound hurt Ellen's bones, hammered in her blood like a nightmare. Sand erupted to either side as the beast lurched toward the safety of the open doors and the open sky. It poured outward, breaching the pen, and with a scraping and rustling and shuddering weight upon the earth, struck off across the ground and into the night. 51. Their bright, bloody hearts. They ran. The prince, the 4 wardens, and the soldier. The deputy courier waited only long enough for her viper to return to her body before she ran too. The ostler remained at the pen gates in case the sarper returned. The viper shivered restlessly against Ellen's heart, agitated by the encounter. Had it wanted to strike the sarper but held back? Had it been afraid? Excited? Curious? Angry? What was the viper, after all? She wasn't sure she would ever know, or that anyone knew, not even the sea-wolves, who called her Osge and considered her poison for what she carried inside herself. Not even the unknown person who had cut a scar into her neck like a warning. Did it even matter, when measured against Kem's life or Au's happiness or Sarah Allah's sly smile? The viper existed, as did she, and all those she ran with, and all those they sought to rescue, and all those they would battle today, and all those she had served as deputy courier, and all those she would never encounter. Torgis ran in the lead, guiding them along narrow trails with the ease of a person who has grown up amid a landscape and knows it well. Pale moonlight gave the paths a chalky gleam, for it seemed the menials had used an old smuggler's trick of sprinkling reflective shavings onto obscure trails meant to be used at night. Even so, Ippis tripped twice, and the prince stubbed his exalted toes and spat out a crude word Ellen was surprised he knew. Once they crouched behind a hedge as an enemy squad thrashed their way through an orchard, too clumsy to notice anyone was nearby. They soon came to a half-hidden tree ladder that led up to a narrow platform, built amid the branches of a stately spruce, with a view overlooking the watchtower and its lamp. A children's hideout, Ellen thought, as she crouched on the platform among the others, out of sight. As a rising wind rattled the trees around them, they watched a pair of Dwen soldiers who were arguing at the tower's base. One of the men was worried about the distant inlet of Paul that could be seen from the top of the watchtower, certain it was oozing closer. Just as the other man was telling him that he was an ignorant fool, droplets of acid spattered across them from above. Their shocked shrieks pierced the night as they crumpled to the ground, clutching their bodies and writhing. A vast shadow undulated in a circle overhead, drawn by their lit lamp, then changed course as it caught a breath of warm wind off the manor. It was so dark everywhere else that the manor glowed like the most alluring of baubles, with the promise of light and heat and warmth and all that is good and safe in the world. For surely even a monstrous sarper wishes for a warm and secure nest. Ellen whispered to the high heavens, she who never prayed a single word for herself. Please, by all that is just and right in the world, let my darling boy be safe at the end of all this. Torgis leaped down the ladder and raced to the watchtower. By the time the others reached its base, he had killed the 2 Dwen soldiers and was dragging them into bushes to hide them. Ellen scrambled up the ladder to get a better look. A dark shape poured across the sky and dropped toward the manor. A burst of sound erupted as those below spotted the sarper. Ragged shouts, a clamour of frightened dogs, and the high-pitched warning bark of elk. "Come on," cried Shilsa. "We're going." Ellen jumped down and raced along at the rear. They quickly reached the outer fence of the gardens, where a trio of Pellis soldiers awaited them. Beside the back gate lay 4 dead Dwen soldiers, bloodied, not acid-burned. By now, the noise coming from the manor had crescendoed into terrified screams and a rumble of hooves as the elk broke and ran. The great beast circled overhead. Arrows hissed in sheets as desperate archers took frantic shots, even knowing they could not pierce its thick skin, yet trying anything with the hope of driving it away. There was no time to halt, to think, to stare. They had to keep moving. Instead of going into the rear courtyard of the manor and past the Heart Temple, Torges led them down a back alley suitable for servants and handcarts. At the rear of the barracks block, they encountered a squad of Dwen militia coming up out of a cellar door, trying to figure out what the commotion was all about. The clash hit hard. The Dwen soldiers confused and taken by surprise, the Pellis militia enraged, and the prince and his wardens brutal and effective. Elen stayed back beside Kem, blade drawn, hoping the skirmish wouldn't reach them. She wasn't afraid, precisely, but she knew better than to think that 2 inexperienced fighters would help matters by wading in. The murky chaos of the half-seen skirmish cleared, all quiet. Shilsa appeared out of the darkness, panting, unharmed but for a scrape.
"You 2 all right?"
"Yes," said Elen.
"I need to learn how to fight," said Kem
impatiently, angry he'd had to stand back.
"If we survive this, you will, my lad. Now, pay attention. We're going down to release the prisoners. His Highness says you 2 are to stay up here by the doors. Keep them clear for Pellis militia to come up. If Dwen people arrive, come down to warn us. Don't fight if you don't have to. Once we've released the prisoners, we'll meet back up here."
"Understood," Kem said in a grumbling tone. "Yes," said Elen curtly, nudging him with a foot. But once the others descended into the darkness, Elen said to Kem, "You stay up here, I'm just taking a quick look." Out of long habit, he obeyed. She descended part of the way down to get the lay of the land. The cellar had been dug deep into the earth and had, for extra protection, been lined with holystone and hallow wood, although it still smelled damp, with a hint of mildew. The others reached the bottom of the stairs and disappeared out of her sight. All she heard were whispers, then a clink and a clank. Footsteps raced toward her. Beyond, a sudden outbreak of raised voices exploded into a clash and clamour of steel. She hurried up the steps, followed by a line of Pellis militia released from below. They pushed past her and headed back down the alley toward the manor's rear courtyard. She wasn't sure what they intended to do. All at once she realised she'd lost track of Kem. Had he gone down into the cellar after her? Had he followed the militia, eager to get into it? Nearby, a great weight thumped onto the ground, sending vibrations through the dirt, the buildings, even her bones. The Sarpa had landed. The Viper twisted eagerly, wanting to get out. The clamour from the forecourt spiked into noises of wordless terror. What if Kem had gone to sea? What if the Sarpa was even this instant turning its feral glare on the boy? She ran down the alley and found herself at the corner of the barracks. Hidden by the corner, she peeked around onto the forecourt, with its paved plaza, the wide stairs into the main building, and the portico surrounding the ceremonial hall. The Sarpa had indeed returned to earth. It sprayed its acid around, felling soldiers who by now were simply trying to scramble away. The stench of acid and seared flesh was appalling. The moans and strangled cries a nightmare of pain. Dwen militiamen sprinted toward the outer gate. One turned his head and saw her, but what did he care? He kept running after the others. All that mattered now was getting away. The Sarpa spat after them with a harsh cough. Elen gritted her teeth as droplets sprayed the backs of the soldiers. Some stumbled and fell, frozen in fear, while others staggered on in utter panic. An intense smell rose off the beast, like inhaling air radiating off hot sands, pungent and eye-watering when combined with the charry stench of acid-burned flesh. Where was Kem? The Sarpa surged forward to batter at the closed double doors of the ceremonial hall. The doors cracked but did not open. It could not get inside to the heat it craved. The Sarper's tail lashed against a carved wooden pillar on the portico. With a splintering snap, the pillar toppled. The portico's roof tipped. A second swipe of the Sarper's tail sent tiles spilling to the ground in a tumultuous rattle. Again, the Sarper battered at the door with its blunt head. Another crack, yet the door held. It recoiled, muscles bunching, and slammed again. Its power was staggering. The hall's roof shuddered, yet more roof tiles clattering to the ground. At last the right-hand door broke, but although the Sarper nosed at the opening, it could not get inside. It was furious, frustrated and determined as it gathered its wits and strength. The long body filled half the courtyard. Each of its twisting, curling movements unthinkingly rolled across the fragile human bodies littering the ground. Perhaps being crushed was a merciful death for those still dying, if there was mercy in the world, and if a swift death was truly a mercy. The Sarper bunched back again, making ready for another assault on the hall. Where was Kem? She shook herself out of her stupor. "Elvis!" she called, but the genius did not come to her. And why would it? She was nothing and no one, just a deputy courier and not even an inhabitant of the manor. Her hands were sweating, her heart was cold, and the viper felt sharp and hot inside her. All at once a crowd of people moved up, pressing her into the wall, trapping her with their bodies. With her arm pinned, she was helpless to defend herself. But it was the prince, Shilsa, Jervy, Ippis, and Kem. By the high heavens, Kem had found them. He'd joined up with the wardens, not foolishly run to see the terrible carnage as she had. He knew where he had to be, her dear boy. From inside the hall, a sharp whistle blew. Its shrillness ground into her body. Mercifully, the sound stopped, only to be followed by 4 short pipes, and yet one more high tone, so long and harsh she thought the force of it would crumble her bones to dust. The whistle ceased. Everything in the courtyard went still, as if wrapped in a fog of pall. Responding to the command in the whistle, the Sarper unfurled its wings. Their leathery span hid the hall from her sight. It heaved toward the front gate, rolling right over anything in its path. A crawling man, an unmoving elk, a stone bench that toppled sideways to reveal 2 militiamen cowering behind it. But all this was as chaff to the Sarper now. It lurched forward, gathered its wings, huffed as it tried to rise. A puff of sooty ash burst above its left eye. The genius was herding it toward the front gate. The Sarper ploughed forward, shattering the lintel as it burst out onto the open ground. There it launched with a staggering gust of its wings. Trees bent down, leaves rattled. The Sarper rose into the sky, accompanied by hysterical laughter, bitter moans, agonized weeping, the pounding of elks running beyond the wall, and so many voices rising in a thunderous blur of unrecognizable words. Strewn across the courtyard lay the wreckage of the Sarper's passage. Ellen took in a breath, thinking she'd have a moment to take stock, to check in with Kem. Gevulin said, "Forward, with me." His wardens around him and Ellen 3 steps behind, he strode out recklessly. Maybe he had to prove to himself that he hadn't fled Far Boundary Vigil as a coward. Prince Elen appeared in the broken doorway of the ceremonial hall, waving frantically, warningly. Too late. A flood of armed men emerged from the main building and onto the stairs. All wore the Dwen tabard, and their faces had the lighter colouring of Woodfall natives. 30 or more, easily enough to slaughter the prince and his tiny retinue. "We meet again, your exalted highness, and for the last time, as I give my oath," cried a booming voice from the stairs. "Oh, the hells," said Kem. Ellen stared. hands clenched, heart in her throat. Lord Dwen tromped down the steps, laughing cruelly. He wore the Lord's circlet and keyring sash that belonged to Pellis Manor North, last seen on Lord Genia. The prince strode directly toward the stairs and Lord Dwen, his upright carriage and sneering glower impossible to look away from. "Where is Lord Genia?" "His Sublime Highness gave me the consequential task of arresting her for treason against the throne. You shall be next." The prince did not halt or retreat. All attention remained fixed on him as he approached the lord. "You have not the authority to arrest me." Dwen gloated as he tightened the noose. "As an intimate adviser, honoured by the trust of His Sublime Highness, I have been granted the authority to detain anyone known to have been in recent contact with the former Lord of Pellis Manor North and her allies. Therefore, I am required to insist you disarm and surrender to me, Your Exalted Highness. By the order of the Most Sublime Highness, Elen, Prince of the Second Estate." Gevulin reached the foot of the wide entry stairs and halted, waiting for Dwen to descend to him. As the lord clomped down the steps, Dwen's soldiers swarmed out to either side. Astoundingly, the prince drew his sword from its scabbard and held it out, not to fight, but to surrender it to Dwen, as ordered. What was he thinking? A Dwen captain took the blade as one might a precious implement, and with a courtly bow offered it to Lord Dwen. The lord smiled mightily as he took the sword. Another might relish triumph in silence, but he couldn't shut up. He was always a man who had to hear himself talk, and talk, and talk. As a reward for Dwen Manor's faithful service, His Sublime Highness most generously and expeditiously named me as Lord of Pellis Manor North, incorporating its territories into my own. My favoured son Rien is in residence as well, come to celebrate a most joyous occasion as he marries the most fortunate warwooer. In truth, the marriage ceremonials were interrupted by your appalling and misguided attempt to attack. Yet I understand your frustration. I hear the most fortunate warwooer was under consideration to become your consort, Your Exalted Highness. It is not to be. Rien will have the ploughing of that field." The prince stared at Lord Dwen, as if he had opened a treasure chest to find it filled with manure. "A fine display of the ill-mannered breeding of the provinces, I see," he remarked, in his most acidic tone, worthy of a sarper. Lord Dwen's expression clouded stormily. "You are not in a position to insult me, Your Exalted Highness." "I am always in a position to insult you, Lord Dwen, although I would merely call it telling the truth. Whatever happens to me, I will always be a prince whose unparalleled accomplishments were witnessed by all, and you never more than a donkey dressed up in manor clothing, who can do nothing but bray like an ass." Dwen went red. He raised a hand to strike. The prince drew his whip. And there came the meat of it. Not even Dwen could bring himself to directly assault a prince of the Third Estate. Flayed by the prince's contemptuous stare, Dwen sputtered, "You will be placed in chains and hauled to the palace, where you will be executed. You can be sure that before your execution I shall be delighted to inflict upon you a lash for each of my men who has died here today. That will content me." "The correct address is Your Exalted Highness," said Shilsa in chilling tones. "Who are you, a mere warden, to speak to a manor lord with such disrespect?" barked Dwen. Then, and only then, did he really look at the others. Shilsa with her hair in a tangle and her face smeared with dust. Jervy with his utter cool calm. Ippis with the shock-faced determination of a frightened person who refuses to break and run, and then...
Kemmer!
Dwen's shout rose in triumph as he found the boy, standing half-concealed behind the others.
My lost daughter! My prayers to the high heavens answered at last. I shall waste no time. You will marry alongside your brother this very night. I'll bestow you on my cousin, Marlowen, who rode out with us for the hope of getting in a bit of slaughter. He'll whip this rebellion out of you with my blessing. What a joyous celebration awaits us tonight.
All her life, Ellen had prided herself on keeping a level head, unlike Ow, whose storm of emotion swept through like gales. Stay calm. The fury and fear that lashed through her blinded her. All she could see was rage. No, never, not Kem. Cut off the head. She tugged off her glove. The movement caught Dwen's attention. His gaze lit upon her where she stood in the prince's shadow.
And you have brought me the thief and murderer as well. Why? We have a burning ground right here. How convenient.
He clapped his hands.
Lay a fire. We shall celebrate the two blessed marriages with a bright burning. I shall relish the entire performance. 2 children married, and justice served. At last.
Ellen dropped to her knees and pressed her hand against the ground. Seeing this, Kem lunged toward Lord Dwen, shouting, I won't! You can't make me! All eyes flew to Kem. Dwen slapped him hard across the face. The viper burned out of her arm. Shilsa stamped a foot like a bull threatening to charge, the noise calling attention to herself now, and thus away from Ellen. You have laid a hand on an imperial official, a sworn warden. That is a criminal offence. I arrest you in the name of the Magnolia Emperor, and by my seal as a captain in the Imperial Order of Wardens. The prince struck with his whip, the tip slashing across Dwen's cheek hard enough to draw a welt. The lord howled. Jervy leaped forward to take onto his own body the powerful backhand Dwen levelled at the prince. The blow slammed Jervy backward and spun him into the Dwen captain with an impact that tumbled both to the ground and knocked the prince's sword out of the captain's hand. For good measure, Ippis screamed. The viper reached Lord Dwen's foot and curled up his boot, still unnoticed. No one was looking at the ground, except Ellen. The performance was all at eye level, deadly theatre at its best. Joef would have been proud. Ellen slipped free the small knife she kept tucked in her boot, ready to stab. Lord Dwen twitched and yelped. He sucked in a seizing breath and gave a sound like a strangled scream, so harsh and agonized that every person in the courtyard froze in their tracks with the instinct of people who have feared Spore all their lives. Did Spore track movement? Many said it did. It could eat plants, and did when it had to stay alive. But Spore craved animals and their mobility and the pulsing energy of their bright, bloody hearts. Not even his own people moved to help him, as Lord Dwen took a stiff, jerky step, as he choked out a mangled word. He took a second, spasming step. A shudder racked his body. He moaned as if hot nails had exploded in his belly. Everyone near him, including his own militia, retreated in a scramble. All except the prince, who stared down his imperious nose, straight into Lord Dwen's terrified gaze, as if to make clear he feared no inferior provincial. The viper slithered, unremarked, past the prince's boots and back to Ellen's waiting arm. With a strangled "Gah!" Dwen stumbled a step closer to the prince. He toppled to one knee, grasped at the air while trying to stand as if standing would save him. No one moved or spoke, but his own militiamen continued to back away from him. Terror was the greatest silencer of all. Dwen clawed at his throat. mouth working open and shut, but no sound emerged, just a hollow, throttled whistle. So had Captain Roel died all those years ago, body poisoned from within by the viper's swift-acting venom. Ellen grabbed Kem's arm and hauled him backward. Dwen saw her, saw his child beside her. "For ow!" she spat. With a last burst of energy, a final gasp to wield the power of life and death, Dwen fumblingly drew his sword. He swung with all that remained of his strength, his rigid arm reaching farther than anyone had imagined it could. He was reaching for her, that she knew by the fixed malevolence of his gaze. Instead, the blade cut with raw strength deep across Prince Gevulin's abdomen. 52. In an instant, the world changes. Lord Dwen collapsed with a whistling sigh. He twitched once, twice, before going limp. A white, foamy substance bubbled out of his nostrils and leaked, hissing from his eyes and ears. The prince looked down at his belly as blood bloomed in a gush, inundating his tabard. Ippis screamed, "Murder! Lord Dwen murdered the prince!" Warvua's voice rang out from above. "Pellis, to arms!" The young Tsar appeared at the top of the steps, incongruously dressed in wedding finery, her hair piled atop her head in an architecture of dazzling beads. She wrenched a sword out of the hand of one of the stunned Dwen militiamen and plunged it into the man's gut. The Pellis militia who'd been released from the barracks cellar raced out from behind her. They leaped down the steps to attack the Dwen soldiers from the rear. They'd come in through the back of the building, while Gevulin held Dwen's attention at the front. That had been the plan all along, Ellen realised. More people flooded into the forecourt, spilling out of hiding. With a roar of righteous anger, the people of Pellis Manor waded in with shovels and pitchforks brought from the stables, knives and cleavers from the kitchen, and swords and spears grabbed off fallen militia. Caught between the Pellis defenders behind them and the enraged servants in front, with their lord fallen and their comrades burned and crushed in front of their eyes, the Dwen militiamen lost heart. They bolted for the gate. So desperate to escape, they stampeded past the prince and his wardens without a second glance. They wanted to survive, as Spore wanted to survive. That's why it had to keep moving. The prince was still standing, a hand pressed to his abdomen, his fingers stained red as blood oozed down his skin to fall drop by spattering drop onto the ground. "Your Highness, let me just help you." Shilsa slid an arm around his back. "I am struck," he said, in an oddly measured tone. "Your Highness, I pray you—" He swayed, eyes shutting, his jaw clenched. "Kem, Ippis, help me hold up His Highness. Now is the time we need Fulmo. That will have to wait. Ellen, get the prince's sword. Jervy, clear us a path through. We need to get him to the Heart Temple." Shouting broke out inside the ceremonial hall as a new flank opened up in the battle. Warvua hadn't shifted from the portico that led into the interior, directing people toward the hall as they rushed out of the main building. "Hurry! My blessed father is inside! Find him! I want the enemy rooted out!" Shilsa, Ippis and Kem got the prince hoisted between them and started toward the main doors with Jervy in the lead. Shilsa cast a glance back and pointed with a chin at Dwen's body. "Ellen, take the keys off that motherfucker. Those are the Pellis Manor keys. They unlock everything. Get them to Warvua. Then follow us with the prince's sword. Move!" Lord Dwen's corpse lay like a felled elk, rimed with spume. No one dared to come near, so no one troubled Ellen as she unclipped a ring of keys from the Pellis Lord's ceremonial sash. No sense of victory infused her. "Ow, you are avenged," she thought, coldly, calmly. But all she could see in her mind's eye was the blood on the prince's tabard. When she thought of his face, it was the haunt's gaze she felt, as if he had been murdered too. a press of Dwen militia charged out of the ceremonial hall in a disciplined formation surrounding Rien, now their lord. They fought their way toward the gate, calling other survivors to form up on them. The genius's seething ash cloud boiled out to obscure their vision, causing a few to stumble or run into the encircling wall, so dazed they couldn't see the shovels and hatchets aimed at their heads. But even with all their casualties, Dwen Manor still had enough people to clear a path, to get past the gate, to run after their fleeing elks. A few Pellis archers shot at their backs, but there came another flurry of fighting from the direction of the barracks, and the melee swirled into a new direction. Ellen grabbed the prince's sword and ran for the stairs, her walking staff in her other hand, in case she needed to block any blows. The battle had blown apart into clumps of desperate fighting. She dodged past people grappling and hacking, and raced up the stairs toward a knot of fierce-looking folk who surrounded their young Tsar. Warvua called, "Let the deputy courier through!" Pressing through their ranks, Ellen handed her the keys. Warvua gave one of the keys to a burly menial. "Unlock Princess Daelin and my grandmother from the jail." The man hoisted a stout iron fire poker and ran into the manor. "The prince is wounded," said Ellen. "Bitter tidings. Where is Chief Menial Hemelin?" "At the Sarpa pen." Warvua beckoned over a youth wearing Pellis garb. "Take horses and lamps and armed guards. Get Chief Menial Hemelin here as fast as you can." The youth ran off. Warvua examined the swirl of movement in the courtyard, the dead and dying strewn like twigs after a storm has blown through. The Pellis militia continued to press Dwen stragglers toward the outer gate. Behind, Pellis servants methodically stalked from fallen body to fallen body, and with their knives and scythes cut the throats of any Dwen soldier who still breathed. "Nothing to do about the Gagast until dawn, although it would be good if he were here to assist with the prince," she remarked, as if the scene of death and slaughter did not trouble her one whit. Perhaps it did not. This was not the Four Lands, yet Warvua was still a master, and servants and soldiers died so that masters might retain their lives and possessions and privileges. So it went. "Tsar Warvua, if I may, Captain Shilsa asked me to bring the prince's sword to him." Ellen spoke with numb inevitability. She already knew how this would end. She had seen too much injury and death not to know. What if she was too late? Yet, too late for what? The stricken face she saw in her mind's eye was not the prince, for he wasn't the person she had come to know best inside that body. He wasn't the haunt, now trapped in the ashes of ancient sorcery. Sarah Allah, whom she loved. Warvua beckoned to one of her attendants. "Escort the deputy courier to the healer's annex." The attendant hurried inside, Ellen following, half ready to leap out of her skin with adrenaline and half in a blundering daze. They ran through the extravagantly decorated public corridors and were twice blocked by a file of Pellis militiamen racing past. All was chaos as a room-to-room search thundered through the building. Finally, they crossed the threshold into the residential passages and worked their way past knots of weeping people until, at last, they reached the back courtyard. Beyond the Heart Temple's four-arched entrance stood a humble gate into the healer's annex. The youth led her to a waiting area, where the pavement was smeared with streaks of blood and other fluids. A few acid-burned people lay on cots, still clinging to life, all wearing Pellis Manor tabards. No Dwen folk had been brought here for aid. One woman's shoulder was so badly burned away that the bone was exposed, though the woman was mercifully unconscious. A man cradled his own badly hacked arm with his other arm, white around the mouth as he panted to get through the pain. Ippis was throwing up into a basin, while Kem stood beside her speaking in a soothing tone, even as he wore a queasy grimace. When he saw Ellen, an expression of relief cleared his face. A moment later, he lost control of his own stomach and began heaving. She hustled past as nausea curdled in her own belly and followed the sound of murmured voices into a surgery room. Inside, Jervy stood to one side with a kerchief covering his nose and mouth. Shilsa had tied one of his spare kerchiefs over her own face. She glanced up to note Ellen's entrance with a grim shake of her head. The prince was laid on his back on a table. A young man in healer's garb stood nervously beside him. Somehow, Prince Astalin had arrived before Elen. She wore the same clothing she'd had on for the expedition to the Sarpa pen, not a pin out of place from wherever and however she'd been locked up. With an expression of detached interest, she examined her brother. "Yes, cut away his garments." The young healer's gaze darted toward the door. "But I am waiting for—" "Do it!" "Of course, Your Exalted Highness." The healer ever so carefully cut away layers of cloth to reveal the wound in all its wicked, horrific splendour. Dwen was a strong and angry man, even in the throes of death. The blade had cut through the prince's coat, tabard, undergarments, skin and muscle to lay bare his intestines. The stink of blood and feces was foul. Astalin did not even flinch as she studied the appalling damage. Without fanfare, an old woman walked into the room as she tied on a stained surgery apron over a splendidly beaded gown. It took Elen several blinks to recognize the Lord of Pellis Manor North, washing her hands in a copper basin like any other temple healer. While drying her hands, she came to the table to examine the patient. Lord Genea showed no sign of disgust at the stench as she examined the moist curls of gut bulging from the jagged cut. "What do you make of it?" Astalin asked. Genea spoke without emotion, although emotion weighed heavily in her weary gaze. "As you know, I spent some years as a battlefield healer. This is a mortal wound. There is no possibility he can survive?" "None, Your Exalted Highness. Even if I stitch it up, it will suppurate due to the feces that have been released into the cavity. I cannot clean out all this putrid mess. I have tried in the past, with injuries not so deep as this one is. Always my efforts have failed. He will die. Perhaps not tonight because he's strong, maybe not even tomorrow, but within 2 days at most. In drawn-out and unspeakable agony, I fear." "I see. Poor Gev. Such a wasteful, unpoetical death." Astalin's cold expression did not alter. "Well, this earthquake will rock the flower court. He was a useful foil, though naive. At least I now know better what I am up against. I must leave now, esteemed Genea. I must reach the palace before the Emperor and that wretched Elen receive the news of this event. I must prepare a new strategy with my advisers." She took a step toward the door, halted, and looked back at Shilsa. "Dearest, you and the wardens can return with me in the comfort of the palace carriages. I give you surety that no harm will come to any of you, nor will any fault accrue to you as wardens under Gevulin's command." Shilsa met the other woman's gaze with such a freight of emotion that Elen finally grasped how deep their history together ran. "We wardens will remain with our all-seeing eye, Your Exalted Highness." "So am I put in my place?" Astalin's mouth twisted with more regret than she had shown when gazing upon her dying brother. "So be it." She swept out. From the waiting area, someone said, "Your Exalted Highness, what shall we do with the wounded Dwen militiamen?" "Kill them." Her footsteps receded. She was gone, leaving the moans and whimpers of the wounded in her wake. Was this not the measure of the palace? A fresh new strategy to be laid atop the blood and agony of the old one? Voice trembling, Shilsa said, "Is there truly nothing you can do, esteemed Genea?" "Alas." The old woman shifted her grieving gaze from Gevulin's grotesque wound to his handsome face. Incredibly, he was awake, aware, and watching her. She put both her hands over her face briefly, then lowered them. "Prince Gevulin, the fault is mine. I did not post scouts to follow Lord Dwen when he left in such anger after Princess Staelin's arrival. I should have been more suspicious. He made no mention of the favour shown him by the Sublime Highness, nor did I see any sign of the Sublime Highness in his company. I assumed Dwen would ride south to his manor with his tail between his legs like a beaten cur. It simply never occurred to me he would bide his time and attack later. Not such as he, a jumped-up mongrel grovelling for scraps of fine food his like has never deserved." Gevulin's mouth moved, but no sound came out. She nodded, as if she understood what he meant to ask. "You will die in agony. The best I can do is offer you poppy juice to dull the pain, and heartbane to kill you quickly, should you request this mercy." His tongue flicked over his lips, his throat convulsed. He tried again. He could manage only a whisper, scarcely louder than his laboured breathing.
"My blessed mother, Shilsa."
"Yes, Your Exalted Highness, I am here." Shilsa moved so he could see her without shifting his head. "What is it you wish to say?"
"She must not suffer for my—"
His eyes closed. His throat worked again. His expression spasmed as he gathered the will to speak.
"Minlo will go after her as soon as Luvihara returns with proof of my rebellion. Perhaps sooner, when it is known I am dead. He will ruin her, imprison her, kill her."
Shilsa pressed a hand over her eyes to hide her expression. Genia said, "Your Exalted Highness, what is it you are asking? Those of us who walk outside the flower court cannot interfere with what goes on within the flower court." Blood pulsed from the prince's wound, though not as much as there ought to have been, as if it were pooling internally instead. Gevulin set his jaw. He grunted softly, swallowing the pain, licked his lips again. Shilsa said, "Can we give him water?" "No," said Genia. "There is nothing to do but drug him into a stupor. I wish it were otherwise." Running footsteps thudded outside. A youth wearing a Pellis badge appeared at the door. "Lord Genia, Sar Warvawer sent me to tell you that our militia has driven the intruders out of the manor. They and Honoured Erevis are searching the building for stragglers, room by room. Be on the alert. Sar Warvawer will come as soon as she can. There are many wounded who will need your attention." Genia nodded and dismissed the youth before turning back to the prince. "Help me bind this up," Genia said to the young healer. She spotted the whip. Its braided leather cord was exactly the right size to fit between the prince's teeth. "Gevulin, bite down on this. Prepare yourself." Deftly, swiftly, she and the young healer bound clean linen around Gevulin's abdomen. He made not a single sound through his clenched jaw, although the young healer himself was sweating, so overcome by emotion that Elen was amazed he didn't faint. It was done as swiftly as a battlefield surgeon could manage, faster than Elen thought possible. The old woman and the young healer washed their stained hands in the copper basin as Genia gave further orders to the young man. "Now, child, go set up as many examination tables as you can. Bring in tables from the kitchens if need be. If we need more room, put tables in the temple." "What of the Dwen wounded?" the young healer asked. "You heard Princess Staelin." Was it right to kill menials for obeying orders? Elen wondered. As if guessing her thoughts, Shilsa caught her gaze and made a throat-cutting gesture to silence her. And Elen knew better. Any words she spoke would change nothing. By killing Lord Dwen, she'd killed his people too, those who had been left behind. The young healer tapped fist to chest and went out with the messenger. Genia set the whip aside. She met the prince's pain-filled eyes with a resigned and compassionate gaze.
My dear Gevulin, this you know, for I myself taught you field medicine. It is the task of battlefield healers to determine who might be saved and who must be left in peace to die. You have wardens to attend you, so I must attend to those who may be saved.
Shilsa broke in. "Esteemed Genia, can someone fetch Hemelin from the Sarpa pen?" "Sar Warvua already dispatched riders to bring him here," said Elen. Genia nodded, still speaking to the prince.
"It is what Hemelin himself would wish. I will send poppy juice and heartbane, should you choose to have Hemelin administer either or both. He knows the correct doses. In the meantime, Captain Shilselin, my recommendation is for you to burn oil of lavender to soothe him and ease the smell for the rest of you."
"My thanks, esteemed Genia," said Shilsa. She turned away, overcome with emotion. Jervy rested a comforting hand on her upper arm, and this time she did not shake it off. Genia sighed and took hold of Gevulin's hand.
"My dear child, I did not think I would ever have this conversation with you. I regret that it is so. But part of a healer's duty is to assist those who leave this world. Many dying people find a recitation of the slow descent of the water's last fall to aid them in their passage. I know you have it perfectly memorized, and I hope your wardens can speak it for you when the time comes. For now, I leave you under the mercy of the high heavens. May your journey lift you into the grace of the glorious heart of all. You were always a good boy, if a bit too serious, but we are as the high heavens decree. I'm glad you learned to laugh a little in the end. You will remain the best of princes, respectful to your elders, and a loyal son to your esteemed mother." She wiped the tears from her eyes, bowed to the prince, kissed his hand, and left the room. As she went out, she said to someone outside, "Let no one enter. He deserves to die in peace." From outside could be heard the squeaking grind of tables being shoved into place, a voice calling out orders, people running, and the groaning cries of the wounded as they were carried in. No one else entered this room or even looked in, but beyond the door they could hear Ippus's sobs, broken by bouts of retching, and Kem saying, "It's all right, it's all right." The prince's whisper broke the stunned silence. "I require the deputy courier." 53. Let your heart live in the world. Elen approached the table. Gevulin's hand moved as if grabbing at phantoms spinning in the air. She realized he could not see her, although his eyes were open. She grasped his hand, an action which made both Shilsa and Jervy inhale sharply, for it was never suitable for a humble deputy courier to touch a prince. "I am here, your exalted highness," Elen said.
"Captain, take the wardens and leave us. The deputy courier and Fulmo will remain."
Elen caught her breath, as a strange feeling lodged in her chest. "Your highness, our duty is to remain with you," Shilsa objected, with a startled glance for Elen.
"Take the wardens and return to Wharton Hall. Claim refuge there. That is my last command to you as all-seeing eye. Take my seal ring as proof of my death. Say I was—"
He grimaced, as an unfathomable wave of pain tore through his ravaged abdomen. No cry escaped his lips, but he panted heavily to calm himself. Shilsa bent her head. "Your highness, I will take the seal ring and inform the palace that you are dead. I will tell them you were murdered by Lord Dwen when you tried to stop him from usurping the rightful rule of Lord Genia."
"No! Do not take sides, Captain. The wardens do not take sides. Let Astalin fight that battle. When you give your report, say only that I was killed and my body burned for fear of spore. This is my command.
But, Your Highness, leave
now. Make haste. You will live, all of you.
He was a prince of the Third Estate, and their all-seeing eye. They had to obey. Jervy clasped Ellen's arm. Shilsa gave her a hug. Ippis was still gagging outside, unable to enter, but Kem came in and embraced her. "Be well, my beloved boy," she said in a low voice. "Send a message to me as soon as you can, so I know where to find you. Will you be safe? I'm a survivor, Kem. Surely you have figured that out by now. You have your own journey to make. It's time for you to go your own path, without me. I'll send word, I promise." He wiped his eyes, but he nodded agreement because he was a brave lad and because he wanted to go. Shilsa took the seal ring. They bowed to the prince as courtiers might in the palace, Kem giving a creditable imitation. But for the stench and the dying man, it might have been any ordinary formal leave-taking when people think they may see each other again, if the high heavens gift such a fortunate event upon them. Ellen did not cry as Kem went out last of all, giving her a final parting look. He had found trustworthy comrades and work that he wanted to do, and he had good boots. She could not have asked for anything better. The door clicked shut behind them. She took in a breath, let it out, and turned back to the prince. "Your Exalted Highness, what do you wish?" She had to bend close to hear his whisper.
"We wait for Fulmo."
For once, she was fully obedient, without question. She stood in the silent room as an attendant would. A brazier crackled, its charcoal glowing red. A lamp set on the side table hissed. The prince's eyes remained open, but he tracked nothing. He breathed in short halves. Another would have succumbed from the pain, but he was determined to wait for a reason she could not fathom. Yet if anyone's determination would carry them through this long night, it would be his. A noise scratched at the door. The latch clicked down. Had Lord Genier returned with poppy juice and heartbane? The door opened. Hemelin halted in the doorway as he saw the prince. His face contorted with terrible pain. His lips parted, and for an instant, for an eternity, Ellen expected a howl of grief to escape him. No sound came out. He shut his mouth and swallowed all of it. With a supreme effort, he smoothed his habitual scowl over his face. He came into the room carrying a tray with vials, a bowl, a pitcher, a cup, and folded linen. "I thought you departed with the wardens," she said. He shot a look at her.
"You may address me as Chief Menial."
Ellen welcomed the arrival of the old supercilious Hemelin. It gave her something familiar to hold on to. He bustled in, as if to any palace chamber, speaking in a low voice as he set out the items he'd brought onto the side table.
"Your Highness, I have poppy juice and heartbane. The poppy will dull the pain. The heartbane will stop your heart, should you ask for such a mercy."
"No,"
whispered the prince.
"Wait for Fulmo."
Hemelin stopped, stock still, breath coming fast as he worked through another deluge of anguish. At length, he sighed. After this, he moistened a cloth in water and set about gently cleaning the prince's face, his hands, his feet, all the while complaining in a low, steady voice about the inferior chamber in which the Exalted Highness had been left to languish, and that he ought to be moved into the imperial suite in the manner as would befitting his consequence. The prince's lips quirked up slightly.
"Ever the defender of my consequence. No moving. Wait for Fulmo."
Hemelin cast a loathing glance at Ellen, as if she were to blame for this inexplicable request. And she was. Dwen had been trying to kill her, not Gevulin. The prince said,
"I am dying. Sing the proper descent, the way you taught me. Not the short version. I hate that. People should have more discipline and learn it all."
The old man's chin trembled.
"As you wish, Your Highness."
He brought a freshly moistened cloth and dabbed its cool wetness against the prince's dry lips. In a tender voice, he began to recite the slow descent of the water's last fall. Ellen had often heard the short version, trimmed down to span only 6 hours. Most people hadn't the time to memorize the entirety of the great poems and ceremonial prayers, or they hadn't Gevulin's discipline. She had heard the full version only twice. The first time, when the intendant knelt beside the moat beyond which lay Wormwood Moat, the village where his elder daughter had died, eaten by spore, and therefore unreachable. After 3 days, the spore consumed all that lived inside the moat, and without further life to devour, collapsed upon itself into wispy threads and tiny mushroom caps that could be rooted out, burned, and destroyed by wardens, surveyors, and deputy couriers. The second time, for all those, including Au, who had died in the avalanche. In the quiet chamber, Ellen had nothing to do except listen and wait. The chief menial's voice was often fragile, perhaps because he was choking down his grief, but his tone held true. She stoked up the brazier with fresh fuel when needed and refilled the lamp when its oil ran low. No one looked in on them. It was never prudent to pay too much attention when a prince fell so precipitously from power. Pellis Manor North had to move on in order to survive, seek new connections and lines of influence in the palace. Would Warvua marry Asdalin? After some contemplation, Ellen realized she honestly did not care. As for herself, she could rest easy knowing Kem was in as secure a place as might be hoped, whatever service in the wardens brought him. Beyond that, she was free of the prince, free to return to Orleda Holt. But past the Holt's welcoming sentries and the door of her cottage, her thoughts would not cohere. She floated, unmoored. Autumn nights ran longer in the north. Because the chamber had no windows, she knew morning had come only when the door opened and Fulmo walked in carrying a tray of food and drink. The Gagast set the tray on the side table and tasted a spoonful of each dish in his customary fashion. When he finished, he gestured to show it was safe to eat. Hemelin wound a verse to a point where he could pause. He took a drink, that was all, but said to Ellen with prim distaste,
"Deputy Courier, you may take some of this meal, lest you weaken while the prince needs you."
"My thanks, Chief Menial." The fare was simple but well-flavoured. Warm porridge, warm bread, warm spiced milk, and a cold slice of chicken she suspected was left over from the wedding feast that was never to be. All at once the prince startled, blinking as if coming out of a stupor.
"Deputy Courier!"
Hemelin's lips pulled back in a snarl, angry to hear her addressed by his beloved prince, the man he had served. He hastened to the prince's side.
"Your Exalted Highness, what do you wish?"
"Where is the Deputy Courier?"
"I am here, and Fulmo is here," Ellen said, then added hastily, "along with Chief Menial Hemelin, Your Highness."
It was no lie, what he claimed. He was a dragon.
Hemelin smoothed back the prince's fly-whisk hair, as if by making him tidy, he could make him live.
"Nay, Your Highness, be not afraid. You are falling into a delirium."
"Was he not?"
the prince persisted. "Yes, Your Highness, he was. He is, insofar as he still exists." Gevulin's voice was rougher and harder to hear, so faint was it becoming.
"Fiery salamanders regrow their limbs. So it is said.
He trailed off. So it is said of dragons that they have been known to regrow their limbs, which makes them hard to kill. A thick, syrupy weight left her immobile, scarcely able to think or breathe.
Luviara's handbook.
What speaks he of? Demanded Hemelin. What has Theurgist Luviara to do with dragons?
Hush, snapped Elen. Your Highness, what are you saying?
Heal me.
He can't heal you. He didn't heal Jervy. He cast a calming spell on him that allowed him to keep moving without pain until his body healed itself.
Heal this body. You were not at the rim of Grinder's Cut when he fought there. You but saw the shadow from below. He was one. They were many. I saw all and felt all. He was wounded 3 times, 3 cuts. Of those wounds there remain but faint scars.
It was worse to be given a cruel glimpse of hope, all the while knowing that which she longed for was impossible. Even if it were true that dragons can regenerate themselves in the manner of fire-marked creatures, it's days back to the far boundary pole. You'll not survive the journey. She doubted he would survive until sunset. The Shorn can only enter a living body. Even in a carriage we can't get there. She broke off. No, that wasn't correct. It wasn't days back to a pole. She'd mentioned the inlet to the haunt. She'd told him she would walk to the inlet when they reached Pellis Manor North, although she had no idea if Sarah Allah had heard or understood her from within the shadow that was all that was left of him.
What are you thinking, Deputy Courier?
Gevulin's eyes tracked the air above him, as if he couldn't figure out why he couldn't see. If we took you to the inlet of Paul that lies near here, I could call him, but he might not hear us. He might not come, and if he did come, then what?
I give him leave to pass into my body.
But he can't.
He can't heal me. I understand. I am dying. My gamble failed.
His harsh breathing filled the room, but at length he could speak again in that whispery, halting voice.
So be it. Prince Gevulin is dead. But my mother must live. This I owe her. You and the haunt will help me save her.
The words struck like a hammer, smashing into Ellen's already exhausted frame. Her legs gave way. She sank to her knees, clutching the edge of the table. Hemelin was weeping soundlessly, tears running down his lined face.
Now I understand why he felt as a stranger to me after 3 spires, when he dismissed me and the others. It wasn't him at all, was it?
It was not, she said. The prince grunted as a dying animal will, as it fights to stay alive for 1 more hour, 1 more breath.
It must be this way. Deputy Courier, all I ask...
His eyes fluttered and closed. He exhaled and did not inhale. Ellen leaped to her feet. How could this be the end? Hemelin wailed and grasped the prince's hand. His touch somehow yanked Gevulin back. The prince spoke in whispered bursts.
Pledge to me, Hemelin, Deputy Courier. If this happens, if it can be, then with the aid of the dragon, you will get my blessed mother out of the flower court alive. Her I will save. Promise me.
This I promise, Ellen said, for I am selfish enough to hope you may die, that he may live." The prince's hand twitched, maybe from his lifelong habit of whipping people who spoke to him with disrespect.
"Take the green finch ring as the imprint of my will."
His glove was already off, because Shilsa had removed it in order to take the seal ring. The green finch ring was a knotted band on his little finger, a trifling bit of jewellery for a prince. Ellen worked it off and slid it onto her own forefinger, then pulled her glove back on. "I have the ring," she said, not sure if he could feel his extremities any longer. "Your mother's honour I will hold as my own, though I cannot say how I will manage such a rescue. As you have so often reminded me, I am but a humble deputy courier, who knows less than nothing about the palace."
"I can manage a rescue," said Hemelin, with a sniff of disdain. "No one knows the palace better than I do."
"Yes, get there, quickly."
Gevulin's voice was ragged and desperate.
"Don't you hear them coming?"
She heard nothing but the muffled sounds of the injured crying in pain, a child wailing for its parent, weary voices barking out requests and orders. Wasn't that one of the verses of the slow descent of the water's last fall? That death descends upon manifold wings? If he died, he could not grant Sarah Allah the passage spell. So it had come to this after all, that she carried the burden of life or death. Even just physically, for she wasn't sure she and Hemelin could carry the prince all the way to the inlet.
"Fulmo will carry me,"
he panted, each word an effort.
"His sentence is bound to my life or to his death."
The world around Elle sharpened. Her instincts flared as a tightening in her heart. They had to move now, before he died. Warvua had said to let no one disturb the prince without her express order. How are we to smuggle him out? What if Lord Genea or her people try to stop us? Hemelin acted with remarkable swiftness, as if he had practice smuggling people in and out of tight spots where they weren't meant to go. He unfolded a linen shroud and covered the prince head to toe, as though he were already a corpse. Cracking the door open, he peered into the corridor, then beckoned to Elen. Another body, covered by a shroud, had been shoved up against a wall. No one was in the corridor, busy in rooms or out in the annex's courtyard, because there were injured to be dealt with, supplies to move, blood to be mopped up. She and Hemelin grabbed the unattended body by its shoulders and ankles and dragged it into the chamber. They got it up and arranged on the other half of the table.
"I will remain here to sing the descent," said Hemelin. "My beloved prince is dead by his own proclamation. You and Fulmo will go in obedience to his dying wish. I doubt you will honour your pledge, Deputy Courier, but should you possess enough honour to do so, then come to the palace and send in the ring to gain my attention."
"I might surprise you," said Ellen.
"I doubt it."
The shrouded body wore a Pellis Manor menial's cap. Hemelin tugged it off and handed it to Fulmo.
"Put on this cap. Go while it is still early. As long as I am singing, they will not disturb me and will not become suspicious."
Ellen hadn't any idea how much weaker the Gagast might be in his smaller size, but Fulmo got his arms under the prince and lifted him as gently and easily as one would carry a sleeping child. The prince's limbs dangled so loosely that she grabbed a wrist and felt for a pulse. Was he dead already? A faint pulse brushed at her skin. He'd lost consciousness. She didn't know how much longer it would take him to die. "Follow me and don't look at anyone," she said to Fulmo. "Just keep walking." She tugged her own thistle-green knit cap over her head and pulled it down to her eyebrows and the nape of her neck, stuffing all her hair under it. Slung her pack over her back. Her coat was an ordinary winter coat, not embroidered with Orleda's badge. Her pack likewise displayed no imperial insignia. Deputy couriers had to provide their own winter coat and journey pack. Like boots, neither were part of the gear issued to them. She and Fulmo walked down the corridor, past rooms crammed with injured people. Once a person called after them, but Elen kept walking, and so Fulmo kept walking. They walked out through the annex gate, through the temple courtyard, and out a secondary gate into the gardens behind the manor. It was easy enough to pass the outer walls and make their way back along the path their group had taken last night, up the hill to the watchtower. If the prince died, would Fulmo set down the body wherever he was on the path and walk away? Was that how it worked? If the prince died before they reached the pool, it would all be for naught regardless. Best not to think about it. Best to walk like an atoner, one step at a time, mind fixed on what was right around her and not on a past she could not change or a future that might not come. The watchtower was empty, the bodies gone. There remained only scorched patches of ground where acid had scalded vegetation, and no guard in sight. Probably they were out pursuing the enemy. She was glad of it, because there was no one to see them go. Hemelin would know all the devious tricks to cover for them back in the manor. She found the trail Torges had indicated so many days ago, in what seemed now a simpler time. An hour to go down, around and over the next ridgeline, he had told her. An hour for the prince to hold on, if he could. Each step was an eternity of hope and of dread. Elen set her boots on the well-kept trail and walked and walked and walked. Fulmo kept pace behind her. She didn't stop to check if the prince lived. It was a pointless exercise. Either he would hold on, or he would die. At length they trudged down into a gully. Here the path had been paved with holystone, and the vegetation cut back. Trees felled and replaced with hallowwood saplings growing in military lines like soldiers set on guard. Past the saplings, where a half-frozen stream trickled, lay the dense inlet of Paul. It was more robust than she'd expected. Not a fraying thread like the stream of Paul that flowed along the floor of Grinder's Cut, but a dense, ropey mass about 10 paces across. If anything, it reminded her of the Sarpa, massive and threatening, as it pressed its deadly nose south toward what destination she could not know. The surveyors were tracking it. A line of holystone stretched along either side of the pool, fencing it in, the work of many hands over many months. Elen halted at the edge. The pool had a powerful buzz, as of swarming bees, if bees could be ghosts. The viper stirred restlessly in response. She pulled off her glove and set her bare hand to the ground. The viper stung down her arm and burned out of her skin, tongue flicking. It slithered eagerly into the pool, far more eagerly than it had attacked Dwen at her order. She then pulled the blanket away from Gevulin, tossing it onto the ground. The prince's face looked drained of blood, but remarkably, he was still breathing. There was still time. She set one foot in the pool and knelt to press a hand down beside it, both foot and hand hidden by the dense white mist. An icy chill nibbled at her like minnows. She said, "Sarah Allah, can you hear me? I'm here. Come to me, I pray you." Her voice was a plaintive note, lost in the still air of a cloudless day. The sunlight seemed pallid, as if with the clutch of despair. It wasn't enough. She needed another way to capture the haunt's attention. "Fulmo, carry His Exalted Highness into the pool and set him down gently." The Gagast waded halfway across. Where the pool rose to his midsection, he knelt and settled the prince on the ground. The body vanished beneath the fog. Even from 5 paces away, Elen could see no sign of Gevulin. Fulmo paused there. Had the pool forced him to protect himself by building an outer shell? Was he frozen? Trapped there? But no, He made a sign, the meaning of which she did not know and could not guess. A benediction? A curse? A farewell? He backed out and planted his feet on the holy stone. Spore wriggled off of him like little twisting worms. With a fastidious and remarkably agile grasp, he caught each one and squished it between his fingers as one would pop a maggot. Above the spot where he had laid the prince, the pole began to shudder, and then to boil. Spore grasping at life. What a fool she had been! It seemed obvious now. Once Gevulin went into the pole, there was no coming back. "Sarah Allah!" she called, but her voice faded into the air. The prince would be consumed by Spore long before the haunt could arrive, especially if the haunt never heard and didn't know. She took in a sharp breath for courage, then laid herself flat on the ground and, like a viper, crawled head first into the pole. The mist crept icy fingers over her skin, caressing her face with malice and glee. Liar! Thief! Murderer! It was all true. If she opened her mouth, the pole would crawl inside her. So she opened her mouth and she said clearly, boldly, desperately, "Sarah Allah, I'm here. Come to me, I pray you. The prince awaits you. He gives you leave to pass into his body. Sarah Allah!" Her throat went numb with the cold, frozen into silence. The pall closed its power around her head and torso, like the crushing of a great hand, like the cage of a terrible spell. The ashes of sorcery melted onto her tongue. They tasted of misery and fear and malevolence and the wicked joy of souls who can find no pleasure except in forcing others to suffer. "Let us in," they whispered. "Let us out of this prison." She had one foot still touching the world outside the pall. One knee that, when she twitched, scraped against an edge of holy stone pavement. The pain snapped her mind away from the brink. The voices were old ghosts, not living people. Shoving, she scrambled back, as if pulling against chains weighted with all the souls of those killed by another's power. When her head came free, she flung herself backward onto her behind and sat there panting, as if her lungs had been scoured in a race no one could win. How much time had passed, she did not know. But she was stunned to discover the sun now stood high in the sky. Hours had gone by. If Gevulin was dead, and Sarah Allah beyond reach, she still had to wait for the viper to return. All she could do was wait, hope fading as the sun descended span by span into the west. At length, at last, alas, twilight settled its drowsy cloak over the world. Fulmo stood frozen, head tilted back as he inhaled the starlight. The bubbling pool softened, stilled, sank as if into a stupor. Had the prince died? The viper did not return. She wrapped the prince's bloodied shroud around her and sat on the edge of the pool as the night made its slow journey toward the hope of another day. The bright moon rose, staring down upon her as if surprised to discover she lingered still, when she might better have given up and walked away. Yet on a cloudless night there was beauty to lift the spirit. The moon and the stars, the high heavens in all their glory, which the living can never touch. So it is said in the temple, "Let your heart live in the world." Au was dead. Kem had left as he must. She had lived for so long for them that it was hard to imagine who she might be for herself. A sister always, an aunt, however far she and Kem would walk apart henceforth. A deputy courier, of course. A surveyor in training, perhaps. A sort of niece to a lonely, grieving, kindly old man. A friend to a snob. A comrade to those she met and worked with. And just plain Elle, who had walked and lived and loved, and who was still here. Whatever happened here now, to be Elle was enough. The night passed, and the viper did not return. The pool lay like the cold grave it was. The moon sank into the west. In the east the sky lightened to a hazy grey touched with a pale gold kiss of promise. Fulmo tipped back his head, sighed and stirred. He raised his hands toward the pool, stamped 3 times, and, without a word to her, stumped away south, following the inlet along the gully, free of his obligation. The prince was dead. The haunt was lost to her. Ellen pressed a hand to her chest. It hurt. It would keep hurting in the days and weeks and months to come. Yet her heart was still beating. She was still alive. The world would go on as it always did. She could and she would get up and keep walking. But where was her viper? Something stirred beneath the pool. The fog churned as if an eddy was spinning out its last gasp of energy. A head appeared, popping up so abruptly out of the mist that she cried out in alarm and then lost her voice. For there the prince stood. He coughed heavily, clearing his lungs, before wading out of the pool. She was too stunned to rise. Her body lost all volition. He stepped over the first line of holy stone and onto the bare ground. Extending his arms, he turned his hands palms up and then palms down, examining them as if counting all his fingers. He probed at the mess of sticky, blood-soaked fabric hanging around his torso, for the tabard hadn't been fully cut off his shoulders, just cut away. His lean, muscled torso was visible past the strips of fabric, his skin smeared with blood, but otherwise unmarked, except for a faint white scar that ran from hip bone to hip bone. The scar was particularly visible because several of the prince's trouser buttons had been sliced off by the killing blow, so the tops of the trousers just barely caught at the hips, looking ready to fall. He hitched them up with a frown, but the tabard and undertunic were beyond saving. A tendril of white twined down his arm and plopped to the ground in a tangle. It was her viper. It raised its head to look her way with a satisfied air. He said, "I hope something can be done about these sadly mutilated garments, because I am rather a shy fellow, and while I admit I have at times admired this body in all its glory, if I am to walk in the world, I should rather not do so naked, unless that is what you would prefer, dear one." Ellen staggered to her feet, swaying as if she were drunk. "It's you," she said. "Alas, it is me. By the stricken expression on your dear face, I come to fear you were hoping for someone else." "You heard me call for you." He gave her a puzzled look. "I heard nothing. The viper found me and led me back to the prince. When you are ready, I hope you will tell me the whole, for I was quite shocked to find his body so mauled. Where are the others? Where is Kem? I hope they were not harmed." His shadow flared in distress. No, they're all fine. They had to return to Warden Hall. I stayed behind because the prince knew he was dying. He asked me to take him to you if I could find you." "Yes, he was waiting for me, or his soul was anyway. It departed as I entered, which I suppose was him dying. It took me some time to repair the damage, even for one such as me.
I must assume he was killed as a result of this tedious quarrelling for power these princely folk do love to indulge in. She flung her arms around him and pressed her face to his chest, holding so tight he stopped speaking. "I thought I lost you," she murmured. He blazed with an unnatural warmth against the bitterly cold dawn. When he cautiously placed his arms around her, she sighed and nuzzled closer. They stood that way for a long time, breathing together. His heart beat like any ordinary heart. His breath stirred her hair as he rested his cheek against the side of her head, as a lover would. "Not that I ever really had you," she added, pushing back to gaze up at him. His face was still the prince's face, yet also changed. A little leaner, the chin a little more pointed. The willow leaf eyes were just as beautiful as they had always been, but where the prince's had been a deep and mellow brown, Sarah Allah's were touched with flecks of gleaming gold. A dragon's eyes. His rascal smile flashed. "It seems you are stuck with me now, dear one, unless I mistake this welcome for something else." "You don't!" She caught his face between her hands, drew him closer and kissed him. The bliss of it overwhelmed her. They embraced. The sweetness of his lips and the way he held her, one hand creeping down her back as if the hand had developed a life of its own. She leaned closer for another kiss. A sharp snout poked an icy blade against her calf. "Ouch!" Sarah Allah stepped back with a look of alarm. "Are you hurt?" She laughed, kneeling, and set her hand on the ground so the viper could crawl back in. When it settled into its nest around her heart, she sighed. Perhaps, after all this time, she finally understood it wasn't separate from her, but part of who she had been and would always be. "No, indeed, I have scarcely felt more well. But even you can't safely stay out in this cold without proper gear. Take off the tabard and undertunic." He smiled coyly as he pulled off the shreds of the tabard and the bloody cut-up undertunics, one wool and one silk. His torso was, as ever, an appealing sight. Sturdy shoulders, trim arms, a sculpted chest worthy of admiration. Gevulin had trained hard. Raising a hand to his hair, Sarah Allah scratched, then frowned. "This is somewhat cleaner now, but I well recall how it became a rat's nest, and it is rather too oily, and I become concerned that creatures may be living in it. Not spore, I mean. Lice. How lowering, infested with bugs like a common animal, not even any sun-heated sand to roll in. We'll have to think about how to go on. If you shave your head and grow a beard..." "A beard?" "Whiskers." "Yes, I look quite handsome with whiskers, if I must say so myself." But he rubbed his bare arms, shivering. Even he could not pretend he wasn't cold. Any human body could freeze to death in such conditions. Ellen dug into her pack and found her spare outer tunic, loose on her and tight on him when he pulled it on. She gave him her cloak to throw over it. In digging out the tunic, she found, tucked against the inside of the pack, a slender tube of waxed leather, the kind in which a person could carry a single, rolled-up vellum map. The prince had left her the map. "I'll be cursed as the high heaven's latrine," she murmured. Sarah Allah didn't hear, because he had gotten distracted by flapping up the cloak and letting it float down, something in the manner of wings. She rose as she slung the pack onto her back. "We need to get moving, my love." He let the cloak settle. "Where are we going?" She pressed a hand to her chest over her heart. "We're going home." "Home? I like the sound of that. What is home?" "Or led a halt, I hope. We do have a task to complete." She thought of Hemelin. Was he still singing the descent to an unknown corpse? Or did he somehow already know and had slipped away? They could not return to Pellis Manor North regardless, so she had to gamble Hemelin would make it all work, as he apparently had for many years. And then
Well, then... It was difficult to know how to respond when life renewed in this astonishing fashion. He took her hand. His skin was humanly warm, and his touch was humanly gentle. But the shadow of his shorn body cast an aura around him, and the truth of what he was gleamed in his golden eyes.
These exciting pauses are exceptionally endearing. Well, then, what?
First, the task I mentioned. After that, I'm going to train as a surveyor. I'll convince the intendant to train you as a surveyor too. We'll have to be cautious. We can trust the intendant. He needs to know about the Shorn and 3 spires regardless, but no one else can suspect what you are or that your body once belonged to the prince. It's for the same reason I have to be cautious about the Viper. If the legal mechanisms of the Empire find out, we will both be condemned to death by burning. Are you willing to risk that? He raised her hand to his lips, as if she were a great prince of the land, and he smiled at her over her knuckles so flirtatiously that she thought she might swoon. "Then we shall burn together," he said, as if he were inviting her to his bed. She laughed and thought of kissing him again, but it was too cold not to get moving. They needed to find a warm place to spend the next night, one well away from Pellis Manor North and all the intrigues and fighting it represented. They would find a nice, warm, narrow bunk where 2 people might feel obliged to snuggle together. Sara Allah smiled, seeing her thoughts in her face.
"And how are we getting there, dear one?" he asked.
Ellen looked around at the pale blue morning sky, the silent pool, the holystone path and the hallow wood saplings, the stolid ridge line, and a pair of curious goats come to stare at these strangers. She grinned. "We each have 2 good feet and good boots, and I'm grateful for them." This concludes The Nameless Land by Kate Elliott. Narrated by Ella Lynch. Copyright 2025 by Katrina Elliott. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tor Publishing Group and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.